Welcome. We're back. It's beefy time. I'm your beefy host, Anguloid. Rookie will be joining me shortly. He's, quote, almost done with a certain task. So we'll get an update on that once he pops in. But work's over. Sorry, I gotta adjust my earphones. Work is over. Don't need to go to work for the next 2 days. But unfortunately, I'll work during the Super Bowl. The first quarter I will miss. I'll have to wait to get off work, run to a friend's house, and enjoy the game. Did get me a Jalen Hurts Super Bowl t-shirt, jersey t-shirt. I'm excited, man. What a great matchup. It's going to be a great week, entertainment, and we'll be talking about it. Disney's got a bunch of things shaking up. Yeah, very, very interested in that. But I want to start this off for people coming in the replay, what have you. Here is a funny video you might enjoy. Let's check it out.
But he said he said he had mutual friends with you though. But do you know him, Joseph Stalin?
Let me look it up.
But he goes by Joey, like with his friends. But
where in Long Island is he from?
Roslyn, I think.
Oh, I mean, let's ask Alexa. Joseph, can you spell it? What's his Instagram?
Wait, let me look. Okay. Last name is STALIN.
Is his name on Joe? Is it Joseph? Joe?
Joseph.
I don't see this person on Instagram.
That's good right there. Saw that a few moments ago. Hey, what's up, Wizard Brain Lou? Not much. Not much going on. Chilling. Let me see. Turn on my cam actually. Here I am, beefy boy. Got my Thor Love and Thunder cup. Let me show it close to the camera. There you go. There's the mighty Thor, Jane Foster. I really like the design of Lady Thor. And I think Lady Thor is a fun concept. I actually got the Kotobukiya statue. I'll show you what that looks like, Wizard Lou. You might like it. I don't know if this was a gender bent or if this was just based on Jane, because Jane came out around the time this came out. So Kotobukiya Shujo. I hope I'm spelling that right. Thor. So this is a weird statue that like is hot, but I'm kind of stuck with it. I bought it just to flip, and like I missed the window to make money on it, so I'm just like sitting on it because I refuse to budge on the price. And for a while, by the time I finally listed it, thinking I'm in the window of it being perfect to drop and make money on eBay, and of course not. Let me share this so you can see Wizard Brain Lou. How are you doing? No, invite. There we go. All right. I don't know how well you can see this, but here's like the art it's based on from I think his name is Shunya Yamashita. Not a big anime guy, so I don't know the value of his art compared to any other anime fuck, but yeah, this is the Lady Thor statue, and it's pretty awesome. It's pretty mighty, and of course they got Lady Loki to pair with him. Her.
Get your pronouns right, boy.
It. There we go. Got
that.
That. There you go.
You ever have one of those shits that just take like 20 minutes to get through? Then you feel really good afterward. That's how I feel right now. So that's why I'm late. That's why I'm late.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised you actually delineated the specifics. That's funny.
I feel like honesty is
Yeah,
our
the
best
two of us.
policy.
Share this on Twitter, my friends. Let us get a horde of beefy minions in the chat.
Oh crap! I still gotta send him a link.
No, it's all right. I'll send it now. No, so Proper Jenny, Justin Proper, you may know him as currently. Me and Ricky know him as Proper Jeremy. And yeah, his first stream, he was fucking 45 minutes late. He was supposed to be on last week, and it was my fault because I like when you go on StreamYard, they got this thing button invite, and then you click it and copy it to your clipboard. I do that, send him the thing, and then go back out of the tab from Twitter, and I'm like, do. And when I like check it the next day, because he never like came on, I'm like, okay, maybe it's too late, or he's overwhelmed from his first stream back. I don't know. And it's like I sent him the link to the YouTube channel, like to that week's stream, and I'm like, weird. Because I remember repeatedly, like I caught it the first time, I'm like, fuck, go back, copy the link again. And yeah, I sent him the link like 3 times to the stream, not to join, but just to the stream.
Yes.
Boomer move, I guess. All right, let me
Angus the Boomer.
Yep. All right, so I just sent it. StreamYard.com browser. Let me look at Proper's profile actually, because I'm trying to figure out what the fuck this.
Indeed. How was everybody's week? Is it going fantastic? Twitter was having a lot of issues yesterday, and YouTube apparently like 8,000 websites all around were a little left up the other day. Possible Russian attack, perhaps. I don't know. What would they do without the precious Twitter and tube?
I'm rooting for Russia in this whole thing, but I'm very much aware of like what a shithole Russia is, even though they're technically a first world country. And yeah, they do not have they're kind of like a big version of North Korea, like militarily a threat. Like they're one of the biggest threats to America.
Like a successful North Korea or something.
Well, it's more like you're just a more legitimate joke of a threat. Does that make sense? Like we're apparently listening in on everything they're doing. There's no surprise. So yeah. Wait, you didn't even notice what? Sorry, I totally missed what you were saying.
I don't know. No, I don't know
if you noticed, Ricky, but I'm enjoying my mighty Jane Foster Thor cup.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, all the fucking it's already like beat to hell from just a few uses.
She is weak.
But no, it's I needed a big container because I got a bottle of root beer and some whiskey. So
she's referring to Twitter being down.
Yeah, no, she said Twitter. Yeah, yeah, it was weird because I kept trying to send her a video. I'm like, hey, the link I sent you to read comics. That's like what you watched me and Rookie reading White Savior from. But I just wanted to warn you, it's full of pop-ups. So every time you like touch the screen, you're gonna get a pop-up like 20 times trying to click the like search bar. And also do not search artists or authors. That will not work. You got to know a title of something to try to find an author you're looking for. Herbish. How long do you think the Ukraine-Russian war will go on for? 15 or 20 years? It all depends on how long the rest of the West wants to fund this proxy war. I say we got to wait another 6 months or so until everyone just is, forgotten. It's not, we need something bigger than Hogwarts Legacy to distract people, to be the new thing. That's my thing. So I think we need at least 6 months to another year before something worthwhile happens. And we're already in 2023, so that might actually just be November 2024, the presidential election. That might be, it might go out to that point.
Depends on what they're feeling,
Yeah, and then if somehow Trump is able to cheat, like I feel people cheated in the previous election to even the score, then they will either rehash the beer bug, make a second beer bug, or they will start attacking the beer bug poke jab. Sorry, I'm trying to talk the YouTube awareness so they do not strike my channel more.
What if Trump won and then he's like, no, this doesn't count because you're all fake news and you cheated like last time, so it's not fair that I won because you guys suck. If it was real, then I wanted to. I don't know. Whatever they say is real isn't real.
Yeah. We got Tim's talk.
Timothy,
what's up, gangsters?
Timothy, yeah, yo, we're doing good in his house. Yeah.
I love reading rap, just like you're trying to read it properly. Kind of like how Ben Shapiro is just like such a wooden person. Yeah. It's funny to watch him rap. I like to read rap like that.
He was literally reading. We're talking about Eminem yesterday, and he pulled up lyrics from his song 3 a.m. and he's reading them to me, and I'm like, God, this just sounds so fucking funny because I know that Eminem's gonna do his thing, with his energy,
he's gonna rage, and
his energy and his words come together. And then Angus is just reading it like it's for like popcorn reading in a classroom or something. And then that bitch was on the throat and it's on the wall, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
See. This was what's funny. I remember a Babylon Bee post where it's like something to the effect of like tyrant dictator Trump steps down from office. No, I think it's a little thing. I really hate people at virtue signal like no FAP November. I think it's retarded
when they do that, right? Nobody actually means that. That's just a meme of a thing. It's not like
no. I think there's people that legitimately think and to a degree, I understand it's like a discipline thing, but so I think there's
what?
I think there's something there about discipline, about not just indulging your hedonistic self, your animal self, but at the same time, you look at just the biology of sperm and the male sexuality. It's like we're meant to fire 10 times a day, so there's no overdoing it.
I guess it's just weird to me that they restrict it to November. It's just in November.
That's a way. That's a way to popularize it, like no shave. But you're trying to get people in your tribe.
I guess I feel like there'd just be different months that would work better, maybe, or I don't know. I guess I'm thinking of the movie.
It kind of goes on. No shave November is a male centric thing because it's no shave is supposed to be for prostate cancer awareness.
See, I didn't even know that. I don't.
It's funny. The Office kind of made fun of that. They made the guy that everyone hates in The Office, Toby, which is funny because he's actually one of the big writers of the show. I had no idea, but yeah, Toby is a guy that everyone craps on, even people that feel sorry for him in the show. When he finds a moment to engage, they're distracted. Not now, Toby. And so the hate that Michael has comes from everyone else too at times, and it's funny. It's for no reason. You never understand it, but yeah. And it's funny because he starts growing his mustache out, and it's like a ratty mustache, and he's in public, and he's he just gets in the face of someone's would you like to talk about men's prostates?
That's funny. I had no idea.
The reason I mentioned NoFap is apparently Trump said, I've never masturbated, or that he never does. It's I don't see the use in it. I'd rather get the real thing. And you can see the person he is, the success he's been, that is a little cog in a machine of success and alphaness. And so like you could argue, oh, well, clearly this is a way to success versus look at Ron Jeremy. He's a huge porn star. Maybe he started because he was fapping, and then Hugh Hefner. So like, it's like when people try to argue Michael versus LeBron. It's like you're talking about two different eras and two totally different like paths to success.
There's literally different rule sets too on the courts and stuff.
There is no set way to be successful because you get people that act and never get cast anything for like a decade, and then pow, they finally get a break. And then you get people that like the director of Lights Out and then Shazam, he got big by winning like a horror YouTube contest, and that's how he like elevated really quick. And so like there's no rhyme or reason to what can work. There definitely is a more tried and true method for success. Like you should probably go to law school before you take the bar exam, but you could be smart enough just to do it by yourself. But yeah, so that's why the FAP thing's interesting. Let me actually look it up. If Trump's actually,
it was making me think of. Have you seen this movie? I've probably seen it once, a long time ago. It was like this dude was, I think it was for his friends were doing it for like a religious thing, but then he was like, I don't know, they like egged him on. Like, I bet you couldn't go 30 days or a whole month without having sex or jerking off or anything or whatever. And so he's like, oh, no, I'll go a whole month of celibacy. And then like everybody finds out about it, and then like everybody's placing bets and trying to egg him on or something to it. You know what I'm talking about? They play on that sort of thing. It's like one of those along the lines of American Pie, I'd say, type of ones era, but not exactly like American Pie. But that one was kind of funny, I remember.
Sorry, if you see me lean in, I know I look like a weirdo. It's because I'm trying to like read my screen.
You guys look closer because I'm an old man who don't have no glasses.
Well, it's not really that. I have astigmatism, so it's hard to focus my eyes.
Get yourself some glasses. I'm wearing my glasses right now. My old man glasses.
But apparently this is from a Howard Stern interview. And Howard Stern's like, when Melania's tired and you're horny, do you masturbate to take care of the Sterian? I don't know. Or they messed up this transcription. When was the last time you masturbated? Trump? Long time ago, sometime prior to knowing women. It's a lot of work and it gets you nowhere. Was never big into that world.
He makes it sound like there's a community of people that jack off or something. Like this is the.
If you've been on Twitter, Rookie, there definitely is. It definitely is a community.
But specifically that only as the only purpose. I don't know about that. Is that what is that?
I'm sure there's that.
Like there's the e-fapping community. That's not quite the same as the fapping community. There's a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, that's about all I can find. So I can't find any definitive, unless someone finds a Stern interview like online. That I don't know if that's a real interview or not.
Hey, Wizard, how did you like Legally Blonde? I think you finally watched it.
Oh, interesting.
Let us know your thoughts. We did not watch Velma today. Dodged a bullet. Yeah.
Oh, we'll get it. We'll get it taken care of. Tomorrow is The Last of Us. Tomorrow's Last of Us.
I work tomorrow night, unfortunately.
So I'm going to stay up and wait till you get off. We're going to watch it and watch Velma. We're going to catch up.
No, we're just going to watch The Last of Us and not ever speak about Velma.
You cannot do 8 episodes of Velma and quit this close to the finish line.
Yeah, we can. That's fine.
And speaking of disappointments like Velma, welcome, Proper.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of disappointments, my fucking power is out.
What?
Luckily, it just happened as soon. I kid you not. As soon as like my stream ended, I was like chatting in the back room for a little bit, and then that happened. So, yeah, I'm on my phone right now. Luckily, I have like a one of those portable chargers, so I can still be on.
Handy dandy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't listen into your stream. I probably should have while I was driving, but I was so preoccupied with getting my pizza on time on my way home So
Wow, thanks.
Priorities, yeah.
At least it's okay though. Like on my stream, I was like, my like work was texting me, and it was actually kind of urgent because today was like this last week has been a fucking shit show for me. So yeah, I had to communicate with some people, and it was really annoying. Like not annoying, like because like it's just work and whatever, but like annoying that it had to happen during my show.
Of course. I mean, ironically though, it's good that it's called This Week in Bullshit, as some bullshit's happening for you. So it's it's nice.
Kind of set yourself up for that, buddy.
I did, and look, I'm not
it's
here.
A nice meta world.
Yeah, I'm not here to air out my dirty laundry, but like Jesus, it sucked. So, anyways, what the fuck are we talking about?
Oh, we're just going off of the chat right now.
Yeah, we're Wizard Brain.
We're talking about masturbation
for a bit, yeah, and then
really,
specifically, we're talking about if Trump jacks off. Because here, Mr. Herbush said President Trump is a man of honor. He'd rather lose than cheat. And I was talking about, well, I don't know if it's true, but apparently he doesn't jack off. Like, that's when
you're a rich man like that, when you're a billionaire, do you really need that?
Right. Sure. But what I saw before, I saw essentially the same thing as we found from iFi. I can't confirm if this is a true interview from Stern or not, but he was saying like, I never saw a point. Like I haven't done that since before I got into women. So I assume like
before I got into women.
Yeah. And he's like a lot of work and no real payouts, kind of what he's saying. And I was saying how I could see that, like, because if this is a true outlook from Trump, this is like a little thing that adds up. That this is one little thing that adds the whole, like the discipline or what have you. It's like, well, if I'm going to get off, it's going to be with a woman that I at least earned money to pay for,
and not like a man like last time. The way that it's ordered makes me think
that's good.
Kind of
that was funny.
But and then Justin will probably pop in and out, I assume, with power stuff.
Well, we should probably just ignore him. But yeah, what is up? Author Stephen Walton, Lodonis Dragonstorm. Go check out. I'm assuming this chat he's right now is his second channel that he's been cranking out like crazy.
For some reason I turned my phone vertically and then it just fucked up.
No, sometimes it'll do that on the phone on the app stuff. It's not very good on there. But yeah, then our next thing though is Angus and I watched Legally Blonde a while back, and Wizard saw my video about it, and she's like, "Okay, I'll watch it." And so we're seeing what she thinks. She said that she liked it, and she's been a little snarky, but she liked it. So that is good. Okay. Did you like Legally Blonde, Justin? Back in the day?
Well, here's the thing. I never watched it. I'm not a big. What was her name? Reese Witherspoon. I heard she was good in the film, which is nice.
Oh, she's such a darling.
Yeah, like. So you guys liked it?
Well, for context, we watched all of She-Hulk.
Nothing wrong with that, by the way. Like I know, like, you guys are like soy into chick flicks and crap like that.
I watched the hot chick in a Playboy costume going to law school. Wow, I'm so gay. Like
it's funny actually because no, that was a movie that was always like around. I have an older sister and stuff, but like I was like, oh no, it's a girly movie, no. And then we watched all of She-Hulk recently, and when that was done, and we're like, oh god, can we watch something that has like a decent legal thing going on? And we were browsing around for some, and we're like, oh, we haven't seen that before. Let's see Legally Blonde. And we're watching Legally Blonde, and we're like, this is actually pretty good. Like. Yeah. Like they set up character nice. Like they don't do full on stereotypes we were expecting entirely with this.
Well, wait. They do. The big twist is a really obvious stereotype.
Well, yeah.
Like, as soon as I saw, I'm like, oh shit.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm saying, I guess
today.
I guess I'm referring to like the rich girly girl type of thing. They don't do every stereotype with that. They do some different stuff.
Yeah.
So it was like they have her be like a likable character and like grow, and in not like the dumbest kind of ways. It's like she chooses to. It's like this is a decent character. Like, what if She-Hulk was with this type of archetype here?
Well,
This would be
yeah.
freaking...
So she's like a she's like a preppy, just how would I say it? Like she's going for like designs or fashion or some shit. So she knows all of this fashion is like, oh, you don't wear that with this and blah blah blah. So you think she's gonna be like this vain California bimbo. But then she's like,
that's what I.
But then she's like vegan.
What I've seen of the movie, yeah, she's underestimated because she's like this valley girl.
Yeah, but yeah, she's really smart, and when she puts her mind to it, and it's kind of funny because she kind of does like a TikTok, YouTube, real thing.
She does like a video essay kind of thing.
Yeah,
that she sends to the law school to try to get in there, and she does it. They show her she does a lot of like studying, and her friends help her out, and her family and stuff. Well, not her family really, but her friends help her out a little. And she's like just able to like squeeze into the door. She gets the most minimum requirement needed to get in, and she does have like a 4.0 in like her fashion thing, which is something. And they're like, well, I guess we could take a chance on this. Let's see how she does. And they allow her in, and there's like it was just kind of good. And there's the
and she sucks. And she sucks. Like she's not trying hard enough.
And there was a scene
like she's like you see her flaws at first.
You see her bimbo-ishness, I guess you could say, compared to the law students. She is obviously this like wacky, like what is this thing here? But then there's some good stuff with there, and there's even a scene that reminded me. Well, I saw this first, but then Whiplash came later. Whatever, like a scene similar to Whiplash a little bit. Like
how do you mean?
Like, well, you've seen Whiplash, right?
I've only seen the scene where I was supposed to. It's funny because some of my schoolmates in college, my colleagues, their assignments and.
Did we lose?
You cut out. I heard you say the assignments, and then you cut out. Oh, he'll probably be back in a sec. Last we heard was assignments.
Okay, I'm gonna type that so we don't forget it.
Assignments.
Billy Mays here with assignments.
Billy Mays here, yeah.
We just so I never really grew up with South Park. It was one of many things that was like the devil or whatever. And so I'm experiencing most of South Park for the first time. And we just watched the Billy Mays episode.
Are you back?
Dropper's back. You said assignment.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm sorry about that. I actually was taking out my AirPods so I can not, you could hear me more clearly. Is the audio a little better?
Yeah, good enough.
Okay, whatever. Fuck it. Who cares? But no, there was a lighting project assignment, that they had to do, and they had to replicate, the lighting of Whiplash, and they spent like fucking forever on it, and I had to play the J.K. Simmons part. And so the only scene I've seen was that opening scene when he sees Miles Teller for the first time.
And he walks out on him.
Yeah.
It's like, and then he says, "Whoops-a-days, bring on my jacket."
Yes,
something like that. And I'm like, I have to do that. I'm like, that's an Oscar-nominated fucking performance. I can't replicate that shit.
Gotta try.
So I just did what I did. It was just like strict, but my voice was it was less deep than it is now. Because my balls dropped for a second time. I guess I don't know. It's what happens when you age.
Well, it's what happens when you transition.
Yeah, that too, man.
But
yeah,
that's cool.
So,
Proper's this is my voice at 5 weeks.
well, it was. I couldn't get like faster. Like it was just like faster. Like
my fucking time.
Faster, Sonny, faster.
I didn't have that intensity quite yet because I didn't have the life experience of like, that kind of a character yet to really get into that. I just didn't know what to do. But it was whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that's the only scene I've seen was that. And the drummer, that actor who played like the Miles Teller part, was a real drummer, and he did so much better than I did, especially with the drumming part. He every time I saw him, I worked at the dining hall, so every time he came in, I was like, Mr. Teller, how are you? And just like greeted him, and like I was like, you and your entourage may come in early or something like that to be goofy.
Nice.
That has nothing to do with our conversation, but whatever.
No, that's still
It
cute.
just reminded me of that.
It's cool to know.
No,
but,
I was enjoying the tangent, and I'm like, wait, how did we get here? I know Ricky
yeah,
asked about
I'll continue it, but yeah, that's
I'm sorry.
cool to know.
It was my fault for getting cut
No,
off.
we and Ricky have this all the time where
like this is normal. So
and we we're really good at deconstructing our deconstructions of like tangents. We're like, okay, so that got us here from there. That's why I'm talking about this.
Yeah, we literally were talking about like, I don't know, something about food, and then we're talking about
Legally
like,
Blonde.
We're talking about like ancient Greece or something afterward. And we're just like, how the fuck do we get from grocery shopping to talking about
what
Greece
is even the main topic at this point?
And it was here we're chatting with the chat, and Wizard in the chat saw Legally Blonde, and we recommended it. So that's how we're talking about it. And I was seeing if I assumed you've seen it because it's just you're not me, and I assume most people see things I haven't seen. So recently saw that.
Depends.
So,
Everyone's different. By the way, your take on Superbad was piss poor.
Thank you.
So you know, I don't know if you saw my comment, but I was like, I wholeheartedly disagree with a lot of what you said. Like your problems with it, was it just not your kind of movie, not your kind of humor?
Well, I mean, kind of. I mean, I said that I saw it for the first time like recently, and
you had to see it when you were 12, man.
I didn't. That's what I'm. I think I don't know if I say it in the video, but like Angus, that was one Angus pushed for me to see for a long time, about 2 years.
Pretty much every movie is like, 5 years later, we're finally fucking here.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, super bad. Like started the careers of fucking everyone in that movie.
I don't like Jonah Hill like at all. I don't care about Michael Cera, or which one's the other one in there? Is that Michael Cera?
Dude, Michael Cera is Robin in Lego Batman. Where would we be without Superbad? Where would Lego Batman be without Superbad? You piece of shit.
Seth Rogen, I don't like him either.
In Juno, Jesus
I never saw
Christ.
Juno.
Wait, you called Ellie Page Juno recently. I remember in a recent video you called her Juno, and I'm like, wait, you've not even seen it. What?
That movie would be in commercials all the time, and so I associate her name with Juno now. So, like, I used to know her as Juno before I knew her as Elliot. So like that's what they always had her based on. But anyway, though, to finish out the point here with the thing here, there's a scene in Whiplash where he's talking to his band, and he's like, all right, somebody sounds off. Which one's off key? And then he narrows it on this one kid, and he's like, were you off key? He's like, I don't know. And he's like yelling at him big time, getting in his face, he like, cries out of the room basically. And then he's like, to be fair, he wasn't off key. That was you. But the fact he didn't know he's off key was worse. And then like continues with the class. And then in Legally Blonde, there's a scene kind of like that where she's like, I don't know if it's like Thomas Edison or something about history. This kid answers like immediately, very confidently. And she's like, are you sure? He's like, yeah. Like, she's like hammering into him a little, like, and he's like sweating and he's like questioning himself, and it's just like, he's like, yes, you were right or whatever. But it's like, he wasn't sure if he was fucking right, which is, he started out so confident and then wasn't. So just saying, in Legally Blonde, they have like a good scene that is comparable in a way to Whiplash. I'd say Whiplash does it far more better and more intense.
Whiplash is a fucking, like, I've always loved the movie. And I'm surprised it's like 8 years old now. Because like it's kind of a time, like people say it's not a lot of movies. It's literally besides cell phones, really to like date the film at all. It's a timeless film. It could be from 1920s, it could be from today, it could be like there's no need to like pinpoint the time frame versus like Taxi Driver is great, but it's very limited.
Yeah, like people who were born when Legally Blonde came out are old enough to drink now.
Oh boy,
it's gonna be 22.
That's true.
July. It's July
apparently
1st, so.
It is actually a very inspirational legal film. Lots of lawyers attribute their their pursuit of the law because of that movie, which is like awesome. Because I have a lot of interest in the law. It's something I think about trying to go back to school and pursuing.
But anyway, so I recommend Legally Blonde. It was good, and Whiplash is one of my favorite movies now. After seeing it, I fucking love it.
Well, that's awesome, man. I haven't seen either of those, but
Walton made his rent.
Like I will say, go ahead.
No. I just outburst for the scene in the chat.
No, you were acknowledging the chat. That's fine. Hey, how are you?
The chat says we are fine. Continue, Justin.
But I will say I saw the climax of Legally Blonde. No pun intended. And it was. Oh yes, to see Reese Witherspoon climax. Yes. No. The climax of the film, though. In all seriousness, when you're talking about it, I'm like, I just saw it on TV. It wasn't like the same as watching the movie like on DVD or something when it's like uncut or whatever, not edited for television, and
we're like focused on watching the movie start to finish and stuff. You know what you're getting into.
Yeah. Because like I think Angus, I don't know. Have you watched a lot of the reaction videos that Rookie and I have done?
No, I've not really watched a lot of YouTube in the last year.
Oh, well, that's probably good. That's probably for the best.
Healthier for the brain.
But I mean, Rookie, I would say for you, like you look at the bigger picture of a film. You just reminded me of something. You look at the bigger picture of like a fan film or something like that, like Roger Ebert will. And I'm like Gene Siskel, who's like this snooty prick who points out all of like the little nitpicky shit. And
like, he set the orange juice on the other side of the counter.
You didn't include that in the final cut of it. I'm so angry. Like I was so angry. I was like, dude, why didn't you do that? I actually had a good point there.
And it was funny because when we talked to the guy who made it, he was like, that actually is like a running gag.
And I was like, you had like a legitimate continuity error, and it wasn't pointed out in the final video. I'm like,
we railed him enough, okay? So
we did. But
I thought the orange juice one was just a tack on the rest, so I was like, we'll just cut that out there. But it was funny, and I still do have the clip though, so I can always reveal it anytime.
Yeah, you should have done it. You should have done it a month ago, but okay. It
just says, "I love YouTube. It's my cocaine."
Yay!
Well, you know what? The internet, like in social media, is kind of a drug in a certain way.
No, they hire psychologists to help them fine tune how to hook the user. So
I mean, having the phones literally.
Maintain... Well, here's the thing though. Like it's it's kind of like what a writer's job is for a TV show, especially, and also like a movie. It's like the writer's job is to keep your interest as the audience and to keep them engaged. Otherwise, everyone would walk out of the movie.
I would say ultimately it's like, well, you got to have an engaging story, character, whatever, but you need a payoff. And so that's what pisses me off about TV shows and why, as a template, I fucking hate TV shows.
Because they always have
because they're written like comics to be like, come back for the next one. It's just the hit. And instead of like the payoff. Yeah. That's why I'm a movie guy, not a show guy. So when I tell you to watch a show, it's because like, this got me interested.
Even
like, I hate this template.
Right. And exactly, because like I guess in that respect, would you say that you're a hard guy to please in that regard?
It's weird because like, you know, I hate classic comedies. Like I hate comedy, and I think it's because like
You hate comedies?
generally
laugh-
speaking, I love laughing. I love having a good time. But like my brain's always being tickled. I'm always finding a funny like view of something or seeing funny jokes like on Twitter or whatever. Even before I got on Twitter, like my brain's active. And I think when I like really take a step back, I think comedy generally doesn't work on me because I don't go about life with whatever the mundane task is. I don't go about it with the attitude of it being mundane. And so,
Okay.
you know what I mean? I think most entertainment is made for like the normie mind. And I don't mean as an insult, I just think like there's a template of like normal people. Normal people don't watch hours of like film YouTube to like try to find the hidden meanings of things and the Easter eggs. Like this is the OCD nerd shit, you know. So like that's my brain. So I'm aware like I'm an outlier. I'm on the outside. I'm on the fringe. And because of that, most comedy is like lowest tier. And so whenever like that shit was funny, it's like Jesus.
Well,
Christ,
comedy's always trying to make you laugh sometimes, and sometimes things that
it's
aren't
also
trying to make
try
you laugh,
hard writing.
Sometimes things that aren't trying to make you laugh are hilarious.
Right. Like we were watching Toy Story. We watched Toy Story because we'll talk about Disney doing the sequels to Frozen, Toy Story, which I'm excited for Toy Story sequel, and Zootopia. And of course they've just shook up Disney. They're cutting jobs to save money, all that. But I'm trying to get Ricky to watch Toy Story 4, but he barely remembers Toy Story 3. So we're gonna watch all of them in sequence. And so we're watching the first one last night. And so much little shit is killing us.
Yes.
Like the fact of like, oh, of course I can fly. I can fly with my eyes closed. And then he does this like wacky Looney Tune contraption with the car and then catching the plane and woo, 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 ha, can fly. And it's like, wait, if this is your idea of flying, like how random and lucky is every time you've flown? You know what I mean? Like, and just that whole sequence is funny as shit. Little things that aren't even meant to be like, ha, that's the payoff. We're dying. And
just Randy Newman alone just existing, singing, "We've got a friend." We're like, yeah, this is like lame, but it's good here. It works somehow.
Randy Newman's Toy Story soundtrack, great. It's a great pairing for that film. But outside of that, it's like, who the fuck listens to Randy Newman? You know what I mean? Like, how did this guy land a Disney job?
Justin glances at his collection of Randy Newman.
He's got a shrine of Randy Newman.
Teardrops. He's like, oh. My Randy Newman collection.
I mean, like, I get, like, you know, like, strange things are happening. Ain't no doubt about it. I'm like, okay, cool. Great.
Yeah, no, it works in the movie, but outside of it, like, how is this guy an artist?
It works for Toy Story, but outside of Toy Story,
how is he an artist? Because you know, like, I don't have a shrine to him like you think I do. I don't know, but
that'd just be funny if after you said, "Who would listen to this?" It's like,
oh yeah, if I was like, dude, that's me with AC/DC. You know, like,
yeah.
I mean, and Angus and I, you know, completely agree on that. I mean, like. Fuck.
Yeah. Oh
like,
no, I'm obsessed.
And if you for some reason, you know, were like, oh, this AC/DC album sucked, I would be like, oh shit, maybe
I actually need to hear more AC/DC. I've only heard like 4 of the songs.
Yeah, no, there's like
4 songs? 4, that doesn't
even he probably knows a lot more. Just like once he hears it, like, oh yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that one. Yeah, you've probably heard like 30 of their songs in your life. You just didn't notice.
The 4 songs are like all from the same album, and then Thunderstruck, and then like Highway to Hell. Like
the main area where I'd hear a song.
He knows the hits.
Either in a movie or on 105.9 The Brew. Like that's the only other
105.9 The Brew.
It's the only time I hear rock music, like outside of my choosing of rock music. So,
I mean, like Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap, like Highway to Hell, Thunderstruck.
Okay, I've
Back
heard
in
those.
Black, Hell's
that.
Bells, You Shook Me All Night
Okay,
Long.
Angus is probably right. I've
Shoot
probably
to
heard a lot of
Thrill.
these. Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. I've probably heard a lot of these songs. I just don't know. Like, if you were to say which one of these are on AC/DC, I don't know. But if I
Or
hear
on
them,
AC/DC or by AC. You
like, I was gonna say on an album, but I didn't like. I was like, there's multiple ones.
All right,
So
right.
Angus,
I was
back
like,
me the
Justin,
fuck
Justin.
up on this.
You're like short circuiting when he's like on ACDC. That's how I am like every day. I'm like, oh, normal household food item. And he's like, this food, disgust. And I'm like, what? What? Every
Like
time
what,
we talk,
Angus?
somehow food
Like
comes, and I'm like,
what?
oh my God, like I know you're so fucking white. It just, I learned you're so white every time. Ah!
I am
So
so normal. Well, what's an example, Angus? Huh? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Like I'll be like, he'll be like, oh, I ate an apple today. I'm like, oh, you should get pears too. And he's like, pears, and I'm like, they're so similar. What the fuck? Like,
And
they're
honestly,
similar
I haven't
because
had
they're
a pear.
fruit?
I mean, there's
Fruit?
similar kind of texture. There's similar kind of sweetness.
They're in this probably same family. I just haven't had a pear before, and I was like, see, that one's more me memeing. But when it's something like, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but when you have some type of like, trying to think of something you did that I'm seriously just like baffled by, like, what you just act like this is a totally normal thing. What are you talking about?
No, I totally get it. It's just like, wait, you think that's like because we all live in our own little bubbles. We all think the way that we do, and
Yeah.
when when there's something that I disagree with Angus on, I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like, what the fuck? We've even had conversations like that. And Rookie, I don't think we've had those as much.
Probably not as much. Like, what are your thoughts on grocery shopping? Do you love to grocery shop, or do you want to get in and get the hell out of there as soon as possible?
Well, here's the better question. Are you the kind of person who leaves the shopping cart in the middle of a fucking parking space? Or are you normal and put them where they belong?
Put them away.
Oh no.
Okay, so
I
we
live,
all agree.
I live the
okay,
old west
cool.
style. There is no law in the parking lot.
No.
No, sometimes I will put my cart away. Other times, like,
Like, if there's a dude
totally left
following you, like, I get it.
totally left
You
it.
get
Didn't
the
give a
fuck
fuck.
out of there.
It was like, for some reason, I was in the parking lot till like 11 because I grabbed Chinese, and then I went to Kroger because I was waiting on Chinese. And I go back to my car from Kroger, it was like 11 at night and snowing, and I'm like, I am not walking clear all the way halfway back across the parking lot just to put it away. Fuck you. That's why you pay these stupid high school kids. That's why you have high school kids that work at Kroger, because
they can
let them
handle
at
the
it.
snow. They're
They
okay.
got energy.
Well, they're
they
supposed
got
to
card
take the carts
energy.
back, and you.
They got card energy. What? It's, there's
What else
certain
are they
jobs
paid
where it's
for?
like, if
You're
you didn't
helping them
have
do their
waste,
job.
if you didn't have waste, like there's so much of the economy based on waste. Like that is the
Well, if you didn't have waste, you don't
the
have
privilege of the West is that so many careers are actually wasteful. That they serve no purpose.
People who just throw carts in the middle of the parking lot.
Fuck yeah.
We have a cart getter because people leave carts in the middle of the parking lot. So we have cart getters.
I mean, we could live in Iraq where they cut your hand off for leaving the cart in the parking lot. We live in America where we pay people to retrieve the cart. See, because of my negligence, someone has a job. You're welcome.
You're welcome. I'm helping America.
Oh my god. That's
Build back better.
you know what?
I think I might run. I think I might run for office now off of this.
I can't argue with that, but
platform. This is the base platform of my.
But you dare run for office? I will not vote for you. I'm sorry. I love you.
But you see, Justin. So like, what's funny is like he's grocery shopping and he's like, "Oh, what's this? What's that?" I'm like, I know what I want. I'm gonna grab it and get out of here as soon as possible. Like,
no, yeah. So I don't understand. Like, all right, I want to make Mexican, but I know
I want to make Mexican. What?
make Mexican food. Like, all right, I grab some like shredded steak
the
or
part
beef.
Is like,
yeah.
that's
So like, all right,
important.
I have an idea. Like, I'm craving Mexican. I'm gonna make some sort of taco or some sort of dish like tostada or
Cannibal
whatever.
When you say you're craving Mexican,
and
hungry for 'em.
and
I'm sorry.
so you go to the store. You're like, all right, I know I need X, Y, and Z. But then when you go in those aisles for X, Y, and Z, you're like, oh fuck, Taco Bell has a new product on the shelf that would totally spritz up the dish. I had a base concept of what I was doing, and now there's so many possibilities because I'm in the Latin aisle, and whoa, there's a new Latin product. I gotta, fuck yeah, maybe their blend of sauce is better than Old El Paso. This is how I shop, where it's like, I know generally I want X, Y, and Z, but then I see AA, AB, AC options on top of that. And so then that shakes up what actually is in the cart at the end of the shopping tour.
And it takes
That's
like
how
a
I
full
shop.
hour. Yeah.
Yeah, so I might, what I intend to be like 15 minutes. Like, I know I need that, so I'm gonna at least allot this much time. Then it becomes like 30 minutes or more because actually, and also I look at prices where it's like, all right, that's probably more quality, but I'm spending more per ounce. Is it worth it? So I just take that little. Yeah, that's a factor in my shopping.
Yeah, mine is I know what I want to get and I know where it is, so I'm going to get what I want and need as quickly as possible.
Here's a perfect meme to counter what how Rookie shops, where it's like he's like Batman in BVS, where it's like it's an absolute certainty, and I'm like Pedro Pascal, where it's like this Mexican dish could be good, but we can make it better. Like that's my outlook.
To me, I'm like, I'm not going to take that chance.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm not going to take that chance.
I'm totally like, what are the possibilities?
But I guess
I need cheese for my sandwich. But fuck, Dill Havarti? Okay, all right, let's try it.
You also cook though. I make a few things. I make a couple of things that I'm familiar with, but like I don't really cook, so I don't need to look for.
Well, you do that. You do that for a living, making sandwiches. So like, why the fuck would you do that at home?
Well, that's
it's
also
like being at work again.
No. He makes a sandwich with X ingredient. Like it's not complicated.
I agree with Angus
for other
here.
people.
I agree with Angus here. This is not cooking. I make a sandwich. It's two different things.
Okay, I wanted to
preparing food is different than cooking, I'd say.
Yeah. Okay, I get you there. It only takes like a couple.
Because like
seconds.
I can make my nephew make a sandwich. I don't know if he can cook, a steak or something. I don't know, like that.
Yeah. Okay, so it could be as simple as I want a PBJ, and then I go to get. In my head, I'm like, I just want a jar of strawberry jelly, and then I see hot pepper bacon jelly. Fuck yeah, let's try that.
Let's make this interesting. Okay. No, I get that.
Yeah. And so like, that's how I go shopping every day is like, yeah, I need this, but whoa, that could be even better. Like one day I'm just walking through, not even looking for this. I'm about to check out and I'm in like the peanut butter section and I just happen to see the label is Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but like cereal's like 2 aisles over and there's like a guy and his kid in the cart and I look at it and it's like Cinnamon Toast Crunch spread, like hazelnut or whatever. It's a spread that's Cinnamon Toast. And I'm like, dude, do you see this? To a fucking stranger. Cause it's like, wowee, the kid's going to love this.
And they're like, hey, stop talking to me.
No, they were like, oh wow, that's actually crazy. And
candy corn Oreos.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like I said that, and then that kind of piqued their interest.
I think I'm kind of like I'm in between you guys when it comes to shopping. I'm like Angus when it's like I'm like Pedro Pascal, but I instead of what you said, I just say, you know what? After a certain amount of time, fuck it, this is the way.
Yeah, see, I guess the thing is too, Angus, like I'm far more like I have a much more simple and I guess there's a lot more foods that I don't like. He has a much vast range of things that he loves, so it's like for him. And how often do you go shopping in a week, Angus? Like
Sometimes I might not go
more than
shop for
once,
2 or
that's more
3
than-
weeks, and then other times I might go to the store like 3 times in a week.
Yeah, I it's always once a week for me, every single time. So it's like I'm gonna get the things I know, and if it's something different, I usually think about it prior to going, and then I'll find it, and maybe there's 3 options, and I'll go for whatever I'm more familiar with, and
Well,
then
the other
Do you
thing
go to
that's
the
different.
well? Do you go to the same store, or do you go to like different ones to see if
Same
they
store.
have different products?
Just go to
Okay,
one.
so you're like I'm just going to whatever.
I'm getting
fucking
my
Whole
sustenance
Foods.
for the week. That's it. Yep.
Yeah, so sometimes
Yeah.
I base my week's eating on what I find. So like if you ever gone Kroger to the meat section, sometimes they got like the scavenger section where it's like this is going bad tomorrow, so it's half off. So that's the first place I look because it's like I'll make something tonight if I find like a steak over there. Like oh shit, half off a ribeye, fuck yeah. Or if I see like a pack of like 3 or 4 ribeyes for like 20% off, it's like well I guess I'm having ribeye all week. But other times I don't. So it's like, I guess I'm making cold cut combos all week. Pretty simple. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
so yeah, depending on how much money I got, when I go to the scavenger section, if I find something like cool, that's the dish tonight, or if I find cheap enough fish or whatever. So there's like a, there's not like a set like, all right, I'm going to plan my meals. It's kind of, I go with what I find.
Well, that's cool, man. Cool story, bro.
Yeah, the reason why I brought it up at all was just that's just one of our different things that we get.
Yeah,
it's
another
like
thanent, another time.
it's one of
honestly,
those ones that just literally will come out of nowhere, and that'll be a conversation for an hour while he's
Yeah,
grocery
because like
shopping.
I'll be
I'm
talking like, oh yeah, I'm making this and I'm gonna try this. And I think about it nonchalantly, like, oh yeah, of course, so many like this is the norm. People do this, and then he'll be like, what? And I'm like,
right?
well, it's
Yeah,
like for a random example
nowhere
that
near
might
our
not be true.
records, guys.
It's like, oh,
Everyone
I'm gonna
just
pour grape soda on my fish or something. Is what it sounds like. To me. Like, what the hell is that combo?
serious?
Not
And,
literally
like
that, but something along those lines. Like that's like
yeah.
jellyfish on I don't know, something like that. I'm just like, I don't know, man. That sounds alien to me. It's not.
It certainly can appear to be that way sometimes. Like, I totally get it.
Yes.
Yeah, but
How's your power
fucking
get?
hell, I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it! I had something.
maybe you
tie
should
back
go
everything
shopping
together.
and see what comes to mind.
I can. I could. Oh yeah. Actually, yeah. I'm shopping here. Oh, yep. Just found it. Okay. So, but what you were talking about earlier of just like we can be talking about like something for like forever.
Mhm.
I think I fall into the same category as you guys. Where like we can fucking talk for hours and hours and hours upon on end, like without stopping. Like, is that fair to say? Like, because I feel like talking for an hour on a subject like that's not even our fucking record. Like Angus, like we talked like it was the first time we talked in a while, and we talked for like fucking 6 hours. 6
Yeah.
hours. Like
I did that with Mark with the C. Like I just had commented on some of his videos, and then somehow I got his number. We were talking, and never having engaged him before, we talked for like 3 hours on the phone, and it wasn't like either of us were like pressing each other. It was just like a good conversation.
Yeah. You know what? I actually, I've never actually had Mark with the C on my channel before, and we've been following each other for a long time, and I would always comment like, "Mark with the C, hooray!" Like I was always happy because I really like Mark. Like
Yeah, no, I haven't
he's
watched
just
them all, but I do. Yeah, for especially
me
with Star
too.
Wars, I was watching the shit like every time a video's up, I'm like, oh shit, a Mark with the C video.
Yeah, because for the longest time he couldn't do live streams, and
Yeah, so
he
you
would
got
just
good at
make a
making
video.
videos.
He would just have to make a video, and it was just like it was something special. Like he's not doing this because like he wants to get clout. He's just like, I have something to say, and I'm like, fuck yeah. And I still feel that way to a certain degree. Like
Yeah.
Mark is, he's been around long before YouTube, and he's just like, I feel like he has a better perspective on life than
Some
a
wise
lot of
guys,
other
yeah.
YouTubers. And that's what makes some people unique. It's like, what are their perspectives, And Angus, like you have said, like you don't like comedies, for example, which is in general, which I find fucking baffling.
Yeah,
But
it's weird because I
like,
love The Office,
Th-
but it's because it's such
you
an
love The
odd
Office. It's
comedy.
so boring.
That's one
No,
of the things.
no,
Boring.
So that's what I would say. Angus and I agree. I don't like comedies that much, but I've also never seen The Office. I don't even know.
yeah, no. Like
But
the Office is one of those where it's like they're off center in such a unique way, like just a hair, and that hair is like it kills me because this is so different from the norm, and it's not that it's trying to be. It's just naturally that's who these people are. And that just tickles me the right way. Like some of the shit in SpongeBob, like it's not that the jokes are funny, it's the things in between or the setups or like the just stupid like face, like certain things where it's like I can't always quantify what is funny. It's just not
Yeah,
what
you can't.
everyone else thinks
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, it's like as Bill Maher said, laughter is involuntary. You
Yeah,
just laugh.
Yeah.
You laugh at what you laugh at, and
I'm
that's
I'm
just
like the Joker. Like sometimes I'll be at work, and everyone else is just like, we do our set tasks for the day, and it's a 12-hour shift, and everyone just like, fuck, I'm at this place and I do my job, and well, like that's just clearly their outlook from their body posture and stuff. Maybe they'll have a spurt of like, hey, this will pass 5 minutes talking about X thing, but rarely do I find someone like
yeah.
in our sphere that I can talk all day with so many different things of interest and be engaged while doing the menial task.
Yeah,
So I'm usually
there's
to my own, and in my in between like the production, I'll look at my phone and see something on Twitter, and I'll just be like, and like I see people looking at me, and it's like I'm like the Joker, and like you wouldn't get it. That's literally my life all day at work. Where
Yeah.
it's like everyone else is just like blah blah blah. It's very much like an infantry, like a knuckle dragger kind of job. I work in a factory, but I come from customer service, come from the army. I do this YouTube shit in my free time, and so like I'm thinking of so much shit all day, every day. And it's partially because the ADHD I grew up with, and so like I'm never bored, and I think it's part of the comedy thing. But no, I saw that earlier, Karen, and
thank you. Yes, we do.
difference.
I guess we do talk.
The difference is women are like, oh my god, that color looks so good with my dress. Like that's what women talk about, and it's like we have this deep conversation about
there's
shopping.
Nothing wrong with that dress.
For substance.
There's nothing wrong with that dress. Okay.
And
Can
then
we just like
also
talk like women at
we'll
this
talk
point?
about
Like
fucking like politics,
Talk about philosophy,
society, like yeah. So like it's not
women do
how
that
much you're
too.
talking about. It's what are you talking about? And of course, for the most part, women talk about stupid shit.
well, to you it's stupid shit. So but they, it just depends.
Don't white knight this proper. Women.
No,
For 90% of women conversations are like menial and stupid and get nowhere.
It's like
Does this dress make me look fat?
Justin,
they don't want a real
I
answer.
disagree.
That is stupid.
Justin, how often have you had like a 6-hour conversation with a woman that was like in depth about anything?
Many times.
Okay.
Many times. I'm serious.
I don't know.
Okay.
What do you want me to say? Like I talk to everybody.
Now, Karen, you're
yes,
definitely
absolutely.
outside of the norm.
He's referencing the average.
Yeah, the average.
Here's the thing, though. You forget that I'm half gay, so that engages the woman.
So am I. That means nothing.
Yeah, well, it may not to a certain degree, but also, it makes just knowing that makes them more open to like talking because you're not like, especially if you're not interested in them, like they'll be more open to conversation because you don't want to like just, you're not interested in just sex. You just want to talk, like, and that can lead to a really good friendship. Like, honest to God, it's like, it's to some degree, it's like talking to a dude, and it's also like finding a unicorn. I don't know.
Yeah,
However you
no, it's
wanna put it.
rare, and it's nice when you
can
have
happen.
it.
It's not
but-
as often. I will give you that.
Yeah.
yeah,
happen.
and like that's cool, but it's so rare because the like women can just pass on being pretty and being a hole, and society's only accentuated that.
Excuse me, have you
Worse,
seen me?
worse than the
I can
standard
pass on
template.
pretty. Thank you very much.
Yeah, men can too.
No, but I see what you're saying though.
Yeah, and I guess to be fair, not all of our conversation is in depth. Like,
Oh yeah,
we-
sometimes
we-
it's just about
we
SpongeBob
talk-
memes.
Like, we're talking for an hour about groceries. Sometimes sometimes it's not like entirely,
Yeah, no,
Yes,
I'm not.
yeah.
I'm not being some snob where I think everything has to be some fucking college lecture, but like, there's a range with men versus like women get by on like what do you call it? Like it's intersexual.
It's your channel. You don't have to be safe, dude.
No,
You
I'm not
can do
being
whatever
safe. I'm trying to think of like
I'm trying to
the
think of
right
the
word,
phrase,
like co-ed interactions. For the most part, women rely on just men trying to impress them, and they can just coast being hot to whatever degree, and
Yes. Yeah. I don't know.
versus like men, it could be Donald Trump and a fucking homeless guy, and they could be on equal footing in a variety of ways,
To some
despite their
degree.
economics. You know what I mean? Like men have something that like
guess.
a mystique to your person doesn't interfere necessarily. With women generally are like, they're all clawing at each other, even if it's not physically. They're all like measuring each other all the time. Men, when we measure each other, like, God, that guy's doing so much better than me. I need to go to the gym. I need to get better clothes. I need to get a better job or whatever.
Yeah, I guess like the mindset of, oh, I'll never be able to look like that. Like what a woman might think. As a guy, it's like, wow, that'd be cool to look like that. What a guy would think with something.
all of this ropes back into like conversations. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Okay. I guess. I kind of see it, but I don't know. Maybe that's a different conversation for
Rabbit
another
hole
day,
for
like-
another time. That is fine.
Well, I don't know. Just look at programming and like what programming targets what demographics.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I get that, but just like
Women
Well, I
love
guess
the fucking like reality show drama where it's like just based.
Oh yeah, when it comes to
shit.
like The Bachelor or The
Yeah.
Bachelorette,
Well,
And it's like
I got
we're like
suckered
fucking
into
Star
that.
Wars.
Oh,
Like what we could be talking for hours just about one facet of the technology in one scene.
We were talking
of
about the
one
bricks.
episode.
We're talking about the bricks in Andor. Because
You're
the
talking
Yeah, we're
Star
about
Theory
bricks?
comments.
That's so boring. What are you
No.
talking-
So I was aware, not having seen the
I don't
show,
want to know. I don't want to know.
We can start this brick conversation now, Justin.
bricks.
No.
Well, no. Do you
I don't
know
wanna
about
talk
Star Wars
bricks.
theory? Like, do you know about Star Wars theory
Yeah.
getting like all sorts of shit because he just mentioned like, I didn't like how the bricks and screws stood out in this episode, and like it was kind of like the least of concerns in his review. He just like mentioned it in passing, but then they're like, Star Wars theory is a toxic fandom menace triggered by bricks, and
That what?
yeah,
Triggered
and so then he's like,
fandom?
dude, I can't say anything without weirdos making videos and misconstrued clips of me talking about bricks, and
Dude,
assuming this reflects my whole view of Andor. But so I didn't even watch the show. This is months ago, but I'm aware of that controversy.
Yeah, we're
in
starting
Star
to
Wars
actually
talk.
watch.
So we're
Andor.
watching
that's a
it.
made-up
We're like-
controversy, though, by some
No,
journalist.
it's not made up. It is legit
No, this
because we're
has
watching
happened.
it, and I'm like, I totally see what he means. These bricks look like I'm just at like some 1850s like set. It doesn't look like Star
okay.
Wars.
Well, I get that, but to make what I was saying was the news. Like they have nothing better
Well, no,
to talk
I
about.
agree
These
for
fucking
new.
journalists.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that. I don't know if it was journalists. Was it journalists that did that? I thought it was just people.
Oh,
On
I
Twitter
mean,
or
maybe we
something.
can call them so-called journalists if you want to. If they're like making a fucking article about
Karen.
bricks, like they have nothing better to do. Like
Yeah.
Jesus,
Well, no, it's
guys,
but
like don't
I
make an
guess
article about it. They're just fucking bricks.
no, I agree.
My
So like Angus,
God.
When you
for-
get paid by
for
word
context-
count.
For context, though, like for conversation, it's like Angus and I said I don't really mind the bricks, and he's like, well, yeah, but it looks like they're just from Earth, and do you want every planet to look like every material comes from Earth, and like he's
because
saying
then we
quote
started
that
talking about
Lucas
George
said,
Lucas and how like Lucas is very clear, which it's like this statement alone is like, it's hard to be clear about, but with his design teams through his history, he's like, all right, so everything you make has to like not look like it's from Earth, but it has to look like something you understand as soon as you see it. Like when you see
like
an item, or maybe you might have to see it being used, but you need to instantly understand its function, even though it's not of this world. And so when I see brickwork that looks like down the street at a church, it really stands out, where it's like it doesn't even look like any kind of alien churching up of brickwork.
What would this culture do?
Bricks make sense as like a simple concept of building. I get it. It's age old, regardless of material. Everyone has some sort of dirt, clay, whatever mixed with water and put it into squares or rectangles. Like I get it.
Right. But instead
in Star Wars, you see the Tuscans, like they make teepees, but they're Star Wars teepees out of banthas
they're
and
unique to the universe,
right? And so
it's little
I totally get what Star Wars series is saying.
Oh, I see.
And so
and
with this conversation.
Details.
And with this conversation too, I was able to that made me think about what would look cooler instead of seeing just the bricks. So like this simple little thing that seems retarded
sparked a sociological
nice
inquiry,
aesthetic type of thing. How could we make these backgrounds look different but not too complex and different style? What about this culture? Like what can you do?
Yeah.
And it's like this is like that just stemmed from the bricks comment.
and that also helps you, Rookie, as a filmmaker, like little things like that just that will be jarring for people. How do we not do that? Like
it's like do we change the color? Do we make it a different texture, a different shape that's not rectangle? Like what do we do
if
here?
we're focused on the background, like we're nitpicking things. Like I remember when you were premiering, I think like it's the Rookie's Quest. It was like the second episode.
It was episode 2. Yes, episode 2.
Yeah, when drunk 3PO and I were talking about there's vodka on the laundry machine.
Yeah.
There's like something on the floor. There's this on the floor.
Gatorade. I had a poster of
Gatorade's on the floor.
Lauren Cohen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like we're just messing with you, but at the same time, it's just like we're also like pointing out like, hey, you need to pay attention to your fucking background, dude, because like because if we don't do it as your friends, like other people will, and you will never know about it. Like, it's a nitpick thing, but it's also like our friend like made something with all of us involved, and we can't just sit here and pretend like it doesn't exist. We can't.
You and I struggled with that watching the fan film stuff, like the wallpaper and just like just things that were around. Like why is that? Why is the pumpkin there? Why is that there? Like.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about with the wallpaper. That's the Power Rangers thing. That's what you focused on, and I was like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, now that you point that out, yeah.
There's like 6 doors in the kitchen, and we're like, what?
Yeah, I was just like, this is not a good.
Dude,
setting.
What the fuck's going on with Twitter? I check my notifications, and it's like we flagged this. You put a warning on one or more of your recent tweets because they might have sensitive content, and I look at what it is. And I said going live #All American Beef, and it's just the link to this stream, and the title, of course, is Comicsgate Afraid of Boobs.
I think Twitter's just having glitches again. Yesterday they had super glitches, like you couldn't follow people. Sometimes you couldn't look at messages, notifications were messed up. It was saying
Why would you
reached
flag
tweet
this?
limit.
It's a stream.
I don't think it was. I don't think it's actually. It'll be removed probably tomorrow or something. It's been having issues anyway.
I'm just like, what the fuck?
I don't even know what you guys are talking about, but
no, I got a YouTube flag or warning, whatever, put on retweeting this stream. Like literally, all I said besides the link in the title was "going live." #All American Beef. Like # OnlyFans girls was trending the other day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yet I'm getting flagged.
No, like, I think it's Twitter's been having some kerfuffles lately, so it's probably a glitch thing. So now I won't worry about it.
They're targeting me. I need to make a quartering video. There we go.
Do you guys, speaking of Twitter, don't you guys love it when random shit just gets thrown in there when you're like, oh, this thing is trending? Like today I was looking up, oh, Joe Rogan is trending, and it's about how I guess a lot of people thinks he doesn't like Jewish people, which is really fucking stupid because that's just completely untrue. And then
clearly you haven't watched his fucking channel.
But just like one of the things that was brought up was like something about cucumbers and how to shove it up your ass or something like.
You're gonna say how to scare a kitty cat.
Fuck? This is
Dude, you know it's funny. It's funny you said cucumbers because I eat cucumbers. I just cut the tip off and then I eat it like a banana. I eat them like a banana. I just
what?
And I think nothing of it. I've raised my kids to do this. Yeah, like Bugs Bunny. That's how I eat cucumbers. And I've raised my kids like this. And so sometimes they want cucumbers. I just like cut half of it and fucking there you go. And they're just eating away on a cucumber. And it's funny because like it's a phallic shaped vegetable and everyone freaks out if you don't slice it. I'm at work in like a dirty job. So like thankfully God or the universe, whatever, put a nice coating the skin around on the cucumber so I don't get ooey gooey weird shit, if I set it down somewhere. Like it's got a covering naturally to shield the flesh from disgusting stuff. I can wipe off the skin. I can't wipe off a sliced cucumber, easily. And so that's the rationale of why I started just eating it like a banana. And it's funny because one of the supervisors at work, like, just staring like, what the fuck? I didn't have the timing, but I was like, what? You never seen a guy eat a cucumber? Like, but it's funny that, that show would be trending of how to shove it up your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
It was something else.
I thought you were going to continue on the trending thing.
No. I'm sorry. I'm trying to learn how to let other people talk because I'm an asshole. So
no, you're good. I'm trying to learn as well because but I don't know, because like Angus and I will talk all the time. Sometimes we'll talk in like alongside whatever you're saying, so that one can take over sometimes.
All right, get to the fucking point.
I shall dominate
what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
That was it. I was asking if you were gonna do more on the trending topic. That's it. So
I interrupted you in the one right before. Whatever. Ugh. All right. I guess we'll talk about nothing now.
All right. Well, I don't actually look at the trending area very much. I just look at my feed at best and notifications. I don't really look
no, I get it. No. Okay. Let's move on.
Wait, I want to show you something very interesting.
Thank you.
You're like, God, please get us out of this conversation.
No. I just like, fuck, I saved a bunch of stuff today on bookmarks.
Also, guys, some of this jokes, we're just fucking around.
Of course.
Or are we? I don't know.
Are we?
All right, so.
Or are we?
Apparently, this is a real MRI scan of a person speaking, and it's really weird.
What the fuck?
Just swallowing?
No, he's talking.
Oh, I see.
Watch how the tongue moves.
What did they sing though?
It's like a creature. That is wild.
Yeah, that guy was swallowing there, and then
Yeah, he swallowed. Now
like,
he's talking, and like the way from the side view, seeing the tongue in its fullness, being like this like Pixar character articulating,
Pulling a scared
is-
turtle. It's not coming out.
It's interesting. I don't know.
This will actually help people at Pixar. Like they'll probably that's probably in the budget
On Inside Me
to like ask for like
Inside
these
Me.
sort of things and like see how humans like talk and their behaviors and
Well, dude, you
what-
can make a
what-
karate character out of this. Like, just imagine a tongue voiced by Jackie Chan. It's a kung fu tongue.
I'm gonna say
Well,
voiced by Jack
maybe.
Black, of course.
You know, it's like,
but also like it does. I actually think it does help with animators to replicate better what humans like how we all talk, and it leads to a better product as a result. So I think this is extraordinarily helpful for things like that in animation.
Yeah, looks freaking awesome. Yeah, I have a thing we can show. We didn't actually talk about The Last of Us at all, surprisingly.
Wait, Eagles and Chiefs? No, sorry.
Huh?
Oh, I thought that was the. Oh, that's just your background.
that's the background.
Okay.
I'm a Philly fan. Do you not notice the green room I'm in?
Oh, I got
Yeah,
it.
we're going to the
Oh,
Super Bowl. Fuck yeah.
Man, I am so mad. Fuck
What, the Bengals
Chiefs.
didn't go? I was hoping the Bengals would go.
I would too, because like what? Think of it like this, Angus. Like when I was
If the
growing up,
Bengals would
like,
have beat me in the Super Bowl, I would not be mad. I really like the Bengals.
they didn't beat you.
No,
You're not
I
on
know,
the
but
team.
if they beat the Chiefs, we would be playing them this week. And I was projecting Eagles Bengals, and I told people if the Bengals beat me in the Super Bowl, I'm not even mad because you'll finally get a Super Bowl against, and it's like a team I like, so I'm not mad. If it was a blowout, I'd be like, fuck.
Yeah, because like I don't know, man. Like I know you didn't grow up in Ohio. You weren't born here.
No,
Is
but
that
I've been a Bengals
correct?
fan my whole life because my dad was a Bengals fan, so I kind of picked them in my collage of favorite teams because of him.
Oof. Dude, when I was growing up, like I was born and raised in Columbus, and holy shit, like both between the Browns and the Bengals, like holy shit, they were both so bad that we just were like, fuck it, let's root for the college team in the middle, and as long as they beat Michigan, that's all we care about.
I love when Michigan beats Ohio State. I fucking hate Ohio State.
I don't, because like that's the only like thing like from that's the only sports thing that I actually fucking care about.
Yeah. I don't watch college, but I keep up with the Buckeyes because I'm always like, fuck, did they lose this week? Oh, I can't wait to rub it in.
Why do you hate them so
Because
much?
I'm from Oklahoma, right? And we have a legendary team, the Sooners, 7-time champions. All right. When we go to Oklahoma, like, yeah, there's Sooners fans. But before the Oklahoma City Thunder came to Oklahoma, like that's all Oklahoma has had. That's pretty much the only recognition Oklahoma has had besides a couple country stars like Toby Keith and Garth Brooks. But they're famous because they're country, not because of they're Oklahomans. So it's like I'm from a flyover state, and the one thing that is nationally recognized is a football team. And even that, our fandom is not fucking in your face and pompous and arrogant and just
like
incessant.
a different OSU,
incessant. So when I come up here, I was going to college at OSU and I was excited, like, all right, I'm gonna be a Buckeye, hot dog. And then I see the fandom, I see every fucking thing here named Buckeye, and the fucking butthurt of your fandom. The fandom of the Buckeyes is the fandom of the Dallas Cowboys. It's the same type of fandom. It's you. Oh yeah, we're great, championship bound. We love our team. You'll lose. I don't see fucking any scarlet and gray because you're fair weather fucks. Being a Philly fan, where before 2017, at best we were second place. Like that has a character to it to stay a fan of that versus like Cowboys, where it's like they could lose every season. It's like we got 5 Super Bowls. You know what I mean? Like that is part. It's like the Yankees or the Lakers or the USC Trojans or the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, where it's like they can never win again, and people rub the championships from 50 years ago in your face. And that's OSU. And people are only fans when they're good. When they suck, you don't even know there's OSU in this fucking state. And so that is why I hate the Buckeyes, because like I came here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to be a Buckeye, and then I saw what this fandom is, and I despise it because it goes completely against my character as an Eagles fan. And so I get really excited when they lose because all the Fairweather fans cry and like, oh, the refs, boo-hoo. And it's like, no, Michigan just kicked your ass 2 years in a row because you deserved it.
Oh, so I don't really. I mean, I felt that way with the Bengals this year against the Chiefs. I was like, oh fuck, yeah. Like I felt that. I felt that.
No, the entire nation, like one of the biggest NFL podcasters was addressing like the NFL needs to fix this because everyone is thinking this game was rigged in the fourth quarter for the Chiefs because it's a better storyline. Former Eagles coach playing his team in the Super Bowl, and there's also brothers on each side.
Think about that. It was just like, they were, with that field kick, it was just that was fucked up because like, the Bengals guy was just like falling and then had his hands out, probably to just prevent his fall. That's messed up. That is a bad call, and that caused them to win. And I'm like, fuck that.
It should have been an overtime game. I agree. Like it's not the Bengals lost. It's the way they lost where it's like, this feels rigged. I wasn't even voicing that, but like I see it on mainstream, like big NFL podcasts talking about
and that one
this perception,
like running back or whatever, who was like, yeah, fuck you Bengals and stuff like that, dude.
No, I love that.
You know what?
Have you ever watched old footage of the NFL when people would like grab you by the face mask to pull you out of bounds and like they'd start punching each other? Like I miss football having like masculinity and aggression, and like let them have it out. Like how hockey, like it's part of the game. People just start fucking fighting on the ice rink.
Well, like, hockey's different, but just like
no, you got men on fucking ice skates. That's kind of gay. Football is all about breaking each other with your body.
We have all seen Napoleon Dynamite and Will Ferrell with Blades of Glory. So
yeah, like
except for
hockey's kind of gay because like there's a like feminine energy to being able to efficiently ice skate. Like it's cool, it's a skill, but it's kind of gay. It's like being a ballerina.
Rookie, what do you think of that?
Why would hockey require fights over football?
Like football is literally hitting each other with your body. Hockey is about using a stick to hit a puck into a goal. Like you don't need to hit each other.
The fact they need to actually drop their stick, take off their gloves, and start punching each other is like it sounds like a lot more work to get into a fight. It's where football you just take the helmets off and start brawling.
Yeah, like football is literally throwing your body into another guy for 60 minutes. You see what I mean? Like the fact that they like instantly flags, ejections because you fought each. It's like this is the whole point of the game is literally aggression. It's not even like sure there's finesse. There's skills, but it is a bodily aggressive sport, and then you penalize fighting. And so like trash talk is good because it's an extension of that aggression that is inherent to the game. And so like I miss rivalries like the Cowboys Eagles. The coaches would smack talk each other in press conferences. And now, oh man, they called Arrowhead Burrowhead because Joe Burrow's had the Chiefs number. Oh, fuck him. And it's like, oh, that's like really being hard now. It's like, this is some kid shit.
Yeah, like the whole point of like a bunch of guys like smashing their heads against each other and smashing their heads against rocks, like whatever.
No. I wanted to hear his point.
I know. I'm like, Okay,
was just
okay. And
telling
he's
you,
like,
right?
you know what? I have no argument. Fuck you.
So he wins the fight usually.
Watch him not come back. He's like, that was the point.
That was the point.
Incels.
No, I was gonna say it'd be cool if in football. See, I'd be more interested if they were to get in fights and they cut it, they draw a circle in the center of the field and then they give them spears or swords or something to be like fight. So all right, it's fight time. Have like a 2-minute time.
have
timer
like
on fighting.
trumpeteers ready the troops for battle. Like
It changes game, a whole new game here. We got football section. Now we're into 2-minute like fighting action.
kind of like how you have a jump ball on the ends of the court when there's like a toss up and like that it's got its own system to start
battle
that.
fight.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, you could have like little circles where it's like, all right, or 8 minutes till the game's over. So this is like for additional points, untimed.
Yeah, you get a bonus 4 points or something if you win.
No, not even that. You get sumo wrestlers. So this is how you make the NFL. You make the NFL international. So at like the 8-minute marks of each half, you randomly have sumo wrestlers that represent each team fight each other.
That'd get me more into the game. All these different elements.
I'm sorry, I fucked that up. But like I was touching my screen and shit, and accidentally swiped. And I was like, God, like
he swiped left on the stream.
Yep. He's like, God, not again. Oh, but that made me think. No, Angus would work better as in football. Instead of having a fight, they turn it into. It's like, oh, they're about to fight, and then it turns into a hockey game, and then the football players put on ice skates, and they.
Oh, now it's okay. Now it's okay. They're punching each other.
Only in the wintertime. Like you know what's so funny? Like in one of the games. In one of the games, the final games, I in the playoffs, there was I was at work at a sports bar, and it was so funny. There was everyone was playing, and there was like snow on the ground, and I was like, "Hey, man, dude, I really like ice hockey. I love ice hockey. It was great. It works when you see the visual there, but." Yeah. All right, that didn't fucking land whatsoever.
I thought there's more to the story, so I was like,
yeah, I'm like, okay, waiting for it to continue.
I'm like, I thought this was like halfway through.
This is what I mean. This is why I hate comedy. Like someone at work's like, oh, well, this story this will definitely make you laugh. And so I'm like waiting.
It doesn't
and then like blah
work.
blah blah. I told my grandkid to get that ball out of their mouth.
It's like,
and so like that was the hook, but the way she said it was like. And then blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what I was waiting for is like the continuing. And so, and she's like, well, that's it. And I'm like, oh,
all right. And
funny.
somebody laughed so hard. They laughed so hard that they spilled all the juice all over them. I don't know.
And then what?
and then they cried, and then they went home, and then they got fired because they were crying on the job. All right.
There you go.
Is that better? Is that better if I make shit up at the end?
No, it was just the way you sounded unsure that you were finished when you were telling us that. So I was like,
and then they all died
because you said
they died.
It sounded like you gave a setup of the scene and then you were done. And I'm like,
oh, it was my delivery. Okay.
I was like, so can you start
over?
No,
exactly.
Like, I actually like just now knowing that was the end, and now maybe I could follow better.
Okay, so if I said something like, I saw some like if you see some football players in the snow. And they're playing and they're like, you see those still shots of them when they're like twirling in the air and, those great photographs of that where it's like, it seems so epic. And I'm like, damn, fucking love ice hockey.
Okay, that at least I can picture that better. The way you said it first, I thought you were saying like you and friends were like playing in the field and it happened to be snowy and you were like, I like ice hockey. And I'm like, what did that? So this goes somewhere. But
yeah. So at least that went somewhere. See, Heartland Studios, it's not just you guys that we criticize. We criticize each other.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. See, I have a problem where sometimes I don't know if I want to end what I'm saying yet, and I'll keep on talking. And then I'm like,
Burgundy?
Yeah, just like, and you know what I mean? And then I'll add things on that I probably shouldn't need to add on, and then I'm like, I don't know where to end. So yeah, you know. And then
Yeah.
it's like, oh, it sounds really stupid now because I ended on a weaker note.
That's what happens with stand-up comedy. Sometimes you're in the middle of the story and you're like, you know, I'll tell a joke like, you know, guys, hey, I really like this woman. Like, she's great. She's just as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside. Like, I just met her, but like, I just know this because I ate her out last night, or something like that. And
Right.
that doesn't land. That doesn't really land that well.
Yeah, you're like, wait, okay.
It's like, so she's just as beautiful on the inside as the outside because you ate her out. Okay, cool, good job. You know,
It's like,
you know,
right,
like,
so that was part one. Where's the rest? It's like,
Well,
yeah, it's just like,
yeah.
I think you need a primer for that to be funny, because it'd be like, ha, sex joke. But like, I had nothing to like, and the reveal wasn't gratifying enough, and there's nothing before it to kind of like get me on track of like, oh, where's it coming? Whoa, we did it again! Like,
if he was like making fun of somebody else's girlfriend or something earlier, and then he brings this up, and it's like, oh, it's like before. Oh, and then okay, this is a continuation, sort of. There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like Chappelle uses Clifford in Closer as a replacement for the N-word, and then he'll like, you know, go on these tangents and blah blah, and like, Clifford, and like, you said that earlier. I get it.
Put it in my brain, and now I remembered it. There we go.
But speaking of Clifford,
yes, I use nigga.
What?
I've used it. I admit it. I put the H on it to emphasize it's nigga. You know, nigga.
Whoa, what?
Nigga, you know, can you lend a nigga a pencil?
What the fuck? Where did this come from?
I don't know. It's apparently really famous.
A long time ago, but Jesus Christ,
it's apparently famous, and I love it, and so I bookmarked it because I love it. He's like, nigga, nigga, can I get a pencil?
I don't think that's ever been said before. I need to write a John Hancock.
I like how he's got a diagram. Nigga.
Writing it out makes it even more lame. Just as like, why is
it's so simple. Like, see, this is what I mean. Like, this is funny as fuck, and it's not like a comedy, but it's just fucking funny because there's a comedic like element to it, unintended. And this is The Office. Like, they never get like that hard where it's like, oh, nigger. But like, they have setups like this where it's like, it's just odd, but it's it could definitely happen in your life. It's not just some studio setup. That's the brains of The Office. It's things like this, and they actually do some racial sensitivity shit, like Michael Scott, Steve Carell. He has to get sensitivity training. He thinks it's for the whole office. It's like, actually, it's just for you. We need you to sign this like diversity training bullshit. And because he got in trouble because someone reported him for impersonating Chris Rock, and so they're like reading it verbatim or some shit. He's like, no, you're butchering it, you know. And then he's trying to do the Chris Rock bit with the diversity guy there, which is like, you're in trouble for this, you know. Like, that's funny, but it's also awkward. Like, that's why that show's brilliant to me. I totally get that it's not like a normal comedy though.
Sorry, I was trying to not die as I was laughing. But indeed.
Nigga.
Like, hand me a pencil. I'm trying to imagine like the most gangster dude or something say that, and then hand him like a number. Just like, this is so stupid.
Speaking of which, let me show this one. I thought this is pretty funny. Proper, do you follow Mr. Beast at all?
No, I don't even know the guy. I don't even know.
So he's he's a super huge YouTuber.
No, I don't know where he lives.
He was on Rogan.
I don't follow him because
This is a proper
fucking
joke.
idiot. I was taking it literally, like actually following him.
A Justin joke, right?
You
know.
Oh God!
You're not a stalker.
Get that. I get that.
No, I get the joke. Like now that you've said it, I was totally just like in the zone talking to you, and I'm like, wait, is he not understanding?
No, I got you, but
sometimes...
like, I'm aware of Mr. Beast. He like does weird videos and then gives
he's a total like analytics whore. Like, and so I just watching him on Rogan. I appreciate him. I appreciate him in a way because he's like independent and he's like dumped all of his money back into his shit and employed so many people. He's not like greedy, and
he helps a lot of people,
right? No, so like I see the value. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, but at the same time, I hate this guy because all of his shit's disingenuous. It's all just what'll get me in the algorithm, and
who cares as long as it serves other
people?
No,
I don't settle for that. Where it's like, well, he did good, so whatever. Like, fuck that, man. I'm all about integrity. I'm all about integrity, and I see this guy as lacking any, because it's all like based on the algorithm, and so that just instantly makes me like grody. I don't like it.
So
anyway,
what?
regardless of that.
Okay. I guess we can move on, but
that's not the focus. I don't want to get muddled down into. This is kind of the conversation me and Rookies will have, where it's like we're not really disagreeing or agreeing with any points we're saying. We just kind of like these kind of mental games of tearing a topic apart. But regardless, Mr. Beast is the topic I was asking you, and going off of the nigga, this is a pretty funny meme of his fucking thumbnails. It's like, Mr. Beast, I will give you $1,000 for every ethnic slur yelled at passersby. That would be amazing.
Wait. What?
Someone made a fake thumbnail off. Like,
thank God!
Believably, like him though. It's like it's a racist joke.
It's like, well, it looks. This is the same as his other thumbnails. The guy covering his ears makes that funnier. Like,
well, and the look of all the black people are just like, really?
say the word. Say it. Well, listen. We'll hear it.
Especially that dude on the right. Yeah.
The one on the left, he's like, bruh. That's
the fucking angry black woman.
Oh my God.
Judgment. Judge.
Like a white dude and
I love the white guy just like
demon words, demon.
It's funny because the white person is more offended.
In the left hand corner, just like that one dude is like totally white. It's like, I support you. Like, I'm there for you.
I love the excitement of Mr. Beast with this concept.
Like, this is great. It's funny because he offers $10,000 for other things sometimes. So like only 1,000. Okay, is it worth it?
Yeah. Like, when did Mr. Beast get super cheap? You bastard.
Well, he's also done like how much? He's like, if I give you like $100,000, will you quit your job right now? Kind of thing. It's like,
okay. You're gonna have to give me $100 million. Sorry, then I'll be set for life.
You should always at least try to barter up a little, so you're not just like, no.
Speaking of bartering up.
Oh God.
Speaking of bartering up. Jews.
Oh, I saw that. That's exactly what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about earlier.
The idea that Jewish people are not into money is ridiculous.
Listen,
that's like saying Italians aren't into pizza. It's fucking stupid.
Listen,
Oh, God.
I understand.
That
See, it was under that trend that I saw the cucumber thing that was completely fucking unrelated.
I love when people get a popular thread off of like using the trending, but it's completely not the trending that they're sharing.
What?
Yeah.
Use ketchup as deodorant. What?
Oh my god.
No. It's not just that. It'd be like the 5 benefits of using ketchup as deodorant.
Like legit, yeah.
Dude, man. I'm gonna share this with you. This photo, if you could bring it up.
Wait, I will admit it. Here, okay, maybe we can all agree this is funny.
No, I just DM'd you the photo, so
I will pull it up after this.
Yeah.
A quick word from our sponsors.
Oh God.
No one.
Here we go. Oh,
please
God.
sponsor me.
Yes. Daddy hair is pretty. I agree. Wow. So pretty.
Her fucking little laugh where the girl gets like, you're fucking bald, nigga.
Oh, that's so innocent and adorable. I love
it. Okay, let me pull up what you shared. Let's get ready to not laugh. Look how I underwhelmed that.
Mm-hmm. Well, because it might surprise me with a big laugh.
I just learned that giant.
It's under Joe Rogan, as you see.
I just learned that giant sea cucumbers and Joe Rogan have something in common. The giant sea cucumber
it did say Joe
uses
Rogan.
its
Okay.
anus as a second mouth.
Oh God!
So
I didn't even
just like how Jews and money and Italians and pizza. It's the same thing.
Neil
I misread that.
Loventhal.
I just saw the cucumber tweet.
Sounds Jewish. Totally not biased. Totally not a biased tweet from a Jew.
Okay, so it did. It said I read giant sea cucumbers, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Okay, so I was wrong.
Actually, let me look how big a giant sea cucumber is compared to a human.
You say a human cucumber.
Oh my
God! Sea cucumber, like a human cucumber.
Proper. This is what I mean. All right. So like SpongeBob. All right. He's
Kevin the sea cucumber.
No, not the sea cucumber. Like he is a character, yes, but no. This is what I mean about like shit being funny to me in odd ways, where it's not even like the joke setup. It's shit like throwaway lines in SpongeBob where he's like, can't have dirty garbage. And so you're like, oh, he's cleaning up his house, taking out the trash. But no, he like sprays the trash to like clean it in the trash can. Instead of throwing it away, he's clean. It's like, it's like that's layered for adults. Cause like a kid's like, whatever. But like as an adult, it's like, stupid. It's trash.
Yeah, it's trash. You can't like clean trash is trash.
It's like you can clean it, but it's trash. Like, so yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
are you saying
comedy is hard for me to figure out like what works for me because like I love raunchy comedy. Superbad's hilarious, but then other shit that is that raunchy, I'm usually like off put by it because it feels like they're trying to be too hardcore and edgy. Where it's like,
right.
Here's
and then you have assholes like Rookie who's like Superbad sucks.
Yeah, pretty much. But I was gonna use another example of like Event Horizon. We're loving that movie, and we love the movie. But when they have a little fight scene with what's his face Morpheus, they're like fighting. They start having like cartoony sound effects for like their fight, like whoosh, like it sounds, and for some reason, and he gets, and when he gets flying, coupled with the sound effect, it surprised us and it just killed us. We're just like, it's like whoosh, oh, and we're like, this is funny as shit. And it's like dramatic and sad. Oh no, he's getting beaten up, and we're like, this is. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is funny though. The sounds, it's like the beating ham Captain America type of like sound effect is happening here, and we're just couldn't get out of our head. So, like that made us laugh. Okay. It was like it's not actually that funny, but it surprised us, and that was funny.
Do you guys like Dora?
Dora the Explorer. Yeah.
All right.
How are you gonna ruin our childhoods now?
Yeah, not bad.
Vamonos, Boots.
Do you want to tell them why you don't like Dora?
No. Proper is part of the Biden administration. So fuck him.
Oh no.
All right, maybe off air.
No, it's nothing. It's nothing crazy. Well, years ago, you might think it's crazy, but like I think I can elaborate enough for you. Like, oh, like maybe I wouldn't think of that, but probably, especially today with all the cartoons. Like,
yeah, probably later. Yeah.
I was referring to the audience thing.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll offer that.
Not the other. I'm referring to the audience.
So when I was a kid, for the first couple years after my mom got remarried, we only had CBS, NBC like on like the antenna to our TV, and so
remember
the only
those, Rookie?
Barely, but yes, a little bit.
The only real cartoon I had to watch was on Saturday mornings. It was CBS Nick Jr. And so I've always loved Blue's Clues, and that's about all I remember. Maybe Teletubbies was on there. I don't know if they're Nickelodeon or not, but I did love Teletubbies.
That wasn't quite. That was PBS. But...
PBS, sure, but there was like overlap, or the like both channels. One would maybe show PBS, one would show Nick. But regardless, I would see Teletubbies sometimes on the two channels, and anyway, or maybe PBS would come as like a third channel. I can't remember, but regardless, Blue's Clues is great as far as the audience immersion for a kid because they have kids making the show for the audience where it's like, oh, where's the clue? And then you hear kids like over there, and so like there's a reasonable interaction that is not just like to a dead camera for the actors and for Blues. And so it only helps you, the viewer child, watching it where it's like, oh, other kids are watching. They're like, yeah. And so when you're also saying it as a stupid kid, like, yeah, of course they can hear me. It's over there, Steve. It's believable and it's immersive. Dora would be like, oh, do you see the taco? And then it's just, she stares at the fucking TV, like at you. And she's like, oh, where is it? And it's like, no one's fucking talking. And like, as a kid, that annoyed the shit out of me.
Hearing that from Angus just made me laugh big time. So that's why I like hearing the story.
Like,
he's like triggered by Dora.
Yeah, no, it's funny because as a kid, I had like film critic kind of like not being exposed to it at all because my parents were fucking retards. So it's not like I would be growing up watching film criticism or anything like it with my parents. But like even as a kid, I had that predisposition mentally of like Dragon Ball Z. It was just so much fucking yelling all the time. It felt like it went nowhere. And then I get older and it's like, oh, even the fans joke about that. And they've like made shorter versions of the show because there's so much fucking yelling. And it's like, see what I mean? Like, that's why I didn't like the show. Piccolo looks cool, but Piccolo's the green one. Yeah. But like, I'm not sitting through all that fucking yelling to maybe get somewhere 5 episodes later. And that opinion is only reinforced as an adult when like I had no knowledge of the fandom and the memes. And same with like Dora, where it's like, Jesus Christ, this like really pisses me off.
Indeed.
I get
it. That's it. Yep. see, and now it's like, okay, so
what does that have to do with Joe Biden?
No, I thought Ricky was egging me on with a different angle.
I totally forgot what else he told me about Dora, and now I remember what it was. And I was like, oh no, the other thing, the more it's like the audience thing, because I find that funny. But yeah, but no, I thought it was because he showed the Dora chick on TikTok. So it's like, oh yeah, do you know the Dora story?
Do you see her booty? Where?
I don't really see much of one. It was just plastic surgery.
Oh, actually, here's an interesting
Swiper,
video.
no swiping.
Oh man.
So apparently a chimpanzee pays for delivery.
Wow. Like McDonald's?
Ah!
Pizza Hut.
Oh shit. Oh dude. Right, bro.
He's wearing shoes.
I'd be like, no.
I'd be freaking out like, oh fuck, the simian flu is next.
It'd be like, he killed the owner and took his clothes, and now he's ordering pizza to kill me next. No.
More hilarious if like he reached into his pocket for more money to like give him a tip, like.
He makes a chimp phone call, and it's like, that's right.
Chimp phone call. You fucking idiot.
Like a human phone call, of course, you know. But
oh fuck! Wait, did I share that? Oh, here's another monkey video. This is pretty nice and sweet, actually. I fucking love apes and monkeys.
They are funny.
So apparently, this old lady gave the monkeys bread every day, and then she's missing for a couple days. And he's like, "Where's the bread lady?" And so he's like comforting her. And it's like, "Get well soon, so I can get my bread."
I better see you on Monday, bitch. you like your face, you know. You better give me that bread.
That was such a sweet video. Why did you have to fuck it up, rookie?
I'm sorry. It's my habit.
No bread. All right, I'm out.
Here's a little poop for you.
No, that is adorable.
That is good. That's good. It's funny how much apes are like a meme on this channel compared to cows.
Black History Month or Women's Rights?
Black History Month.
What about you? Don't like your rights? You don't like to have your freedom of speech?
Well, I'm not a woman, so.
What are you?
A dude.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry about that. Black
Whoops!
Wait, was that actually a dude? I don't even fucking know.
I don't know. That's the mystery for us to never find out. Part of
I don't want to know. I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Proper. Are you watching Last of Us?
No.
Fuck you. Never mind.
Well, you know what? I want to, but the power is fucking out still. So.
Well, like, I can't show you this till I know you've gotten to a certain point in the show. Then I'll share you a meme. Here's something interesting. I want to get y'all's take on it. I feel normally like, yeah, men should dominate. I'm all for male authority, but I see this and I'm like, this is just fucked up. Like, this is overkill.
This is what the last episode, I assume.
No, not at all.
Or no? Okay. Oh.
POV, you're my husband coming home from a date with another woman.
Oh, hey, you're home. No, I absolutely was not watching 6 episodes of our show without you. Did you bring me the... How was your date? Did you tell her I said hi? Did you tell her that I really love that picture of her in that black dress on Instagram with her dog? Did you guys bone? Did she have bigger boobs than me?
What?
Will you rub my feet? Please? had sex. Oh my god, watch this part. It turns out it's not really Lucifer. I mean,
It wasn't funny. Don't really.
No, it's not fun. I didn't share it for
I-
funny. I shared it for like, this is fucking sad.
This is like the definition of awkward. Of just like I don't like if they told this joke and I'd be like I don't. What was the joke?
I'm assuming this is just straight, like legitimate. Like, we're a poly couple, and here's like me at home when my husband comes home from being with another woman, and like, yeah, if you want to be poly or whatever, or if a man, you know, if you're fine sharing your man, like, cool. But like, I see this and it's like, well, this is why he's getting another woman, because you're like clearly so beaten down, you have no value to yourself.
Just
That
acting like a bro, like hey,
yeah, it's like, would you bone? And it's like, this is sad. Like every guy at least fantasizes about, like, if they're in a committed relationship, like, yeah, you at least fantasize about like, oh fuck, man, if I was single, you know, maybe you can work out having a poly relationship, even if it's one-sided for yourself playing or whatever. Fine, your woman shares you because you're valuable enough. But I feel like this is just like, this isn't sharing. This is her accepting what she can get at all. The fact that he lets her be his maid for his house and dog. You know, it's like, this is just sad. I feel bad for the woman, and that, like, I never give a fuck.
Yeah,
I don't at all. Just like,
Wow.
if that was like a real thing, I'm just
Proper
like,
has less feelings than Angus about. This is breaking news.
No,
please elaborate. Please elaborate.
I don't feel bad because anybody who is like, who has any confidence in themselves would never behave that way. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, yeah, I guess, unless, you have that sort of relationship that's like, you're a Mormon, whatever. By the way, the Book of Mormon was amazing. But look, people don't fucking act this way. Like, don't do it. Like, have more self-esteem.
I imagine this is more of a TikTok thing than their actual lives anyway, for all we know.
Yeah, I know.
Possibly. I totally can see this could all be fake, but I'm viewing it as like, this
But
is
we can
just
pretend,
completely real.
But yet, for
and
real,
this
we
is
can
sad.
imagine.
But if
it being
somebody
real.
is actually like that, then
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming from. It's like, if you actually like do this in your relationship and it's not like pre-established, like, of course, like, if the guy is like fucking other chicks and you're fucking other dudes, that's like an even playing field. But if you are just that kind of person who lets your spouse like fuck other people, but like, I don't know, let's say like they hold a standard where like you can't do that with anybody else, that's no.
No,
it just
wait.
depends on
No,
the
I think we're mixed. I just want to clarify. I view sexual dynamics of like, men can sow their seed, but women have the investment of like, one guy will get them pregnant, whether it's like 8 kids in one batch or one, like, women are stuck with one sire, so like there's an implicit difference biologically, and that's why men can sleep around. Women show their faithful, like, being faithful is like their value, and men show their value through provisioning. They show their investment in their spouse. Like, I'm saying that the dynamic implicitly in a hetero relationship is not even, as far as like sexual partners outside the marriage. And so, like, if you want to be a swinger, if that's established, fine. But that's not even the argument I'm making about this scenario. I'm just saying, like, regardless of what the scenario is, of like, if he is, because he's the man, he can sleep around. Regardless if that's the case, it's not just the fact that she's sharing her husband. It's that she's so beaten down, has no value besides being a maid for him, and maybe like watching TV together.
It seems like she'd want to do things with others, but she hasn't been able to. Hasn't hasn't struck anything.
Yeah, like
so she's like just accepted this.
My whole disdain is not that the man is so in charge and valuable that she allows him to have other partners. It's the fact that clearly she has.
That's her only purpose in life.
What do you mean?
Is that what you're saying? Is like that's her only purpose in life is to just like sit on the couch like that?
Yeah, like that is her, like she's so beaten down that like it's not even like she's not even a threat to the other woman. There's not a tug of war. It's like she's lucky that she's even here with the guy is like how she's let herself be. And also the reason I kind of find disdain, if this is real, the reason I as a man find kind of disdain for the man in this scenario is it's not him being a Chad and getting multiple women. It feels like he's got a woman he's actually invested in, and then he's just controlling this woman. You know, like maybe that was
keeping
his
her
first.
next to him when he doesn't really even want her, but she's
yeah. And so this is why this scenario I find just like this is sad all around. Like if you're, you know, this is not being a Chad. This is just you being controlling. Like you just have her under your thumb completely, where she has no fucking self-worth. And that's why I'm like gross.
Yeah. Since when did you become a feminist?
I'm not. That's why I'm so surprised that like we have such different takes about the woman. So I'm
honestly,
like,
I was
like, so sad for the woman.
What?
I don't feel bad because like you know.
No, she's let herself go or whatever. But it's like I feel bad because she has no agency to even try to have self-worth, to try to come up from whatever downslope she's been on.
I get that because like you have to be through a lot, but also you have to overcome that shit. You need to like just get the get the fuck out of that mindset, you know, because every person is worth something, and you never allow yourself to be in that situation. If you find yourself in that situation, then you need to get the fuck out and get your shit together and do whatever you can to get out.
Well, hold on. I mean, I would say this in defense of the chick anyway. It's like, well, what if she is struggling through stuff, and if her partner was around to help motivate her or something, maybe she could step up and do, you know, have more value or something. But he's out, you know, doing stuff with other chicks all the time, so she's by herself, and it's like she's already down. I mean, that's, you know, especially if they're together, you know, there's no support anchor there really. She's more to support his anchor. Yeah. He's not really there to support her there.
Like the goal of like, I'm such a man, I'm such a Chad, I'm so valuable, multiple women want me. The woman that is married to me lets me sleep around. It's not even that I have to sneak around. It's like, no, the girlfriend knows about the wife knows about the girlfriend. I'm winning because they both want me. They're both serving me or what have you, and I'm providing for them to accept this scenario. Like fine, I'm totally for that. Cool, the dude is winning in that scenario. This feels like overkill. This feels like you're getting her nothing out of her. You're just controlling her. You know, like that's what this setup feels like. That's why I'm like, that's not manly. That's just like, this is beneath you to accept as a man. You should be, even if your woman's sharing it, you should be still like, you know, some kind of feedback back and forth. There should be some value exchange. And it feels one-sided that she's like your maid and dog sitter and maybe a TV bro, and your you know, your actual life investment is outside the home. It just feels wrong. It feels controlling and manipulative. And I'm not one to even care about like the feminist cause or any of that. I'm super pro traditional roles and gender roles, but this just feels like overkill, and it feels beneath
I think
a successful man to accept doing to a woman.
I think though that we're coming at it from two different angles. Like you seem to be like, you were talking about it from the man's perspective. I'm talking about it, you know, from the woman's perspective. You know, when you say like, how do you let yourself get to this situation? I'm just like, or whatever you said that just reminded me of that. I was like, well, I would say the same thing to the woman. How do you allow yourself to get that?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
that's what we're saying for the woman.
I'm saying it about the woman. Like outside of this scenario, it's like, yeah, no, a guy having 2 women he's juggling, like he's winning. He's so valuable. Multiple women will share him. Like that's a sign of success.
Self-respect, like as
But
like, if
for
I
the
were like
woman,
her,
it feels
if
like
I
she
were
doesn't
her
even have
gay-
self-respect. There's nothing that she's really giving him. And,
Yes,
like there's
and
no
Becky,
value that he's
why
getting
she
from her,
needs-
but she's stuck there because she allows herself to be, and he's just content while he goes out and parties. But then she's like
wouldn't
maintaining
in
the
that
home.
scenario, like seriously, and
Well,
she
yeah,
doesn't
but
even
right.
like, and also she doesn't even try to like. She's just sitting watching Netflix in a snuggie, probably hasn't showered
Well, yeah,
in a
but
while or
that goes
something
with
like
what I was
that.
saying. With like, if he's not even there to motivate her or
Yeah.
to do anything to work on anything in the house with her to improve anything, maybe that because if you're in a relationship, sometimes it's that partnership dynamic. But if he's literally invested outside of the house and she's just there inside the house and is depressed, I don't know. It's a little.
Well then, why would you act so happy whenever he comes home? I would just like get.
She's putting
like,
on a
there ha-
face, or
y-
she's
well,
like just she's blinded herself to accept her role that she's like
she's
has
accepted.
no
That's what we
value.
were
So now
saying
it's like,
earlier. Like she's accepted. Not everybody. It takes a lot of people. Some people get to like 400 pounds before they realize maybe I should lose a little weight. Like it's
maybe I'm the problem.
yeah, but then you also have to like it all starts from somewhere, and when your surrounding environments don't allow you for that, then it's up to you. All you have is you, and when it gets to that point, when you've hit rock bottom, you have to do something if you want your life to change.
No, that's part of what we're saying though. Is like
Yeah,
he's
it's like
yeah,
I'm
so
not,
that's why
I'm
don't
not
feel-
for her like divorcing her husband. I'm not saying you do you, girl,
do that to
emancipate,
women
go on
always
your
win
journey.
in
I'm
those
not saying that.
situations.
I'm saying like whether this scenario maintains
Yeah.
and he has his
Oh.
girl on the
Oh.
side and the wife, like fine. I'm totally for a guy winning, but this feels like overkill that it's completely one-sided and she's just resigned herself to this role. Like she has nothing to offer. She's lucky to even be here to maybe get a foot rub while she's asking like, oh, did she have sex? Does she have bigger boobs than me? Like she's clearly, there's an intrinsic in that verbiage, there's a clear intrinsic jealousy. And that's good to have jealousy. That jealousy is a motivator, but she's so beaten down that that's not a motivator. And he accepts that. And it's like,
he high-fived her.
Yeah, and it's like, oh man, this is so sad. This is not winning. It's not winning for her, definitely. And it's like the fact that a guy would accept this scenario, that is
he wouldn't like what
it's
did she
it's beneath whatever value it has to be juggling women. It's beneath him to accept that. And acceptance of it feels manipulative at that point. And nefarious.
Like, is she just staying home all day though, or does she have a very high-paying job that is?
No. Men do not give a fuck about women's jobs.
Well, hold on. So hold on. To go into his thing though, just from all we can work on is what was shown, and it's implied that this is just like a pretty much day-to-day thing where she's able to be at home all day, and he can go out and play and whatever, essentially. And so it's assumed that she does not have a high-paying job or anything. That she is the wife character from Married with Children, but in a different way or something.
But
Tim understands what I'm saying. Oh my god!
Yeah, but
Thank you, Tim.
See, here's the thing: like I don't know if you feel bad for her as much as you just pity her and her situation.
No, it is pity, and pity's not a bad thing.
Well, I do think though that she just needs a fucking gay best friend to just slap her across the face and just be like, "Look, get the fuck out of the situation, you fucking whore, you idiot."
See, I'm not
you
even
need
saying
to stop this. You need to stop it. You are better than this. Like,
that doesn't
I
always
remember you when
no.
when
So
you
I'm not.
actually
Yeah,
had
exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not advocating.
I don't care, whatever.
I'm not advocating for divorce. I'm not advocating pro or against the poly aspect. What I'm advocating against is her resignation to accept this is, he gets all the essentially marital value from another woman, and then he comes home and here's his maid TV bro wife.
And that's the thing. That's why she needs a gay best friend to just be like, woman, you need to stop. And the gay
think of it like this. Think of it like this. In
can
Game
say
of
whatever
Thrones,
they want because
in Game of
what?
Thrones, Khaleesi initially is a child bride that is ultimately just a valuable whole to trade off for an army, and that's the exchange.
Thank you.
And so Khal Drogo
Yes,
uses
what I'm
her
getting
like
at.
that. And then eventually she has, her like brothel born friends that teach her more about sex and agency, and she gets agency. And then you have a real couple versus like a Stockholm thing going on. They actually become a real couple in the show. And she's like
And
takes
then
some
that
control,
woman
and there's a
becomes
give
a
and take.
murderer.
And so then
Yeah.
it's cute. Then it becomes cute when at first it feels like this is completely one-sided. You completely feel like, even if this is like
She's
the way
dreading
the
this
world
life
was,
as it
it's
was.
like it's like, fuck, you're literally just a hole after the day's done that he gets off on,
and sometimes
then he
they
goes
can
to
accept
sleep.
it. Well, I'm saying that's what Cersei kind of is to Rob in a way. It was like, you're around, but I don't actually desire you.
Yeah,
a little.
he,
But
he got the benefit
desires
of a
her
kingdom
own
because of
flesh
her.
and blood. We need to keep it in the family.
maybe it's not the best scenario.
Well,
here,
no, I
but-
think the Khaleesi aspect was a good example, and then
yeah,
you see like
and
she
that's-
gets agency, and then there's an actual relationship you're rooting for. Versus at first, it's
there.
like, oh, he's
Yeah.
just taking advantage of her.
Yeah, we're I guess what the point is that he as the man might not even want to look outside of the house for other people if his wife was able to get more value, was to improve. But he's like, okay, well, she's kind of just seems to be this way, so whatever, I'm just gonna look somewhere else. And him not being there probably makes it worse. So she's just kind of accepted it. Maybe she's tried, and it's like, oh well, nobody really seems to like me, but at least I have him. I can say I'm married. So
Yeah,
I guess
little sidebar to engage Tim. He's in the chat. He says Raylos are nice to me though. Wink.
Well, that's obvious.
Fine.
Yeah.
Regardless of what's funny about Raylos. What's funny about Raylos is
I
that
can't even believe.
I
that
don't
went
remember
further than
Raylos, to be
Angus.
honest.
Like
this relationship that they're rooting for, made by soy feminist Disney, is actually just an elaborate princess fantasy. It's funny.
Wait,
it's funny. Like
honestly,
girls, they always fall for the same shit. Like we want to be a girl boss, but look, the girl boss just wants to get fucking taken by Giga Chad Kylo Ren.
Wait, I swear I've forgotten it. I've forgotten entirely. What is Raylo exactly? Like
Ray Kylo.
I know, but like, what is the fascination with it? I've totally
girls.
forgotten
That was like a Twilight shipper thing since the start of Force Awakens. When it came out, there was Raylo's.
Kylo Ren literally had if you look at it, there was a frame of the fucking film where he has love hearts in his eye.
What?
I'm not kidding.
Look
at Kylo Ren heart eyes, and then I don't know if it was Photoshop or it was a real frame, like what they did. But I tried to pause it, and I'm pretty sure I fucking found it. It is real. It is there, but I think, but wow, no, it's a real meme that has been around for the longest time.
Yeah, so Raylo is weird to me because I definitely do not see it at all in the first film, and then the second film, it's like they implicitly put. They say this is as close to a sex scene as we've ever done in Star Wars. So it's
they touched fingers.
Yeah, they finger bang. Yeah, through the Force. So it's like, okay, definitely you've constructed a relationship. Will they? Won't they? In this,
really,
and then the close in Rise of Skywalker. They make out when he dies, and then JJ says, "Yeah, it was like a brotherly kiss." And it's like, what? I don't think people normally tongue their sisters unless they're in Appalachia.
Okay, no, see, I was just I forgot. I was like, was it just because they he was dead, and then she revived him, and then he revived
No,
her.
no,
I
Raylo was
like,
there since
I
the
was just
start. It
for
was
some
the
reason
shipping
I was just
inclusion.
like, I don't remember. I like that was like blocked out of my head. I was like, what was that? I remember people tried to like kill his actual wife or something, and that's like all I can remember from the Raylo drama back in the day.
Yeah, they even had like Raylo. They had some Raylo channel get like a panel at Celebration.
Yeah,
a whole panel.
Oh my god, I
don't
went
remember
to
that at all. What the fuck?
I almost went to that, and I was at the Clone Wars panels with Jeremy, and I was like, "Fuck, it's around the same time." Oh shit, I'm gonna miss it. Damn it!
A Raylo panel?
I
like
dude,
for what?
I didn't know that nobody else was gonna go there.
For the initiative of
Raylos.
Raylos.
I'm so
I
confused.
should have filmed it. I should have been there.
That would have been great because I don't remember shit of that. Like, I'm sure that was a thing.
Absolutely there. I'm not kidding.
It just sounds like a thing that was like a rumor that never happened. Like, what do you? They actually
I have no idea. I have no idea because I didn't go and no one had any fucking footage of it.
We need proof. It's Bigfoot now. It's like this myth.
No, it's not Bigfoot. It was there.
I guess I can believe you nowadays. I guess I can.
There was like a pamphlet for it and shit. Like, oh my
Fucking
god,
Rookie literally said fake news.
I mean,
No!
I can buy that they have a drag show now for it or something in the future. I'm confused on the Raylo part.
I do have photographic evidence of a dude in Slave Leia and the Slave Leia outfit. That was absolutely real.
Yeah, I think that was around. I remember that, but I'm trying.
Yeah, and then Slave George Lucas, like on a chain by Mickey.
I don't need to have that in my head. Don't talk like that. I don't need to have this imagery.
Slave George Lucas.
We're a clean show here.
Oh, Tim.
Really?
So yeah, I know we've not lined up with your streams as of late, mainly just because of my disinterest with the topics. Where I'm like, I don't care to see that. Unfortunately,
what are you talking about?
I'm addressing Tim, but yeah, he sent me a link for I think the 20th, if I'm not mistaken, to recap, I guess, Ant-Man. So yeah, I was not anticipating actually going to see Ant-Man, but it comes out next week, so I'll go see it. Probably see it Saturday or Sunday, so it'll be right before that stream. But yeah, I will make it the 20th.
Nice.
Ant-Man's fine, I guess.
Dude,
Whatever.
The first Ant-Man is great. It's a single dad movie, and they did surprising. The things talk about with Disney and the gooming and whatnot in the agenda. Surprisingly,
Gooming?
well, I don't know if that word is one of those that the YouTube Jews will strike me for. So I say gooming.
What does that mean?
I actually don't know either.
I'm just omitting a letter, a hard R.
Oh no, I got you.
Gooming.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Okay, Angus. In our world, do you really? I could believe that being a total term for something. I don't know. Like, hey, me and the fellows are gonna go gooming today or something. Like, I don't know.
But yeah, like it's funny because despite you could argue years and years of agenda and whatnot for Disney, Ant-Man's pretty red-pilled and based and sympathetic to the single dad life, which is completely counter to feminist agenda. So I really appreciate that movie. Ant-Man 2 sucks though. Awful.
Oh. Cool. You know how you hate comedies? I have a confession to make.
You don't like superhero movies.
That, and I don't like musicals, and I don't like sports movies.
This isn't news necessarily.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, no, I've known. I don't think you've said sports movies in my prism. I've definitely heard the musicals, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't really like. I got a coworker. It's like I'm not looking forward to the Harley Quinn show with Joker. Talking about Harley,
Oh,
the
see,
Joker
here's
2,
the-
because they're doing a
Oh.
musical with Lady Gaga, and I'm like, dude, ever since Lady Gaga did the Super Bowl in Houston and actually sung "America the Beautiful," that like I think opened people's eyes, like, oh, she's an actual singer, not just like a Madonna wannabe, like how she got famous initially with Poker Face and shit. And so
Yeah,
ever since
and
then,
shock factor,
if I
yeah.
ever hear her attached to a legitimate project and entertainment, I am instantly intrigued at the level of seriousness that will come, because she's a real performer. And like I don't hate her pop shit. I thought she's pretty fun. I remember there's a whole tranny talk about her initially. There's like, oh, she's a guy and this and that, and I'm like,
Oh my god, if that turned out she was a guy, holy shit.
that would be even better.
Epic Rap Battles
I
literally
would
had
be so on board. Well, I was just like, this
dude,
is the
yeah, if
best
Lady
tranny I've
Gaga
ever
had a
seen in my
dong,
life.
it's like fuck perfection. You know, like there's that famous one of the first like big TikTok or Vine girls in like a cheerleader thing. She's doing like an anime thing or whatever, and like does like an anime wink or whatever. And then like so many people are like, "Fuck, that's just a girl." God damn it! Like, we thought it was a femboy.
What kind of communities did you run through?
It was just like it permeated the internet. It was
that was
bigger
around
than,
the D's nuts days, you know.
yeah. Cheerleader.
Wait, Rookie, you
Gonna
remember that?
I remember
I've never
D's
even heard
nuts,
about
but
that.
only because I was
Not
on like Tosh.0 back in the day too. So I don't know. He was probably recycling older stuff anyway. But
Well, maybe, but I've also seen Daniel Tosh live, and that was cool. Like
Tosh is pretty funny.
He
has
is.
moments.
His show
He's
is
got
better
moments.
than his stand-up, but a little bit. But
a lot of his
he
jokes
made
don't
that-
No,
land
you know
he
who
made
I
that-
want to see? If I could see anybody, I'd want to see Bo Burnham. I really resonate with his comedy, his style.
Isn't that boring guy who made that pandemic special?
That pandemic special is fucking
the
deep.
boring guy.
Boring. That was so
deep.
boring. I
You're
didn't wanna
clearly
watch that.
you're clearly a mental midget. You clearly didn't get it.
It's like
You are the
Snyderverse.
Tyrion Lannister of IQ tests.
It's like the Snyderverse people. You just
I'm
don't get it.
sorry.
Okay, you're not smart enough for it. You're not a genius. Like
No,
me to
I'm
understand.
sorry. I don't want to see a guy in his apartment doing a special. I don't give a fuck about that. I want to forget about the
It was
pandemic.
brilliant.
I
It's a
laugh.
time capsule. It's a comedic time capsule. It's amazing.
It's a time capsule, which means dated. It's dated. I don't want to see that. I don't want to be reminded of that bullshit that I was dealing with. And I was also fucking jealous because he got to sit in his home and get Uber Eats all day while I had to work my ass off and actually, work a job for the same amount of money that people were, getting paid for to watch Netflix all day and do nothing. Like, fuck that guy. No, fuck him.
Well, I think that probably took a lot of work to set up everything by himself, to get it all there and film it and do the comedy thing. I mean, that sounds, we're seeing the
Well,
final
yeah, no,
product,
you got to
but,
think his whole career is YouTube. So he gets, as a kid, he was getting feedback in the comments, and then he graduated to stand up performing with music and getting audience feedback, and then he's adapting a comedy special with no fucking audience.
Yeah, usually
You know what I expect out of shows? No fucking audience. Like, no, I'm kidding. Like that's how much I dislike like his humor. I just don't like it. And that pandemic special was really, really what set me the fuck off. Like I was
No,
just
I
like,
love Bo
no.
Burnham. He's got
I
such an
don't-
introspective,
I don't
fucking
think he's
existential dread comedy. Like, I think he really speaks to the sentiment of our generation. Even if you don't resonate with it, I think if you like broke down his comedy and why it's funny, but also like sad as fuck, it's reflective of our time. Like it's unique to our time. Not that people haven't felt these things through different generations, but the specific blend is I think something that's like overlooked of our time that he
All right.
completely encapsulates.
Well, I understand that, and I honestly respect your perspective. I just fucking hated it and didn't think it was funny.
Anyway, Billy Mays here with the Maddie Mendes.
Billy Mays here.
I'm sorry. Was I saying like something like so bad or something?
No,
Like,
I don't know. See, I'm 50-50 on him. Some of it's fine.
No, Ricky's
some
just like
wasn't.
stuck, and it's like,
I like you really like are thinking about it, Angus, said like in a way that I never thought of, and I appreciate it. I
like
respect
instantly
that.
when I saw it, I'm like, oh my god, this is so deep. Like every little
And
thing he
I
was doing,
said,
it was
"Oh my
self-reflective.
God, fucking cry me a river, you fucking crybaby!" Like being all alone, whatever. Like at least you get to do nothing and get paid for it. Like fuck you.
I feel like
no.
nothing is
I was so
totally
mad, maybe
not.
because of the situation that I was in at the time, like where I had to like actually work. Like
Sometimes that can affect the situation, but
yeah.
I don't know, man.
So in my mind, fuck Bo Burnham and fuck everybody that looks like him.
So white people, thank you very much, Justin.
Yeah,
No, dude,
fuck white people.
I love Burnham's just like normal stand-up. Like he did one joke. Tim doesn't know him yet, clearly. He did one joke. It's just funny as fuck. That I think is a great quick
It
like
is on Netflix. Yes,
a good quick boom. This is his comedy. Was he's like, I remember my mom was explaining K-sex to me when I was a kid, and she's like, all right, so like a daddy and a daddy, they get together and they get naked, they get under the covers, and they shit on the Bible.
Yeah, that's not funny.
It's funny because you're like, all right, where's this going? And they're like, oh fuck, like hardcore.
It goes like turn the frogs gay all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's like I love that kind of twist.
Leads you in with the fucking hi there neighbor guy, and then goes with Mr. T all of a sudden. Wow, and it's like, wait, what?
Yeah, okay. Let me share this. This is what I was talking about. Present.
Rain on the parade, but yeah.
No. Okay, so this girl, her name is Nyani.
That's a girl?
Cosplay. Exactly. Everyone thought she was a cute femboy, and then they found out it's just a girl. It's like,
oh, that was the one that you were talking about.
Yeah. And it's like, are you kidding me? She's got a fucking boring ass vagina? Damn it. I thought it was a hot femboy. And it's just a girl. It's like mid.
God. Oh my God. I fucking need my power back on right now. I'm kidding.
She's like she's cute, but then like when you think like, oh whoa, a femboy, and then no, just a girl.
Impressed.
Gay.
One of the vagina havers.
Oh yeah, a vagina haver.
but also it is kind of sad though. And see, this is a woman that I actually do feel a little bad for. Because
wow.
It's like
wow,
yeah.
You feel bad. You don't feel bad for the arguably mentally abused relationship, but you're like, oh, this poor girl. People thought she was a hot femboy.
No, it's the fact that, like, hey, you'd be cute if you were a dude. Like, imagine how you feel. Like,
that probably would mentally scar her. She starts packing hot dogs down below.
This is okay. This is how we get control. This is how we control the women. We need to collectively. We're all like, oh, yeah, like, yeah, you're all right. You'd be better if you're a boy, though.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing.
We need to knock women down like 5 pegs. You've awoken something in me. Proper. I understand my mission now.
Have them work as hard as a femboy for their value.
Look, man, like, here's the thing, though. Like, a woman's situation in the video where I was like, I don't feel bad for this bitch. Like, that is something you can control. She can't control what she looks like. That's just what she looks like.
But she's doing like anime shit, so she's instantly going to appeal to a fan base that has a high predisposition to love femboys and to argue about the merits of is liking traps gay.
How do you know if that was her intention?
No. I'm saying she's cosplaying as like an anime cheerleader girl and doing anime nods and stuff. Right. But she's instantly if it trends, she's going to definitely be found in a specific sector that she's probably a fan of. And so there should be some awareness. It's not like she's like, hey, I'm a makeup girl. What do you mean how she knows? She bought the fucking costume that I'm assuming is an anime cheerleader.
Maybe she's just like, hey, here's something that makes me look sexy.
Maybe she's
and then
not
all
used
of
to
a
internet
sudden,
culture.
Yeah, like, and then all of a sudden she gets a bunch of comments of like, oh, you have a vagina? Oh, ew. Like,
She might not be used to internet culture yet, and then that awakened.
Well, that maybe wasn't the intended audience yet. That was the audience she got, and like you know, like you know what I mean.
Yeah, there's the first thing in the search and the image search is a YouTube video. It says TikTok quote unquote trap is a girl, and so clearly there was a market to make this video to inform everyone, like, hey, you know that hot femboy? It's just a girl. Sorry.
Yeah, but I think Justin's saying like, yeah, she can't predict that, and then maybe at the time, what year was that posted?
I don't know, like 2015, I think.
Okay, never mind. She probably should have known. I was gonna say if it was like 2010s area, maybe she wasn't aware of like internet culture yet. But 2015.
But you don't know. You don't know how old
okay,
she
so
is.
I'm on Wikitubia,
You have no idea, like,
the YouTube wiki. All right, we're going to investigate. All right. So apparently it's a trans, because they keep saying they. All right, so American cosplayer and Twitch streamer. They became famous through TikTok, creating a video and syncing the song Mia Khalifa by I Love Friday while cosplaying as Nico Yazawa from the anime Love Live. See, this only validates my point. She was cosplaying as a fucking anime character. So this is like, you know.
So what?
Well, but in 2015,
that's my point. That's my point proper, is that like, are traps gay? Like, that is a thing in anime because they make fucking traps in anime frequently. And then the argument becomes, is it gay to like a trap or want to fucking, it's like, my view is like, I don't care. I'm a man. I like what I like, and I'm confident in that. But other people will be like, well, it's not gay because they're presenting female. And then other people are like, well, it has a dick, so it ends up being gay. And so this is like the kind of framework. This is the framework of like an anime argument with certain creations. And so she cosplays as an anime cheerleader. And so, yeah, she's completely opened herself up to it. It's not like an whoopsie.
No.
I fell into the anime.
Hold on, Angus. No, for Justin's point, I think what Justin's saying, she might have just been a person that, oh, I like this one anime show, and then she does a thing and puts it on the internet. She's not in the communities and isn't aware of the discussion or the tropes of anime. All these things. Maybe that was one she watched, maybe not. And it's like, oh, wow, okay, this is not what I expected. Maybe she expected a bunch of guys to watch her. So
all right. So they began cosplaying in 2013. All right, so that video got famous, I think it said 2015.
Yeah.
All right, so let's continue. In 2018, it gained notoriety online for video cosplaying as that character and lip syncs portion of the diss track. The video famously called Hit or Miss gained further popular after PewDiePie featured it in one of his meme reviews. They also are a sensation on Instagram, where they are seen in their many costumes. They racked up more than 400,000 followers. They're thankful for the hit or miss, but at the same time mentioned how much negativity it brought. They also mentioned how they have not received a single penny for how viral they went. Closer to the end of 2020, they started their Etsy business known as whatever, and been selling their own merch based on Nye Army theme, as well as OC cosplays, it's original character cosplays.
Doesn't seem like it really alludes anymore.
Someone in the comments a couple years ago says we all thought she was a trap.
Said Admiral Akbar.
So that doesn't so far indicate whether or not that was her intention or not.
I could see her innocently, accidentally stumbling into this. Like,
no, well, the fact that she personally cosplayed a very specific character, that makes me think like whether she intended to be mistaken for a fucking trap. She's in a fandom that this is common, and so
that's what I'm saying. She might not have.
It'd be different if she cosplayed as Black Widow and then everyone's like, "Wait, that's not a girl," or "Oh, that's a girl in that Black Widow cosplay." That'd be one thing.
Wait,
You know
so
what I
was
mean?
the character a trap?
Johansson is a girl? What?
All right, let me look up Nico Yazawa.
Because
Let me look
if
it
the
up.
character is a trap, then I think you have more validity here. But
No, the character is a girl.
So,
The
but
character's
that's
a fucking girl.
but that's kind of my point is that if they could, Angus, a chick can just pick a random anime character and cosplay as them. They might not have to know anything about them. Just go look at that.
No. I agree to that. I agree to that. But I'm saying
that was my point, and that's
then they
why
wouldn't know about the fandom. They wouldn't know everything else about it. Like if I showed my mom a Star Wars movie, she wouldn't have anything. She's like, "What's a wait?" So there's a battle droid and a Dooku and a what? Like you watched a Star Wars thing? That's like, well, no, it doesn't mean you know everything about it, or the Phantom Menace. What's that? Like, there's I don't know. I feel like there's different information that people.
Yeah, like, and it's different. It's like it's totally different from a situation where you put yourself in and your choices and your actions led to it versus like what you did and what your intentions were turned out to be the perception of somebody else. Like, and that's
you're just
what
a
you
bunch
look
of
like.
fucking soy white knight feminists.
Like, what are you talking about? You were more soy and white feminist.
This has been an interesting conversation.
For that other chick who was
It's
actually
weird.
white.
It's weird. I'm so sad for the Lolly lady, and Proper's like, fuck her. Let her burn in hell. She has no gay best friend. Fuck that bitch. And I'm like, sad. And then I see Trap Lady, or it's like a trap lady.
No, false trap.
Yeah. I was trapped to thinking she was a trap.
Tricked.
I think it's based on.
She's the trap disguised as a trap disguised as a girl.
Yeah. You were tricked, and that's why you're butthurt. That's why.
Everyone was butthurt because we all thought she was a trap.
But that's on y'all, not on her.
That's why she's famous.
Problem.
That's why she's famous.
I don't think she thinks of her face as like, gee, a femboy, huh? That's what I look like. I think she's probably like I'm a female, and then everybody will like me as a female, and then they're like, oh, bro, it's not a dude. What the fuck? And she's like, wait, so it's an insult to not look like it? Wait, what? Like, what? She's
I love this timeline. I love this timeline.
I agree with Justin's original point of she must be confused as hell after this.
Clearly she's a they them now.
It's like so how would she, like, if she was like, so should I look more like one, or how do I look more like a girl? Like what would she
Maybe that confusion confused her, and then she's like, okay, then I guess I'm a they them, and or whatever, like because of that societal pressure.
Probably. She's like, I'll be more famous as this, I guess, but
maybe I'll get more femboy, like whatever cred, like that I accidentally stumbled into if I just say like, oh yeah, I identify as they them, like that.
It's kind of like people finding out Amaranth has a husband, and it's like, wait, I've been jerking off to a married lady. I've been lied to.
Yeah, well,
you lied to me.
Yeah, I get that, but also married women cheat, so like don't psych yourself up too much. Like don't lose hope. Okay, but
wait. Tim says, I thought Legolas was a woman in Lord of the Rings. Now I'm curious if you're just straight joking, or if you're like, when I was younger, I saw Legolas and thought it was a girl, and then learned later or figured out.
I get that, and oh my god, you're giving the internet ideas and oh, now I have to look it up.
Dude,
oh, god.
Big tit Legolas, I'm down for that. Like when everyone was crying about Rings of Power because it was going to have elf sex in it, I'm like, what's the downside? What are you talking about? This is enhancing Lord of the Rings. It's enhancing Tolkien's world. Like the elves go to Valinor. They go to Happy Godland on Middle Earth with their perfect supple elf titties. How could you not want to see that?
Yeah.
That's funny.
They literally ride into the sunset. Like, it's ridiculous.
Oh no, they're gonna show elf tits.
Hide your children. That's a joke that you'll find out when you watch The Last of Us at some point, because Yeah,
Yeah.
when you watch that, well, we could talk about The Last of Us once you
Yeah.
watch.
So
because
we'll just say this. All right, it's a show about
I know what it's about. Yeah.
morally gray characters that make
Mhm.
gray decisions that you could argue left or right about what is their duty to humanity in an apocalypse. Do they owe humanity anything? And this kind of becomes political when you talk about the baseline, like libertarian, Republican, Democrat, socialist, these ideas of like, what is it? What duty do you have to society? These are questions that this show kind of portrays from the game. And fucking children are open to die in this game and the adaptation. And yet, with that being shown explicitly, no problem. Episode 3 comes, hide your kids, don't let them see this shit. And it's like, wait, this is already like a rated M for mature game, adapted into essentially a rated R show, and you're 3 episodes in, and now because of a special something, now you say hide your
and
kids.
it's on the same it's on the same network that has Game of Thrones and House of Dragons. Like, I don't know, you should be a little careful.
And Sopranos and everything else.
Right. And like Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is not appropriate for children. It's just like the most offensive show. My goodness, it's worse. Like so much, all the tits that Larry David doesn't get to see. My goodness.
Poor man.
But I mean,
elf tits for Larry David.
Oh man, that's such a stupid argument. Like, I don't know. It sort of reminds me of like the actor who was in Jurassic Park 3. He was also in the movie like in that Barney movie that came out, which was kind of funny because it's like, oh, that kid was in the Barney movie. Let's have our kids watch Jurassic Park 3, and then it's violent and it's also like
wait, you talking about the baby boy that like is on the satellite phone or whatever?
No, but like the kid who's on the island who gets like T-Rex
lost. Okay.
Yeah, like that guy was in like another movie like 5 years before, like both involving dinosaurs and shit. So it's like like the kid saw the trailer, so it's like, oh, it must be safe to see Jurassic Park 3. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why?
I don't know.
Why would you let your kids watch it in the first place?
Yeah.
Like, like, did you not see the other Jurassic Park films?
Well, no. They'd be fine with it.
Other two?
No, they'd be fine with it because there wasn't this other thing that happens in the movie, so it's fine.
It's called Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park.
Wait, are you saying you wouldn't let your kids watch Jurassic Park series?
It would depend. I wouldn't let like a 5-year-old watch it. I would wait until they were like not
wait.
5,
So would you keep
but
a 5-year-old from watching National Geographic?
Here's the thing, though. Like, I would.
It's kind of the same thing.
I don't want to terrify my kids right away.
I feel like if you're watching it with them, then they can, they can hide if they need to during it,
right?
And like watch what they want with it. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of how I watched a lot of things. It was like, oh, that's scary. I'm gonna look away.
Yeah, Chucky scared the fuck out of me. Like my grandma, every night if we watched Chucky, I'd be scared. And I had like, I don't know if you've ever been to like truck stops proper where they have like those like scratchy blankets in the plastic bags that like have like a really cool like image, or like have like wolves howling at the moon or whatever.
Yeah, I have.
But like scratchy like felt material. Yeah, that's like the only blankets my grandma fucking had for the guest room.
Those
and
awful things. I got you.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I was so
those.
scared of like Chucky at night that I would like cover my face under those kind of blankets in fucking summer in Oklahoma. And I would just like eventually pass out. And then my grandma would always like air my face out when I was passed out. So every morning I'd wake up with the blanket off of me. But before, like I was sweating, but I accepted the sauna versus Chucky could get me if I don't cover my face, But like that was my own thing. Like I could have just went to my room and played with my Hot Wheels, but I wanted to watch Chucky even though it scared me. And it's like that's good, like like pushing those limits for yourself. The guy that made Alien design, Giger, his whole origin is kind of like that. His sister, they had a mummy museum exhibit in his town for a while, and it was a female mummy, so it had like cats with it and stuff. and it was all this imagery. It was all this imagery that scared the fuck out of him. But his sister kept teasing him, and so he like forced himself through his fear to go see the mummy all the time and so it gave him nightmares by forcing himself, and the nightmares is what became all of his paintings. And so without like this kid forcing himself through his fear, you would not have Alien as we know it. You would have the script, but you would not have the design because Giger would never have came into the picture. And so like this what like there is an example of the benefit of making kids go through fear.
Yeah, but you know, like I'm just saying, like it all depends. It all depends because you know, I used to go to like every movie that you know my uncles or my parents would like want to see. They would, you know, and one of the times that I would like shield my eyes, the only time where my uncle was like, "Hey, you should probably cover your eyes," was like War of the Worlds, like the Steven Spielberg film, when the alien is showing up, and it's like, oh, I was like, you know,
oh no,
or
that's
like
that's exactly when I would be like glued to the TV because I'm like, I want to see the alien.
yeah,
That's what we've been waiting for.
And even though it was a bad film, well, not a bad film, but it was just like whatever, you know, it was just like my mind was blown that I was like, germs can kill aliens. I was like, oh my god, I never even thought about that.
We'll be safe then if there's an invasion. That's okay.
Yeah, germs. I'm like, what
Yeah, you know those like diarrhea germs you get? That's like alien AIDS.
Well, so I guess it's funny. This rounds back around though. So have you heard the controversies with the Last of Us show lately?
What controversies? Like it's just
he doesn't.
Okay, well,
clearly
so
they didn't get to The Last of Us Part 2 yet. So good luck with that.
Well, because there's a lot of hubbub around the show in general, I guess, and then episode 3 especially, and even some parts about episode 4. Like,
I was like, really? They're crying about 4?
Well, like the Last of Us TV show, of course, for an episode 4 now with it. But when you watch the show, then we'll talk. We recommend you watch it.
It's really good. Yeah, like I had like I don't care about the game. Like cool, the story's good, but like this is just one of many reasons I hate like gamers and gamer culture shit because like they overhype mundane shit. So it's like it seems like Last of Us is one of like the only legitimate written stories in gaming so far, and so everyone acts like it's this fucking like holy grail of games. When I hear the story, I'm like, yeah, it's good, but like Walking Dead did that. Like they did that in the simple comic. Like this isn't groundbreaking. It's like when people see Joker because it's a DC film and they're like, oh, wow. And it's like, have you never fucking seen Nightcrawler or Drive or Taxi Driver? Like this film's been done repeatedly in various forms, but you finally saw it through the lens of a DC film because they put the Joker skin on it. And like that, it's the same thing with gaming that I get a sense of where it's like, you never watch a movie as a gamer and actually take in the story. You're just like, oh, cool shit on screen. And then Last of Us was that. And then, oh, it had a good story. And now you act like it's Citizen Kane. And so I already have that predisposition, that view of things. And then Pedro Pascal and Naughty Dog. I'm like, oh God, it's going to be fucking awful. And then we watch it, and it's like, "Oh my god, this is actually
pleasantly
really
surprised.
good."
We're pleasantly surprised, and he and I have only had hearsay with like all the Last of Us stuff. Really,
yeah.
The problem.
And I'm like, I'm excited for Last of Us season 2. Like knowing what everyone cried about for the last game, I'm like, the story of the game of Last of Us 2 sounds like right up my alley.
Oh, with the trans thing or whatever.
Well, no, that was like a meme that they thought it was trans, but
yeah, that was a meme. There's not even any fucking trans in the game. Like, yeah, I've never seen an actual any in-depth breakdown of the game ever mention trans. So like that was just a bullshit meme that they propagated, and then when it doesn't come true, they never address like, oh, I was wrong. And that's what I hate about like our sphere of shit is like woke Avatar 2, woke environment. And they just fucking hammer that for all their videos, for all their clicks. And then, oh, yeah, like maybe you could argue the conservationist bent of James Cameron is wokeness. Like, but that's just the base level, like, respect the planet, don't fucking rape its resources.
Yeah,
That's a pretty simple.
Wait, hold on a second. I thought woke was like about social issues, not the environment.
No.
Changing these
or
days.
is it just whatever is
environmentalism can be a social issue, because wacky environmentalists will say, depending how crazy they are, like some people will just be normal, like, well, I don't eat meat because I don't want to cause harm, or I'm a Buddhist or whatever. Other people will be like, well, humans should die because we're a cancer on the earth and we should do things to help the environment at the expense of living. Like, we should be essentially a death cult to rid ourselves from the planet, to save the planet. So like there's very different bents of environmentalism, and some of it is like ridiculous, wacky, woke shit. Like drinking milk isn't just a problem because it's like an animal product. It's also a problem because it's misogyny, because you're eating female based products, and so you're subjugating females.
Yeah, but that's what becomes woke, I guess. Like, it's just
right. But so environmentalism is a facet of like leftist woke. You know, it's like you can't just be a feminist; you have to be an eco, multicultural, trans inclusive.
I feel like part of it
environmental.
Is in terms of media and like cinema, it's like if they're pushing it hard, like how when they try to push certain things down your throat with woke stuff here and there, and like some of our products. I think it's what they mean with environmental stuff too. It's like, you know, look at how they're burning all the trees. Humans suck, and all the people are screaming, "Oh no, they're killing our things!" Like look at how much they're enjoying doing this or something. Like they'll say that.
Okay, I got it. Well,
yeah,
that's a different thing. Like Captain Marvel, when like those scrolls were refugees. I'm like, oh, I see what you're doing. Syrian refugees. Fuck you.
Oh,
no,
refugees.
No. Yeah,
Shoot
that's
them.
what they said in the movie. Like, we're refugees.
Shoot them now.
And I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. It's just like you're tying in real world shit, and I'm like,
right.
I'm not feeling this. This is
they're like trying
bullshit.
To make a direct parallel to your thing.
So
yeah.
for me,
to promote a message. But here's the thing, though. The difference is, I don't think it's woke if it's like your own thing and you want to make a movie about it. Like that's fine. Like, cool. Do what you do. There's this one like leftist guy who makes like, you know, like different kind of stuff like that. So and I'm fine with it because he makes his own independent movies. But when it comes to you know, going into pre-existing franchises and then promoting an agenda and using that franchise as a tool to promote your agenda, that's where I have a problem.
Here's a perfect example that I'll rope this in. So the Stone Toss meme, he's like, sure, I'm a rich Hollywood director.
Can you blow it up for me? I can't read it. I don't think any of us can read it.
I don't know. Can you see this? Are you seeing what I'm scrolling through?
Yeah.
Well, it's just like small because it's on like a third of the screen.
I'm on a phone, dude.
No, I understand. So that's why I'm reading it. That's why I'm reading it.
Okay.
So this meme, he says, it's a three-parter, the director and someone on a computer, and it says, sure, I'm a rich Hollywood director, but that doesn't mean I'm not also a socialist. There's lots of us, actually. And then the computer is the Pirate Bay, and he's like, thief! And what's funny about that is it makes me think of Rian Johnson, because here's a guy that a big chunk of his movie that actually wasted money because they cut so much out of the Canto Bite shit is this super long anti-capitalist messaging. The same year that the company that paid for this movie bought out the competition for $71 billion. And yet you want to preach to me, who paid $10 to see your movie for a weekend, about the ills of the capitalist system. That's where it's like, okay, it's just woke messaging. But I get annoyed because Dark Knight, you could argue, is woke because it's the whole subtext is political. It's a huge reference to the fight on terror and how do we fight it? What is the answer? That's the difference. Is like, I don't mind if a director has his view, or if they offer a political scenario where it's like, what is the right answer? But wokeness is where Hollywood is telling you very clearly, with its villainy and whatnot, this is the only right way to think about the topic.
Yeah, pretty
and
much.
with like, definitely Avatar has a pro environment bent to it, because it's like, look, these people are in tune and harmony with nature, and then humanity comes and just rapes the planet and strips it bare and just, you know, misses the whole point that they could be having a relationship with the planet. They just see it as like resources to sell and hoard. And clearly we're a cancer to Pandora, and we've already wrecked our own planet, and we're not learning the problem. I mean, I guess that's messaging, but I mean, if you're Christian, I think you should look at the creation story and think, all right, yeah, sure, man has dominion, but also we have responsibility to protect the planet from ourselves and our own like greed. I think it's kind of implicit. And so that's what gets irritating, is because like most people are going to say, oh, this environmentalism is woke. It's like, but you're Christian, and I'm not manipulating Christianity to fit like Democrats or whatever. But I'm saying like, it's kind of implicit, like you should be a caretaker of the earth, not raping God's creation. And so this is where it gets muddied, where I'm like, I kind of hate everyone in our sphere when you say stupid generalizations like that.
I mean, we all know that YouTubers never use generalizations.
Well, no, like, sure, everyone talks in generalizations. Like, that's the way we understand concepts.
But yeah,
when your bread and butter is pandering to a narrative, and then you show it's disingenuous because like, there's no retraction. Like, I like Josiah Rise. I don't watch him a lot, but like, he had a thing about Tom Hanks, and he's like, "Oh, we got him. He's a P word. He fled to Greece because the P word."
He's a penis. Yes, he does have one.
and then like, something got uncovered or disclosed or enlightened the scenario about his wife being I think from Greece, so that's why he got the dual citizenship from them. And so Josiah made a retraction video, like, hey, I got it wrong. And so I appreciate that, you know? And so like, that gets credit from me as a viewer, but I see other people, they'll hammer, anticipating X thing. And then it's not that. And then they just go do on with business, whatever. Doesn't matter. I made whatever money to sell this narrative to my audience and potential new audience, and then it's not true. That's just CNN at that point. It's just the other side of CNN.
Yeah, it's like the fake news part. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like purposely making fake news. Like, maybe initially like, oh, here's a narrative and we think it's real, and then it's like, oh, clearly it's a lie, but then you double down or ignore that you ever lied. And
or like you're so far into it that you refuse to acknowledge any other points from the other side, and then you become an echo chamber. And that's something that someone in particular like had acknowledged, like, hey, I don't want to be an echo chamber, but then without and without people like me or like Sith Kryptonian or like you or Rookie or something like that, where like they'll be like, no, you're wrong about that, without anybody to keep them in check, because after a while it's just like you lose touch with people who keep you in check because they're like, you just don't talk to them as much. Of course, you're gonna get to that point where you become that echo chamber that you didn't want to become, and now it's too late. It's you're too far gone.
No, proper.
Degree.
Did you not learn the lesson from Luke Skywalker? No one's ever really gone.
That's that's because here's the fucking thing with that. Like, I hate it when movies just decide, like, oh, when a character dies, they're supposed to be actually gone. But what happens in movies like Star Wars or like The Lion King? Like, the person is, or the animal or whatever, the big character is dead, but they're not actually dead because they come back for a second to give advice and then they leave. Like, their presence should be void. Like, even in Scream, like, to a certain extent, like, it's so annoying because when a person is gone, you should feel their loss. You should never, and like, the fact is, you're never going to get them back again. And then what the fuck happens in The Lion King? Like, after your dad is dead, like, they Disney one up themselves from Bambi, where they didn't even show the dead body of the mother. They showed the dead body of Mufasa. What happens? He shows up in the fucking clouds. Fuck you, movie.
I mean, I could interpret that as he's just imagining that in his head, sort of.
Yeah.
No, fuck you.
Unlike in Star Wars, where it's like a mechanic of the world.
No, it's less than Star Wars. Like, that is a mechanic of Star Wars, is that you can become one with the Force.
I don't and
pierce the veil.
Here's the thing, though. That's a cliche in movies. In movies, like, they want you to have that closure. They want you to have that, satisfaction of just like, hey, you know what? That person, Obi-Wan, might be dead, but he's not actually dead. He can still, like, come back. And that's, like, a thought that humans expressed where, I want a sign that you're still there. And then, that never happens. It's not real. And when the writers are very, it seems like it's a catharticism where it's just like, you really want it, and so let's bring that to screen. And sometimes, for a narrative purpose, that's fine, but in real life, that doesn't happen.
Well,
and that sucks.
Well,
movies aren't real life, so I get that. But
well, I mean, I was gonna say, I think that they do that because if they just show a person looking off to the side, it's hard. Like, you literally can't go into their head and see what they're thinking. So
yeah,
for a movie,
it's a narrative
it's a visual
tool,
the visual show to say this is what you're thinking about. Maybe they're not really there half the time, like in Happy Gilmore. When he's waving to the alligator, Chubbs, and them in the clouds, they're not actually there waving to him. Nobody else sees it. It's just him. He's like, oh yeah, sweet. That's just like, that's showing the audience that's what he's thinking of. So it's like,
using that as a narrative tool, sure. And they use the same thing in The Rise of Skywalker, and we get Harrison Ford back. That's
okay. So hold on. So the Harrison Ford one was very odd to me compared to like a Force Ghost, because
because we've seen this through Force Ghost, and he is not with the Force. He's not a user, and then all of a sudden it's like, here's a sort of Force Ghost. And they've never shown any of this kind of interaction before if you were not a Force Ghost.
Yeah, and
so it's completely confusing.
If Kylo was like thinking to himself often, or like, something about his dad, like, I don't know, this was just like fully out of nowhere.
And he hates his dad. He killed him.
Like, wait a second, he's thinking about his dad, and he's here, and he's like, oh, and then so if we're supposed to interpret that he convinces himself to, I don't know what the fuck. That's
well. I understand that narratively, though, and this may sound weird, but like, I said that I hate that kind of thing in movies, but I'm just like, that's not real. But I understand.
Except when I like it.
Because they do that in BVS as well, right? With like Superman's
dad. Fucking Flash.
No, I was gonna say with Superman's dad. In BVS, his dad's dead in Man of Steel. but he
you're
after
talking
the
about,
building
like,
after the
He has a
building blows
computer
up.
though.
No,
Well, wait,
no,
are you-
Angus.
hold on,
let me set the scene. No, let me set the scene first. After the bomb blows up, he goes and fucks off to like the mountains, the snowy mountains or something.
Yeah,
and
then
he's like,
Kevin
and
Costner.
his dad's like shoveling snow or something. I don't know. Or he's just like
he's making
chilling.
a pile of rocks,
and it's just like, yeah, that has nothing to do with the ship or anything, as far as I can tell. It's just outside. And
yeah, you're talking about Paul Kent versus Paul L.
Okay, or not Kal-El, but like
Jor-El.
I don't remember Kal-El in the movie, so I'm referring to Paul Kent.
No,
I thought you were
Kal-El
talking
is
about
Superman.
yeah, I thought you were talking about like Marlon Brando. I'm like, he recorded a message. It
I'm-
makes sense.
I'm referring to maybe the kids should die in the bus, whatever. That guy.
Yeah, Paul
What?
Kent.
I'm gonna let the tornado hit me. I guess I could try to get away, or he could. No, I'm just gonna die here. Whatever. That guy. That was a figure in BVS. That was like his imagination. He's like having a talk, but his dad's dead, and it's like this is no way anything we're seeing. This is just his head, I guess.
Yeah, I actually liked that scene. I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, that's an example of what I'm saying. It's like a visual thing for us, but literally nothing's happening physically. But this is for us because
he's thinking back on like the reflections of his father and thinking about that in his current state. And so they show it visually like he's there, but then like they make it clear like, oh, he's not actually there. It's just like in his head. But totally off topic. Another Stone Toss. This is why you should follow Stone Toss on Twitter. He's got this funny. He's really smart with his comedy and his time in his comics. So there's a Nazi. He's like, "Got you," and the guy's like, "Don't shoot! I'm a Nazi too." And he's like, "Prove it. There are two genders." And the Nazi's like, "Whoo!"
That's funny.
As someone who is Irish, I find that very offensive, and I think we should apologize.
That's funny.
Fucking Stone Toss is hilarious.
Oh man, I should make another one of those videos. Like, I used to make fun videos like that, like the problems I have with St. Patrick's Day. You know, like
people like pinch you and
yeah, if you don't wear green, I find that offensive. like assaulting somebody. How dare you?
If you don't have a date on Valentine's Day, you're gay.
Wait, what? I didn't hear that. Wait, what if you are gay and you still don't have a date? Then
it doesn't
try hard enough. Like,
well, then I don't know. Whatever insults a gay person. I don't know.
Well, then you're not trying hard enough. You're not on Tinder enough because, like, look, rookie. I know you're like the straight guy on the panel, so you don't know. You don't know what it's like.
I don't know.
So when you swipe right, like when I swipe right on Tinder and I turn on like both men and women, like that category, like, you know, with women, it's like, whatever, there's a bunch of like swipe rights and, you know, there's some matches, but there's not as many. Cause like with every other guy I end up matching with, you know, like you're not trying hard enough if you can't get like a Valentine's.
I believe you.
Yeah, like as a gay guy, like you. Like,
well, then Justin, the point would be they wouldn't be single. And all the straight people that don't have dates are gay in that scenario for your video. I don't know.
I don't know because like that's. You know, if you can't get a date on Valentine's Day, you're gay. That sounds
it's the type of thing that you're just supposed to go, oh, you get physically hurt when you get pinched, and if you don't have a date on Valentine's Day, you're gay, and then you go to the next thing. You don't ponder on this, you know, because if you just say, oh, they pinch you, well, you pinch them back or punch them in the face back. I don't know. You go deeper. You know, why'd they get pinched? Oh, because they're fat. I don't know. Like that's a
pinch me. It must be
different conversation.
Yes. I don't know. I don't know. Like it's whatever. But that was when I was proper Jeremy too. So
you can be the resurrection of Sir Proper.
Proper,
but not Jeremy. Just Sir
we
Proper.
Need to bring back proper Jeremy, guys.
Mr. Proper.
You could become proper femboy.
I guess. I don't know. Like
Propersaurus. That sounds pretty lame.
By the way, I don't know if you knew this, Angus, but I did, dress and drag once, and there is video footage, but you're never gonna fucking see it.
Well, we've already seen something similar. The the trans that like the TikTok 5 days of girlhood tranny.
No.
Like
I've not seen this.
She
Let's
whatever
watch
he
it right
she.
now. I want to see it. I want to see this.
Oh fuck yeah! Well, See, this is what gets confusing because like when you're like a pretty porn star tranny and you got a dong, but everything else is like you've done the work and got the surgeries to be feminine and you got the voice and whatnot and you completely act like a woman. I'll just call you she. But with this guy, it's like just cosplaying as a woman and saying, "Oh, 5 days of girlhood," and I'm on day 20 of girlhood, and ha ha ha.
Okay, so
And
it's super duper gay guy.
Yeah, it's just he's fucking gay, and I'm a girl, quote unquote, and somehow he got popular enough that fucking Biden, with like funneling money to Ukraine to funnel back into his bank accounts, he took time out of his day to sit down with this fucking tranny. It was so important.
Wait, what are you talking about?
You didn't know this?
What?
You didn't know that Biden sat down with, like, it was so important he sat down and Biden trans.
Well,
TikTok.
maybe Jill wasn't doing it for him at the time, so I don't know. Maybe he wanted to explore his options. I don't know what I said. What did I say? Something too serious or too?
No.
weird?
I'm searching for the fucking person.
I'm more talking about Rookie. Just like
with what?
Oh, you weren't even fucking paying attention.
I'm sorry.
I was like, well, is Biden interested in this guy? Like, is Jill,
okay, here it is.
The first lady not like good enough? Like,
when you say Biden's interest, that's hard to imagine because he always looks like he's wandering around. So I don't know.
All right, so
it's okay.
This is why I joke about proper being this person.
So
because you have the same smile.
I am supposed to see myself in this person.
You have the same kind of smile.
God, can you? No, I don't.
You definitely do.
I can if I want to exaggerate it. I guess.
But yeah, so this person, Dylan Mulvaney, got femme surgery for the face. And if like you see this like big manly smile, but then when like it's straight face with this new surgery, it's like pretty convincing, pretty girl, kind of got like this Audrey Hepburn thing going on. Pretty. But then it smiles, still got the same smile. Still got the same smile. It's like,
God. No. See, here's the thing. Like, if you told me
that smile is still under this surgery because, like, I've seen videos
not
since the
even
surgery.
Well,
it still has the same smile.
But like that one, yeah, that one. It's like if you said like, hey, what do you think of this lady? I would have, like that would have been a more a reaction of like, you would have gotten more out of me. Like if you're like, hey, what do you think of this lady? And just show that straight face. Like, okay, that looks like Chester Bennington if she was a girl. Never mind. Fuck it. That Chester would never have done that. Would never have fucking dressed as Tinkerbell. By the way, fuck Tinkerbell. She's a fucking jealous hoe bag.
Overrated hoe.
I actually really.
Is there like an argument about Tinkerbell?
There's a community that's against Tinkerbell.
Yes, because Tinkerbell in the film.
I've never watched Peter Pan, so I don't actually know any context besides.
Wait, what?
Robin Williams is in the movie Hook. That's all you need to know.
No. I've never seen Hook or Peter Pan.
What? No.
I've never wanted to. I've never been interested. I don't give a fuck about Captain Hook or Peter Twink Pan. and those annoying fucking kids. Like it's just nothing appeal. It's like 101 Dalmatians. I never wanted to see that shit either.
You know what? I love dogs. I love dog movies, but
I'm rooting for Cruella de Vil in that movie.
I think I'm way too late on the train. Like I had to see 101 Dalmatians and The Jungle Book as a kid. Otherwise, I'm not going to appreciate it as an adult. And by the way, I don't care for it as an adult. Like I'm like, I'm too old at this point. I'm like, no. I get you on that. But to say that, like, okay, look, with Peter Pan though, like, so I understand your point on that. Like, if you didn't watch it as a kid, it's never gonna resonate with you. It
never.
won't. No, I'm serious. It never will.
Those are Peter Pan jokes. They call it Never Neverland.
Well, so does Metallica, but okay.
Well, all right, then I guess they have a lot in common, huh? Peter Pan and Metallica, it's one and the same. Yep.
I mean, you know, but that's also the same.
Do they have a Tinkerbell Ho on their group too?
Yeah. I think Spider-Man 3 really missed an opportunity to enter Sandman, you know, like when the Sandman came in, but I don't know.
I'm trying to find a good one for you, Proper, because you're like apparently completely in the unknown with Dylan Mulvaney.
So that is a dude?
Yeah, it's a dude pretending to be a girl.
But so pretending, but not actually a girl.
Right.
Like he does not identify as a girl. So like Jeffree Star.
No. So he's like, day 3 of being a girl.
Day 3 of being a girl, and I've already become a bimbo. With the queen herself, we are drinking martinis at 2:55 on a Monday on Sunset Boulevard, and then we're going makeup shopping.
We love it.
Cheers.
When was this?
Oh shit! I realized they're playing music. I'm like, oh fuck! I was looking at my fucking.
If you saw a lot of the things, it's almost a thing that's like.
No,
so
just,
is this
muted? I wanna know if I hold on. So she was on.
Didn't want to make this video because I feel embarrassed, but I'm just gonna do it. Day 17 of being a girl, and I am the bearded lady. Ah! I got laser hair removal last week, and I am now not allowed to shave for 7 days. And it's been torturous to look at myself in the mirror and see somebody that I don't want to be or look like. And when I decided to make this video series, I was like, Dylan, we're going to show the good and the bad. And this is one of the bad days for me. And I've been kind of hiding out in my house for the last few days. But tonight I'm going to go see a play. I put my Princess Diana sweater on, and I'm going to wear my mask. And for trans people, these masks can be little safety blankets at times, especially when I've got my facial hair. So there's one good thing to come from the pandemic, but I just have to trust the process that it's all going to be worth it and that I am going to look like I want to one day. And I love you. Bye.
It makes me really sad. Most of the videos that trend are just like, it seems like, you know, everyone that sees
Wait, hold on. This asshole is pandering.
Well, so that's what we were saying. Like this person,
right,
like
sure,
most of the videos are like, are you trying to like? Is it like the goal to make fun of like women as it is? Because you're not like, I don't know. It's
And just like that, it's day 60 of being a girl, and I'm having a Sex in the City themed day. Woohoo!
Practicing my Carrie run.
Sex in the City is my
This is great.
Justin's got his face in his palm.
Oh, you'll love this one.
Being a girl, and today I'm in nature. Trees, I love them. Water, lakes, I love them. Heels, they're my hiking heels. I love them. Okay, come on.
Like, is this a troll?
Oh, okay, I can't anymore. I'm done.
Meadows, love them.
I'm.
We're halfway done.
He left. He's like, no.
I'm scared of getting Lyme disease.
He left.
This is what I think. This is what I think of when I think of like, do you want to watch Peter Pan? It's like, well, do I want to do this?
I gotta get out of here. Did you see that?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Never again. Get me out of here. Love ya.
It's like this is troll, right? Because
no. Wait. What day are they on right now? Like what day?
They're on day like 100 something.
So they're just like what? Okay, so is it actually someone who's trying to be trans, or
there's a theory
right?
that the
No,
government
yeah, this is the same
planted
one
the-
I was showing that got the surgery, the face surgery. So they're going through the process to be female presenting.
There's a theory.
I was applauding. I was congratulating, like, oh, this facial surgery has definitely helped look more female, and without smiling, with the like big smile that Dylan has, it's like, oh, pretty. But then it's like, it smiled. Never mind. Like
it smiled. Well, you know what? That's still offensive because you didn't say they smiled, so it's whatever. It's not like you're saying it's gender neutral. You're calling it. You're calling him an.
It is gender neutral.
It
You're
is
welcome.
offensive.
I don't give a fuck. Like the fact that it was saying, "Oh, I need to cover. Oh, I'm dealing with the facial hair." It's like most of these videos that have trended from Dylan is like the fucking making being a girl essentially a cosplay, because the ideology would be like, "Oh, well, like Matt Walsh's documentary, like he asked all these experts in this gender shit, what is a woman?" And like, well, they all dance around it because they can't actually give a definitive thing, because then that would mean, oh, well, you can't identify as a woman because you're not fitting X, Y, and Z on the list. And so they can't do that. And so woman is just a feeling. There is no actual rule of what a woman is now for these people. And so like before, it's like, all right, I feel like I'm in the wrong body. I want to switch my gender because there's two genders. And it's like, all right, maybe this is a mental illness still, but at least I can understand a switch. But now you're saying it's a third and that there's 700 genders. And that's why I just do not participate anymore. It's like, you're an it. You want to do this shit and virtue signal and try to coerce my language. Well, I'm going to fight back now. Before it was like, okay, you can be weird, whatever. Now you're trying to coerce the language. Now you're trying to force it on our children, take parental rights away if we don't go along with it, because it's a social contagion. Because it used to be, wow, I'm gay, I'm out of the closet. And then someone's like, woo, good for you, you're brave. That's boring now. Now trans is the new thing. And you see it in girls. It's a social contagion because girls have like cliques, even in like school. And so when one girl comes out as trans and everyone celebrates them, fucking almost all the girls in the group become trans, even though that means nothing. They still are girls, but then they just have different pronouns now. It's all just a fucking LARP. And so this is my general negative view of this whole movement. But actually digging more into this channel specifically and seeing the facial hair video and saying like, oh, seeing a face that like I don't want to see, and I gotta trust the process that I'll be what I want to look like. And it's like, yeah, this is a mental illness that's like actually sad, because like you want to like self-harm your body, you want to cut your body and your face because you like loathe yourself. That used to be something you would give people medicine for and maybe institutionalize temporarily to get out of that phase. And now we're like arguing about paying for it with tax dollars. And that's why like I'm very, when I actually talk about it and break it down and look at this, like this is sad and we're infantilizing a real fucking problem. But yeah, here's the video, I think, where
and it feels like Republicans
they
have
got
turned
famous
trans and non-binary people into this thing to blame society's downfall on in some ways. And this narrative is not only dangerous to our mental health, but also our physical safety. And particularly trans women of color are being murdered at an alarming rate.
More than any other group of people.
Thank you. How can Democratic leaders be more effective in advocating for us trans people and our families and our lives and our opportunities?
Yeah, I'll show that because, yeah, Biden took his time out of all the things you could be worried about. People were worried about World War III with Russia and stuff starting in China, but he's wasting his time with his fucking TikTok star that's LARPing as a girl. and making it just like, oh, I'm a girl. I put on a dress today, and oh, it's day 5 of wearing dresses. I'm a girl.
Indeed.
Oh wait, what's Tim saying? If you have a commercial telling you that they are women but are not, that is false advertisement. I don't know if Proper's having power problems or if he's just stuck.
I'm thinking.
I have no comment.
No, I'm open for your comment. I just wanted to like give you full context of my commentary.
Okay. All right. Well, in regards to Tim, I mean, like, has Tim, when he had long hair, did he ever dress as a woman? I don't think so. I don't know. This is most as I can say on that. It did give me context, but too much. It gave me too much context. I was like, all right, I got the point a while ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Billy Mays here.
Yeah.
I appreciate as being beautiful, Justin.
Yes. Beautiful
And
indeed.
I will say, if Tim is still out there, like, Tim, you are beautiful. You don't have to change anything about yourself. You can paint your fingernails and we'll still love you and whatever.
I'm good enough. I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
I'm surprised you know that reference, Ricky.
I watched SNL. Okay, just not all of
Right,
SNL.
but that's an old SNL. That's pretty obscure.
I watched some of it.
Even for the people that were like actively at that era watching, that's a fairly obscure reference.
When I got Hulu or Netflix, one of them had SNL for a while. I caught up on some stuff that had seasons. They didn't have all the seasons though, but whatever ones they had, I tried to watch for the most part.
Yeah. And the last one that I really liked was probably whenever Dave Chappelle was on.
He's on enough. He's on often enough. I'd say even up to the modern ones, there's certain skits that are funny sometimes, but it's hard to say like, an era specifically is the best or better, because some jokes fail in all of the seasons and some are funny.
No, I agree, but definitely from like Phil Hartman until around like Andy Samberg. That's like the window that I like. Everything else is like
Dick in a Box and shit.
Oh yeah. All the Lonely Island shit with Justin Timberlake. Like that's like the end of the being funny for me. Like the funniest thing I've seen from new SNL was like they did a skit where it's like you're wondering like, oh, what's coming down the pipe from NBC, the news organization that owns them, because they're alluding. It's like, well, the whole thing is like they're trying to talk about the China virus, and they're talking around things that they don't want to say at the table because it would give credence to the enemies on the right that are saying like all this doubt and hesitancy about treatments. And it's like, that's funny because it's like you're actually engaging the hysteria of your side, but you won't actually do it. And so it's like frustrating because it only goes one way. Like when they had a skit about Gina Carano, it's like, all right, this is like over the top, but okay, it's kind of funny, but they won't do it to their side, and that's what gets annoying. And before, it felt pretty even killed. Like Trump Hillary really did a number on entertainment, especially comedy.
Yeah, it definitely did. Like it was just like, hey, let's like all these, as some comedians had pointed out, like, seriously, but also like
it spoke to a lot of America that all these unfunny comedians and writers would just make Trump jokes all day because it's like they were so lazy, and it's just like the jokes write themselves. It's just like, well, fuck you. Like, and
go ahead.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is just like, comedy comes from something that's I prefer things that are more relatable, more like, hey, let's speak. If you're gonna make a Trump joke, let's speak about what's unspoken, as opposed to what everybody else.
Every single person heard. They saw the same clip online. Now you're also doing the same thing as well.
Yeah, and that's what made SNL like super fucking boring, and it's also what made late night shows so boring. That's why I just thought I think Stephen Colbert was boring.
Even South Park thought that Hillary was going to win, so they catered a lot of the season in the direction toward her winning, which they usually don't. They usually have 2 episodes ready, and they have it like that, and they don't usually do season long things, but that was their second time doing a season long sort of thing, and it was directed for her winning, and they didn't. So then all the Trump stuff was just really stupid.
It just changed everything, and it became a mess.
Yeah, a lot of things were unfunny around that time. Unfortunately,
well, I just wanted to watch what I liked about South Park was it wasn't a season long thing. I don't like that. I like that they were trying a new thing. But I was like, oh, I wonder, what South Park did about this, and then it's like Cartman has a girlfriend, and
it's
I'm
funny.
like, what the fuck?
The season where they had the gluten-free thing and Lord, those were vague elements in each episode that connected, but they weren't there wasn't a real story arc of that season. It was just, oh, that happened in the last episode, and there's a gluten-free beer and another one from an earlier that's fine. That was fine because it wasn't an actual story arc. Each episode contained, but there's a thing from another one if you saw it. So I was like, oh, okay.
Right. The one about Obama winning was such a,
that one was funny. He was him and McCain are professional thieves. And it's this huge elaborate plan.
It could go either way. It could go either way because it wasn't, supposed to be supporting one candidate over another, or it wasn't expecting one way or another, in terms of the election, because it could have gone either way. But and both would be respectable, I guess, in terms of the actual candidate themselves. It didn't matter. It was still a story that they planned out, but it's the only thing that would change would be the characters. All right, is it going to be McCain there or Obama? But the lines would be the same and everything. And I don't know. There was a lot more preparation for that, and it was also a standalone. It wasn't a season long thing, and Mr. Garrison being the president was fucking hilarious. After a while,
it was in the season afterward. They actually got they just had him in the back, sort of. They'd go back to him on occasion, a little bit.
And and for 4 years, Mr. Garrison was not their teacher. And the president instead, that's funny. And then
I've had Angus watch
to his normal self.
I've had Angus watch random episodes of South Park, going from let's watch an episode from season 3, let's watch an episode from season 16, let's watch an episode from season 10. I'll just pick random episodes I think he'll like. And
what's your favorite?
I can't pick a favorite, man.
If
I were to pick at the first one that comes.
Okay, I definitely have a favorite right now. It's the buy Morton Pokemon and defeat the evil power.
Try to bomb the harbor.
The third part is Pearl Harbor. It's what?
Down with
what the fuck
America.
does this have? Like this, like we're just like
I'm
going nuts at this
assuming
point.
because I remember Pokemon got really big when I moved to the town with my stepdad when my mom got married. So I'm assuming that was probably made like 2000, 2001. So Pearl Harbor was a recent film that was a huge hit at the time. And so that was probably why they included Pearl Harbor randomly with the Pokemon. Just because like that was on the mind. So it's like, well, let's meme it for no reason.
Also, parents had a lot of hysteria with what their kids were watching.
Oh yeah, because
anime was starting to be like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Sailor
Yu-Gi-Oh,
Moon,
and
Dragon Ball,
Digimon and Pokemon. It's like, oh no, you kids are obsessed with it's because it's demonic that they want to buy Pokemon. And it's like not just that it's like a great capitalist fucking sell for kids. Like
my kids want to play the game. They want to collect the cards. They want to battle. Oh my god, what's wrong with them?
They're obsessed. It's the devil. Yeah,
they want a t-shirt?
We weren't rich enough for me to afford Pokemon, so I just never really got into it.
Yeah, you
like,
could afford.
I was aware of it. I wanted to. I liked it. I liked the Pokemon movie, but aside from that, I didn't get to like invest at all. So it was just something that probably would have been allowed, unlike Power Rangers. But I just.
But you like watching it now though. At least that episode of South Park that makes fun of it a little.
Yeah, no, I like the Pokemon movie. The first Pokemon movie is pretty awesome. The other ones with like the fucking birds, it's just they lost me.
Sadly, the one with the birds is like the second best one, and the rest are all even more shit than ever. Like,
well, I remember when I was a kid, the birds was like such a cool idea, and now I look at them like, God, Zapdos and fucking what is it, Beluga or whatever the fuck
Lugia, Articuno, Moltres. There was a talking slug, Slowking.
No, my favorite Pokemon is Gyarados because I love like he's a sea serpent, so he reminds me of like Greco-Roman shit.
Yeah, it's when it comes from like the weakest Pokemon.
Like Charizard is kind of cool, but because all the Pokemon are kind of gay, he kind of sucks. Like no, like
okay,
no, like the
I
art style. The art style is like when you watch Digimon, you see that fucking T-Rex, like the super tiger stripe T-Rex, and then you see Charizard's like the coolest thing, and he's just like Charizard.
I think you mean he's simple. They're simple. They're very simple.
Right? They draw them so simple.
Yeah, but I will give
Pokemon for this like battle monster shit is like the bean mouth animation of that kind of genre. You know, how everyone cries about Adventure Time or all these like bean mouth cartoons today because it's easy to draw for the animators.
You're right.
That's what Pokemon is, where it's like Pokemon can be cool as fuck, like Digimon, but they're cutting corners. And
no, you're right.
Luckily, it's engaging enough where you can get by. So like even Gyarados kind of sucks as a design. Like, he could be so much cooler and sharper, but he's inherently kind of cool.
Yeah, but I will tell you this though, like, you know, you said, you know, like a lot of the Pokemon are gay. I will tell you, Mr. Mime is
Mime is awesome.
One.
He's a whore.
So
he's banging
gay.
He's banging Ash's mom in the cabin. Like, what is she? She has her own Mr. Mime to clean and cook, and she's a single mom, and like, there's. What do you think's going on there? Like that's
and like the Ditto or whatever guy, like the pink like sludge that looks.
Oh, like, dude, there's this funny.
Yeah,
okay,
like
so I do like the what is the little dog one that's got the different versions. No,
the Eevee. You're thinking of
Eevee. Yeah, the Eevee. All the different like Vaporeon and shit. That's cool. Ninetales is cool.
You like dogs.
There's ice cream Pokemon now.
There's an ice cream Pokemon.
There's also a floating balloon that kidnaps children. There's like a ragdoll Pokemon that's like the soul of a dead Pokemon. There's a floating face thing that is like a human soul stealer thing. There's some weird shit these days, honestly. It's pretty funny to think about like their designs nowadays. But Gyarados is cool too in a way because its first evolution is like the shittiest Pokemon ever.
Yeah, this is like Doctor Strange too. Things just got out of hand.
I never watched
Well, yeah,
that.
there was
movie, and I
150
will.
Pokemon in the first season, and now there's like 890 or something. There's like too many.
Too many.
There's way too many. That's why it's simple.
Diluted.
That's why
Yeah,
it's simple. I think.
just watch. Like up until the voice actors are changed, you can watch all of those.
Yeah,
like
Yeah.
But Angus,
and that's
I think
it.
the show, what I've seen of the show, like the old show, is pretty good.
Yeah,
My
it's
kids
alright.
got into
like the
Pokemon
older
for a
one
while.
from the 90s, absolutely.
Yeah,
they had
it's
to
pretty
pull a
good.
few episodes because they had a huge giant Pokemon destroy some buildings, and 9/11, so they couldn't have
Well,
that.
there was also one where
but I was,
well, there's also
Pokemon did
one that gave,
9/11.
like, there was one that gave viewers, like seizures.
well,
or
so
something.
I was gonna mention that. I was like, so Digimon's cool and all, but did it put 600 kids in the hospital, Angus? I don't think so. That's Pokemon.
Yeah. Digimon is like child's play. Like, fuck Digimon.
In terms of
No one-
real world effect, so Digimon might have been cooler, but the real world effect was more severe with Pokemon. Oddly enough. So and what's funny, they even have more cross dressing in Pokemon. James is with Jesse and James, like, is always like the chick in whatever weird thing they're doing.
Yeah,
half the time.
look, Jesse was like super hot. Like I'll give you that, but like James was like always came across as like the gay best friend who was
he's like grew up rich, and so he's like, I don't know, more feminine, I guess.
Yeah, I
don't know.
Honestly, like I think he's like a cross dresser or something like that, or he's a
Well, in the culture, that's sort of common. Like, I guess it's somewhat. I guess like in the like Angus saying in the anime culture, that's kind of like a thing that there's femboys and shit.
yeah,
so.
like because there was no romance between Jesse and James, like he had to be
Yeah,
gay.
they're like best friends.
Like,
Wait, you talking about Team Rocket?
Yeah,
but Team Rocket, like Jesse is definitely like
she's the dominant of that too.
the dominant, and then James is like the gay best friend, and
No, see, I always thought of them as
like
I always thought of them as like
weird
brother
thing.
and sister. Are they?
Regardless, well, I was gonna say,
absolutely not. I don't think so.
Well, even if they're like friends or not, point is everybody knows they're not like in a relationship, so that's clear.
Yeah, I always thought they were like siblings.
Could be, but no, they have different backgrounds. It's different. If you watch enough episodes, they have clearly different. Like James grew up with the silver spoon in his mouth, kind of thing. She had a different thing. I forget her origin. Meowth had to. Oh God, I know this shit about Pokemon. Fuck me. Why do I have this stuff in my memory and like I can't? This was a problem. This was a funny thing. My dad was like, "How the hell can you remember all this shit?" But like, he never talked to me like that. But still, like, it's like you can remember that clearly, but like certain things in school, a little tougher to remember. It's like,
yeah. So you're saying
that?
You're saying that? That's another thing that made me hate like anime and shit, and because.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like that's the one thing that I hate about school.
No, I love school. No, I love learning, and yeah,
I hated school. Like, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, I got picked on, but like I loved going to school. I loved learning and whatnot. So,
yeah. It's all about how they present it to you, and when anyone presented it to me, like unless it was like English class or something like that, it had to take like a story and a good narrative to like get me interested. Otherwise, like math fucking sucked. You know what I mean?
Like,
yeah.
But another thing that turned me off from anime, for one, it was not popular. Besides Pokemon, none of the shit was popular. It was like only weird kids liked anime when I was.
Yeah, that's true. Anime was the weird kid group. It was like
because they would act weird. They would act weird.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, and it was especially bad for where I was because I'm from a small little country school in a country town, and the only people that knew anime were like they've also played like Mortal Kombat and shit like that. Or like the cheap knockoff Mortal Kombat type games that you never fucking heard of, and Final Fantasy, and most of these kids were like in the retard classes. Like they knew all this fucking shit. They could do all the moves of Pokemon, and they remember all the power ups and the level ups and whatever bullshit for all their games. But you're like trying to do fucking 4+4, and they need a goddamn retard class for math. Like they were quote unquote special needs kids because they couldn't do school right, but then they knew all this Pokemon shit, And so like that was an association I had with like anime and shit, and I still do, because like for whatever reason, and comics has this to a degree, but not as bad. But yeah, anime and like tabletop type shit. Like there's always like this certain group where it's like they don't bathe enough.
So 80% of their life is
They
focused
got
around
they're like
thing
35
only.
and have like severe acne because like they have no hygiene. They know all this shit, but they have like no social skills to any fucking degree.
Oh
you
my!
know?
Oh my God!
All these there's stereotypes.
Wait a minute!
But
Wait
like
a minute!
that, there's a heavy predisposition of that class in that type of fandom. And so I saw that early on as a kid with the retard class kids, and so that just made me not want to engage that, because it really irritated me. It's like,
That makes sense.
What the
Yeah, makes
it's
sense.
like, why would I want to engage in something where it's like it's not fair to Pokemon and anime, but there's an association that was built because of those kids, and it followed through into high school, and you start getting more kids and more exposure, and then into college, it through the ranks of schooling, it kind of
It's like
solidified
they never
itself.
learned how to do moderation with that stuff. They just
Yeah,
let it be
yeah.
like 80% of their life of things. Yeah, I know what you mean, because I liked some of this stuff, but like people mention things that were around at the same time. I'm like, I had Power Rangers, I had Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. I don't remember that much of other like shows that were around, but I also like played sports, read books. I like doing a lot of other things too. So it's like I wasn't fixated around this stuff. This was something, but it still stuck with me though. Like I'll admit, it's like
I totally get the like
it.
the balancing act of like
Mm-hmm.
ultimately all this is useless unless you actually make your own version of Pokemon that takes off or whatever. You
you
could
create a
argue it's
business or
completely
something, you
you could argue
apply it to
anything
design.
that isn't applied to making a paycheck and getting a spouse or whatever is pointless.
Yeah, whoever made the ice cream Pokemon, I'm wondering what their motivation was for that, because
They're like, I have a quota. I got assigned 5 Pokemon. I got to make them by Friday.
Look, for all you know, that guy could be slaying all the Japanese puss. Like seriously, like
well, the fact that you have to
guy
say
is
Japanese
like-
puss, like, well, they don't know any better, so he's a Chad because they haven't been exposed to.
Or is
real
that
men.
Hey,
is that the
you know what?
standard?
You know what? You know what? You know, like there's a clip of my channel of like This Week in BS where we talked about the greatest Chad of all time. I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember this, Rookie? Like this guy who'd like this guy in Japan would just slay all of these women and give him a different birthday for what, like, hey, my birthday's coming up, and he would just make it up. So all these women.
Oh, didn't he like go to jail or get fined or something for that for lying?
I think there was like a lawsuit for like fraud or something, but like there was. Like, what exactly can you do? You know, like
like in America, like they would totally throw that case out.
So many women. It was like upwards to like 35 women in like a couple of years. Like he was crazy, and he was not a good-looking guy, but he still played these women. And I'm just like, these are just the women that came forward. How many other women did he like were actually like cool with this, but like did not come forward? Like,
well, that's the thing that just proves my point, like in a small way. Like whenever women are affected, they all collectivize and cry and things change. And so like something I was getting at with that Dylan Mulvaney is like we've gotten to a point where it's like it's not just like, okay, there's a group in the world that feels wrong-bodied. Okay, like that's weird, and you could still argue it's just a mental disorder, but reasonable question. And but now it's become a social contagion. Now it's a way to stardom, and it's a way to, if you don't agree, it's a way to bludgeon people into fucking silence. You see it with J.K. Rowling, the person that billionaire because of a kids series, and she's made an empire, and they try to silence her. So like no one is safe from the ire that this creates.
Yeah, like that's why you never want to have your crowd be that crowd. Never do that. Like the thing is, like, I went to a convention and look, I went there because I heard Christopher Lloyd was going to be there, and I got my picture with him. And getting to meet Dr. Emmett Brown, like Christopher Lloyd was just like, somebody who started all these films, like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Clue, and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Like I'm like this man, like I oh my gosh, like that's why I went. And Bonnie Wright, who played Jenny Weasley, was also there. And you knew exactly where the SJWs were because they were all in a line to see Bonnie Wright. It's the Harry Potter crowd. I don't know what it is that just draws SJWs to Harry Potter. But like, I'm not one of those, and I still like love Harry Potter, but I don't understand like why all of these weirdos, like with like different looking hair and shit like that, like all the people that I don't want to be around are like there.
That's weird that you're saying that, because that's something I noticed. Like, the only Harry Potter fandom like outright that I see in like any, like, Star Wars fans, you got like Yoda, or you got like some sort of like Star Wars style stick figure family, or an AT-AT shooting a stick family on your car, or Baby Yoda. Like, there's not a gender, there's not a limitation to gender in the expression of fandom in Star Wars. It's mostly male, but it could be more casual and permeate in like Baby on board, and you got like a Baby Yoda sticker for your car. But with Harry Potter, it's like I only see girl fans. Like, for some reason, this boy-centric, boy-led series that was for boys, like I only saw boys that wanted to read it, and then all of a sudden, somewhere in adulthood, it became like a seemingly a girl-exclusive fucking.
I feel like it'd be like the ratio of like 4 girls to 1 boy or something, like in their.
Well, that's fine by me. Like,
no, well, I'm questioning why.
I was gonna say,
why did
like
it switch?
It's not like he's Chad though. Either.
Well, I think I could give you an answer for that. I think I can, because you guys remember like when Harry Potter and those movies were coming out. In the midst of that, you had, guess what?
Twilight.
Yeah, what vampire?
He dies.
Yeah.
He dies though.
No,
he dies like in the middle of it.
That was like halfway through the whole franchise. Like,
yeah, he dies in what, number 4 or 5?
He's only in like the 4 or 5, I think.
Yeah, he's only in a couple. He's dead.
He's only in one of them.
Wait. The vampire.
Spoilers.
Yeah, Pattinson.
Edward dies.
No, we're saying in Harry Potter.
Yeah, Edward dies in Harry
Potter.
Only
in one movie. He's only in one Harry Potter.
No. But the Twilight franchise. There was like at one point a war between like Harry Potter fans and Twilight fans, and those Twilight fans realized, oh shit, Harry Potter has more substance than Twilight, because Twilight fucking sucks. They realized that, and they infiltrated the Harry Potter fans.
Oh, I see.
And all these fucking weirdos.
Twilight refugees going into Harry Potter.
Twilight refugees. That's why you need border control. That's why you need to build the wall. This just reinforces keep women out of fandoms. Gatekeep, build the wall.
I think Justin Angus, I think with this scenario,
my God, I just had a revelation right now. That's why.
I think with this example, this makes gatekeeping make so much sense positively. Like, I've never seen a more clear instance of, this is why it's important.
Oh, the Raylos weren't enough for you. The Star Wars drag convention wasn't enough for you. You needed to reflect on Harry Potter. It's been dead for 10 years.
I'm saying I think that this would make other like normal people even understand. The Twilight. Okay, because I don't think the Raylos was as loud for normie crowds, but the Twilight things and
Twilight was everywhere. Everyone knew about fucking Twilight.
That's what I'm saying. And same with Harry Potter.
Everyone knew about Harry Potter. It all kind of came out like during like
No, but Harry Potter was like a nerd wizard thing for
what
boys.
I'm trying to get at that, like, they didn't have a fandom menace thing around ever, really. So this, though, it's like I'm saying the scenario we just did with like the refugees infiltrated Harry Potter. It's like, that's why you need gate and patrol. It's like that makes sense to explain gatekeeping. If they were to say, "Don't you accept everyone?" It's not that simple because the Twilight refugees infiltrated Harry Potter, so we got to be careful with our fandoms, okay?
Yeah, my stance as eventually, once I get enough money, I'll have Meth Gator 1, and hopefully it'll be successful enough to continue and spin out into a couple other projects. Yeah, I don't care who wants to buy my comic, but like I definitely have a set. Like I'm pandering to adult men. That's who's going to pay me money. That's what I am. I understand that. It's like I'm never going to cater to women. I don't care to include you. You can tag along. It's like Star Wars. Like Star Wars is for boys and men. It's the core of Star Wars. You got the cosmological evil and good sides, in a fight spiritually for the world. Okay. And then also the core of it is fathers and sons. That's the core of Star Wars. Lucas himself has said this. That's the root. And the best Disney Star Wars project today solidifies that thing. Like, they have this whole agenda of deconstructing everything patriarchal, cis white male, blah, 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 all those things, isms, phobes. But the best product they've made is The Mandalorian, about a man taking on fatherhood with a adopted child. And it's endearing because it's the core of Star Wars. And so, yeah, this whole Harry Potter thing, the Twilight, this just reinforces like you never cater, you never shift your target audience. You always keep it, 18 to like 40-year-old men that will stay and grow with you, or are already established and will pay you money because they're successful enough in their careers.
And if other people like it as it is,
and they're not going to radicalize it with agenda when you try to include women, because like, oh, well, let the girl at the table, and then, well, she brings her gay friend, and the gay brings all his alphabet mafia, and then it gets fucking weird because you've let everyone at the table when it's like, it's not really for you. Like, you can like it, but it's for this group.
Well, here's the thing. Though. I think Harry Potter was for everyone, and it was supposed to be, but then this Stephanie Meyer bitch just fucking ruined it.
Which one was that?
She's the one that wrote Twilight.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's so many names these days. I'm like, which one? Which one is this one?
No, see, I actually don't have a problem with Twilight. It's total,
Yeah, that one's marketing its target. That's what it's going
it's for girls. No one's like, wow, we need X, Y, and Z. We need more inclusion in Twilight. No one says that. It's always the other way. It's always when it's boy shit. They want to be included. And it's like, well, that's not what this shit is even for. It's like,
well, there is a
it's like the Google guy, the guy at Google that was like, men and women are different. Like you're not going to get more women in computing because it's not like subconsciously like wiring of women. You're always going to have a minority of women in this job because men typically, generally, stereotypically are thing oriented. We like to work on things. And so like that does not cater to a woman's sensibilities. And so trying to like engineer your workforce for diversity, it's not going to work, and they shit can them. But like he was speaking the truth. And and I think that's the problem, is you got this like social engineering shit being brought to all these franchises to like try to not expand their reach. They're trying to shift their reach. And like they bemoan and begrudge who is their fans, and that's what's weird. But it's only for male shit. You don't see it with Barbie. You don't see it with Twilight.
Want more trucks and violence than that? No.
Yeah. Why can't Barbie be geared towards men?
That's why
like the boys are not included.
Oh boy, I have a bearded doll, mommy.
just like me.
Just like me. Like you're a boy, you're like 5 years old, and you have a beard. It's like the Grinch. You're 8 years old and you have a
You have a
beard.
beard.
Ha,
I love
like,
that line.
What? Like that's
You have a beard.
Like, it's funny that they like insult him, but like if I was in school and there was a kid that was 8 that had a beard, it's like,
man of the
that dude's
class.
awesome. He's
That's the
already
old-
grown
that's
up.
like
Dude,
the man of the class.
Yeah, like the
Oh, he's gonna kick my ass.
yeah, like the person who had like the deeper voice, like whose voice like dropped first, was like the main guy, and I was like, well, I'm going through puberty too, but I didn't get the voice drop. I just got armpit hair. I was like, damn it, that guy fucking one up me there.
But yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like it's so weird. It's so different, and like oh man. But like yeah, like when it comes to the Twilight thing, like if Twilight wasn't a thing, would these SJWs like have a home? Where would their
I
home
feel
be?
like there'd be far less of them around. Maybe
They would be like in
less
Legally
around.
Blonde. They would just be that annoying person that's so entrenched in like radical ideology where it's like, okay, sure, yeah, you're on like our group project, but it's because you were
He hasn't
assigned.
seen
No
Legally
one
Blonde,
picked
remember,
you.
so
No one picked you.
There's one character who looks normal, but she's just like, yeah, I like feminist things, sort of. But she's like,
Oh,
in the-
Hermione.
she's like in the background, sort of. She's only in like 3 scenes, and
She's insufferable.
She doesn't really
'cause,
say
like,
much.
this is her whole existence.
She
is,
seems
like,
miserable, but she's in so little of the movie,
and
and it's like,
dressing
okay.
kind of masculine. Like she's clearly a woman, maybe a dyke, but she's not like a boy. And she's so entrenched in like feminist shit. And it's like, yeah, we get it. Annoying. It's like no one wants to fuck you, so you got this awful personality to match it. Like
But yeah, and it's like with what Angus is saying, like with keeping it like for the audience. That's the thing with Star Wars. You keep it as it is, and there will be some women and other people that like it too. But the people that want to change it, like, no, it needs to fit for me. It's like, that's the annoying part.
where are you driving proper?
You checking your power?
Oh no, because my power is out. I have to go to my car.
Okay, yeah,
Like,
still
it's-
out. That sucks.
Yeah, dude. Like to be like, I'm not gonna be able to wake up in the morning unless I like fucking charge
Yeah,
my
Charge your phone.
My power's gone out a few times, but it's usually back up in like an hour. Like it's
See, this is why I have a $10 Ringer alarm clock from Walmart.
oh god, you're
because
like my
it's
old fashioned
battery
stuff's
powered.
gonna be better. You're gonna be ready for the apocalypse. man.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
yeah. Well, because I've had, for one, I'm too heavy of a sleeper. I never hear like the dinky, like those alarm clocks suck. I never wake up. I'm
Yeah.
like 3 hours late. I'm like, oh, it's been going off this whole time. Never heard it. Ringer alarm clock. As soon as that first bell starts, it's like, fuck, I'm up. And on top of it, I have like 10 alarms on my phone. So it like, yeah, I double dip.
You're ready.
On the, yeah, that way I wake up. Because yeah, people have PTSD from war. My PTSD from Afghanistan is from getting smoked by my sergeant because I was late to guard duty to relieve the next guy because I slept through my alarm clock. So after getting smoked, having to like run on gravel for like an hour and shit, with my rifle over my head and all that, like
You want to wake up on time.
yeah, it's like, well, I never want to do that again. So that's my PTSD. So like my wife would wake me up and I'd like just like like, I'm thinking I'm late, and so I'm like fucking rushed and panicked for just because my alarm went off. Yeah, that's and now it's civilian, so now it's like fuck, am I late? Shit, am I fired? So that's my PTSD from Afghanistan is alarm clocks.
That's hilarious.
Oh,
That's good.
yeah.
That's funny.
But yeah,
You're a brave man. Like, I have such PTSD.
Did you kill all those
from
fucking
from
alarm
the
clocks?
war? Oh god! But it's like, what happened?
what happened?
I was like, I saw some dead people and shit. I got shot at. But
he's
that,
like in the
that didn't
corner.
bother me. Like that was normal.
You were late for what? Like dropping bombs, or like the fact that you were late like caused the death of like
just stand at a
hundreds
post.
or thousands? No, my sergeant was mean to me. What?
No, well, I mean, it's guard duty, so it's like, it's 24/7, so you got a schedule. And so like I was like, I think like midnight to like 4 or something like that. And so it was like 2 hours on the radio, then 2 hours in the tower. And so you always have like a rotation. But if you're late, you like can't just leave your fucking
can't leave your post to go get the guy.
Yeah, because it's like you don't want to be that guy that's like, whatever, it's winter. These fucking ragheads ain't going to come out in the snow. And then, oh look, we got ransacked because that one guy wasn't watching.
They watched me leave my post, and now they attacked, and I'm in it. And this guy
Yeah, it's like you didn't want to be that guy, and so you fucking stayed there in the tower. Even though, yeah, like winter, in the Middle East, at least like the more rural areas, like the people are just like Alexander the Great's time, the ancient times. And nothing's really different besides like some off-brand like vehicles and cell phones. Like everything else, they're pretty archaic still. They have little shreds of Western modern conveniences, but it's still very much a archaic medieval country. And so with that also entails the warfare is like that. Like they only fight during like spring and summer. But like that's how war used to be until Alexander the Great like institutionalized like a standing army. So you always fought before like the harvest, and then once the harvest came, like soldiers went back to their farms and picked the crops. And so that's how the war essentially is. Like you're going to fight in the spring and summer with the Afghans. I assume Iraqis too, unless like they actually are like a more upgraded unit that has funding, and like they don't need to rely on like going back home picking their grain or whatever. You're generally not going to have to fight these people in the winter. And so it's one of those like, I know they're not going to come, but there's that fucking 1% chance that they're filming me or, looking at binoculars waiting for me to like fall asleep or not be there or walk off, because who cares? And that's when they come. So yeah, you don't want to be late and fuck your squad over because like, well, I'm sleeping in while that guy's stuck in the tower because he can't leave because I am not awake. And so
that's the thing.
That's why I got smoked.
The guy on guard duty could fall asleep too, right? Having not.
Oh yeah, you don't want to get caught sleeping on guard either.
Yeah.
I mean, I did sometimes. The trick at that point was we had a chain on the inside of the door, and so we would lock it. So if anyone came up, somehow snuck up the like metal staircase, and we didn't hear them, they would have to like jangle the fucking chain that would hit the metal door, so we would hear it. So, yeah, sometimes it was just so fucking brutally cold. Like you're just bundling up and passing out from exhaustion because you're shivering. Like, and it's like, my guard relief's here. Thank God.
Right. Oh no, he didn't show up because he fell asleep because he didn't wake up from his fucking alarm.
Yeah. So that was most of my deployment, was just fucking guard duty on the base. But yeah, I had like getting shot at and like treating wounded because I was a medic. Like that was cool. That was fun. Like that's the thrill of war that I joined for. It's all like the stupid
at camp stuff. You're just
at base and just sitting on your ass. Nothing's happening. Like I had so much downtime on YouTube. Like I wish I knew about YouTubing back then, because I would have started using my phone to record and I would have uploaded on the computers in the break room. Because I played so much Call of Duty on deployment and watched so much YouTube on deployment. Like yeah,
it's so funny to hear because it's like you think, that's totally not what you're doing while you're
no. I mean the early years of the war, like you were building these initial fortifications. Like that's why I joined. I wanted to like do like Black Hawk Down shit. That's what, like I joined for that, and it's pretty disappointing what I actually did. But I still saw enough. I saw enough death. Like I got some perspective.
You sound like Cartman when he wants to go to Somalia to join for pirates, and then it's like there's like paper cups and not goblets. There's like just like what is this shit? There's no it's like shitty boats, not any huge warships or anything. He's like this sucks.
Oh yeah, no, the pirates are on like fucking kayaks.
Yeah,
or whatever
like,
they can make float. Like they're
like
fucking
a little
poor.
tiny boat of like a little boat. It's like what?
Yeah, no
Big
war.
teacups.
Yeah, my experience with Afghanistan was very disappointing. For like, yeah, I would have been a Marine if I could swim. I never learned to swim, so I never joined the Marines. But yeah, I had the like warrior, like let's kill people mentality. And hey, we got a war to go to, so perfect. But right when I joined, Obama started a like withdraw from Iraq.
You're like, I just got here. Dang it.
Yeah, so it's like, well, that closes that off.
Wanted to fuck people up, and then you were like, like because I imagine at the time that you joined, you were very much like 9/11 really like correct me if I'm wrong. 9/11 inspired you to join the military.
Definitely not. Didn't give a shit. I just wanted to go more.
Shit. Okay, never mind. Fuck that narrative.
Well,
No,
I mean,
there was
there's
no sense of like now getting older. I think
Angus
about
is around
like
our age, Justin. So he's
getting older and having kids. Like 9/11 really pisses me off because I think it was an inside job. Not that they put the terror, like they paid the terrorists to be on the plane, but like the government knew about this shit. They let it happen. The day before, Rumsfeld was like, yeah, we lost $2 trillion from DOD. And then 9/11. There's a whole bunch of weird shit with 9/11. I'm not like I don't buy I don't care if like the steel beams and the melting, like that's not my conspiracy. My conspiracy is like Pearl Harbor. Like they let Pearl Harbor happen to get in the war. They let 9/11 happen because the military industrial complex needs to make money and they own all the politicians. And so all the broken homes from troops that deployed and their marriages got stressed and wife cheated on them, had fucking bastard babies while they're deployed. Dad comes home from like a 2-year deployment and he didn't have the mind for war. And now he's fractured and he beats his wife or kills him or kills himself. All these broken families because of the war all dates back to fucking 9/11 being rigged by the government. Like they let it happen. Like all this death, all the taxes, all the money lost, opportunities lost because of the raising gas prices, because of this fucking war, just the cascade of effects because of 9/11. Like that's what pisses me off after the fact. But no, I just joined because I want to go to war. Just like every generation has people that want to be warriors. I wanted to just go to war. I couldn't be a Marine though, because I can't swim. So I settled for the Army because I didn't need to swim. And I kind of lucked out being a medic where I wasn't just a ground pounder. But no, there was no real patriotic angle to my revenge for 9/11. It's like, well, it's not really a factor in my view.
No.
Yes.
Oh, I was waiting for you to say something. I didn't know.
He dropped out in accident for a sec.
Right. I didn't know if he could still hear me.
That was 15 seconds.
It was like 2 seconds. Oh, I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
He's saying for all those reasons, he's not like for patriotic. Like, oh, you fucked up with 9/11, you guys. It was.
No, yeah, like I'm very pissed about 9/11.
Offended or something like that? No.
No. I was explaining
just
like
clarifying.
That was definitely not my intent. That was no factor in my joining. It was just, hey, there was a war, so cool. I can go to war. That's what I want to do.
You want to do it as an excuse to like kill people.
Sure, yeah. Like that's part of
that's fucked up, but okay.
Well, it's fucked up because we have such a soft society today, but like you wouldn't have America without men that wanted to do that.
But
that is part of human history. There's always every generation there's men that you don't need a sense of patriotism or any of that crap. There's a bloodlust, and so you join the military to be that warrior. Maybe you find patriotism from it.
Yeah. Did you want to join the military? So you have an.
I joined the military because I wanted to be violent.
Okay, so you wanted to kill people, not like be like a patriot and like wanted to
No.
help
Like when I
people.
went, I had I think an enlightened view in the sense of like I was aware versus like you could say forefathers in the military. That like the first couple of years we're fighting, you don't know what you're getting into, so like people got really fucked up mentally having to like kill kids and shit. I joined and I was aware of that. I was aware the terrorists would like put bombs on kids and trick them to like, hey, go get candy from the troops. Boom. I was aware of that, so like I was instantly ready to kill kids if need be. Like that was not a surprise that was going to hit me. Now actually doing it, that would be a different story. I never had to. I did see a couple kids die from like collateral damage that I tried to save. And that sucked. And being a father years later made me retroactively be bothered by that to a point because I never got to like death is just part of life, especially in that world. But I feel bad that I never got to like, I don't know what happened to the bodies. I don't know who brought them in, if they were uncles or dads or what. I have no idea. Don't know what happened. Don't know what to say to the family.
So you're
is
bothered more like you didn't get to understand the stories of the people that were
right
dead.
that I didn't get to say like, hey, I tried. There was a like, he's a kid, so he's going to decompensate really easy. So
Yeah, but you couldn't go to the families and be like, hey, look, I tried and I did the best
yeah.
that I could, even though we're fighting on opposing sides.
Well, this
I'm
was just
really
collateral
sorry.
damage, so it's not. Yeah, like it
Like
wasn't
I'm
even like
really
a
sorry.
conflict.
Like on behalf, you
Yeah,
couldn't say like,
this
hey,
was not even us bombing anywhere on accident. It was like an old IED that these kids like just walked through on accident. So it was probably Taliban IED and not even like a bomb that didn't go off or something. And so yeah, and so once I got older and I had kids, then I thought about it, and that's what bothered me about. Like, it definitely bothered initially, just because it's like, fuck, a kid died. It's a shock to the American system. Like, kids don't die in America, unless
or
it's like
they
a
shouldn't
tragedy.
die. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
but
shouldn't die in this violent way. Yeah.
yeah, and it wasn't even like, oh, they've been tricked to be terrorist kids or something. Like, no, they're just fucking playing
Yeah.
in a field, and boom.
Yeah,
So
they
like,
were just like kicking balls around, or like like let's say they were having like sandball fights or whatever instead of snowball fights, whatever. So, like
sandballs. That's funny.
I don't know what they do around there. Like they're just playing around, and they're just like, hey, what, tag, you're it, or something like that. In their own native language, and they're doing their thing. They're just being kids like we used to be. And imagine like in that moment, you're just like everything is over. Like you're in that sense of pure joy, like the happiest moment of your life, and then you're fucking dead. And then
Yeah.
that's it. That's you're done.
Well, it
You're
sucked
done.
because
You have no chance. You have no chance to become a real human being as opposed to a child. Like
yeah, well, it sucked because
yeah.
it was a sequence. So like we were in either Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan, which is like north of Afghanistan. And so we were acclimating for like a week there, and then we flew into essentially like a province or a state. So there's like, I don't know, probably like 10 states in Afghanistan. So I was in Kandahar. So Kandahar city is kind of like New York, New York. Kandahar was the capital of Kandahar. So we're in Kandahar city, quote unquote. And then we get pieced out a couple days later to our actual base that we're going to be stationed at. And so it's just one squad. We fly out on a Chinook, which is those weird like double propeller choppers, look kind of like a banana with propellers. Fly out, go there, get oriented by the soon to be outgoing squad that we're taking over for, and barely got any sleep. This first night, and then it's like 4 a.m. The special forces medics like, hey, we got Afghans got hit. And I'm like, okay, whatever. and I'm trying to sleep. And he's like, no. Like, you gotta get ready to go to the aid station to take them in. I'm like, oh, okay. And so he had like 4 guys from the Afghan army unit that was on our base. Someone stepped off the trail, and so they hit an IED, and there's like shockwaves. So 4 guys got hit. I got the least injured because I'm the newest guy there. He had maybe a shock to his back or something, but nothing like no wounds. And then the next guy, I can't remember what was wrong with him, but it was minor. And then the first 2 guys got really fucked up. One dude had like his face all mangled. Other dude lost a leg or 2. I can't remember if he lost both. And the first guy, the PsyOps medic gave him a crike, which is like a tube down the throat that you cut a hole in. He did that. We lost one of the Afghans, but the other 3 wounded were fine. And so then later in the day, still trying to get sleep. It's probably like 11 in the afternoon. And then they bring these 2 kids in. I get the little one. He's probably, I'm guessing 5. It's hard to tell because their nutrition, they're going to not be as, big as American kids. I don't know how old this kid was. I'm guessing 5. He's got like all these like pepperings over him, like shrapnel, and his tongue's inflamed. So I'm like, I don't think he can breathe. So I'm trying to like do a crike on him. He's awake though. Like, he's clearly like out of it mentally, but he's awake and moving. And when I'm about to like do the crike, he moves his arm and he starts squirting blood. And it's like, fuck, I didn't do a body sweep on him. I focused on the one wound. So then we're like, the tourniquet won't fit on his arm because it's for adults. And I'm just like squeezing his arm so he's not bleeding. And then the Afghan actually helps me tie his arm off. So it's like, all right, cool, that's done. Now we try to cut his throat. And I cut his throat. I get the hole. I'm about to put the tube in, and then the kid fucking flails, and I lose the hole. And then by the time I'm like trying to figure out what to do, he goes out. So then the SF medic like throws a fucking bypass tube down his throat. We're doing CPR, and we just fucking lose him. But the older kid, he lost his legs, but he got morphine. So if you're a kid and you get morphine from like getting blown up, your vital signs are good. So that's promising as a patient that he got morphine. But yeah, I lost a kid. So and all the other medics, the higher up medics, they all like huddled afterwards, and they're like, yeah, I think he did fine. He did his best. That kid was fucked either way because they were probably walking him for 30 minutes before they got to the base. So there wasn't really anything we could do with like, we're like the first station. So I did everything I could. So I have no regrets about it like that. And I'm glad I dealt with it. Like, I think it's good to expose yourself to death because we're so sheltered, and that's the problem with our societies. We have no enemies that can actually threaten our livelihoods. The only enemy we have to worry about is ourselves. Decaying.
It's hard to fear current threats today.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, Russia.
I don't know what that means.
It's
by
like
war, because like I've never had a bomb go off nearby me, so nothing.
Yeah, the only way Russia hurts us is by nuking us, and if I get nuked, I don't even know it. I'm like vaporized, so it's not even like, oh no, they'll cut my legs off and I'll bleed slowly. It's like, no, I just am gone. So I'm not scared of nuclear holocaust because I'll just be fucking dead.
Yeah,
like no one's going to
better.
challenge us. So going to Afghanistan is like a really good experience of like, I don't think every day about this and like, God, thank you. I'm not groveling to the sky of like, oh man, I'm not over there and it's so great. Like, I take it for granted like all of you do, but I have the knowledge to think about, oh, like, yeah, we're doing fucking great. And you don't know how good you got it. And we're fighting over like the dumbest shit over here. And we're not preparing for like, real problems.
We're fighting over like isn't it great that our biggest issues are like people who
Hogwarts
want
Legacy.
to cut off their dicks or something like that, like, or like it's about like trans issues.
People are playing a video game.
I mean,
wizards.
because and like fighting over a video game, just like like first world problems.
Oh no, they broke the canon of my fake universe.
Yeah, I'm not friends with you anymore since you like this thing, and oh man, fuck that. No, we're done. It's like, okay.
Yeah, but what's annoying?
In a smaller way, real quick, like when I got held up at gunpoint and fired the gun. I mean, in a smaller capacity, of course. I'm glad that happened because it's like, oh well, now I know what that's like. That's never happened in my
You got
never
held
happened.
up at gunpoint at a Subway?
I
Yeah,
told you
that's-
that. I told you that.
Yeah, you did. But for those who don't know,
Oh, I like your reiterating at Subway. Yes.
What?
that's not exactly surprising, but at the same time,
well, no, it's like
no
the
one
fact
ever
I've never experienced like somebody trying to threaten me for money or at gunpoint. I've never had a gun at me, so somebody
Well,
trying to do that. I've never been robbed. So
What's
it's like,
crazy is like, oh yeah, Subway. That's how I'm gonna get rich quick.
oh,
I'm
I
gonna
love
knock
it. Well,
over a
they got
Subway.
caught. They got caught later, and he's got some years in jail and a whole bunch of time afterward for like community crap or something. And it's like,
Well, yeah, he's
what
got a
an
fucking
idiot.
felony on his record for
service,
Subway.
like he didn't do his community service.
They really they did. He got like less than $200 from the thing. So it's like, was that worth it? Like Jesus, like at least take a higher risk if you're gonna try.
Yeah, like a bank makes sense.
Why not rob a bank or something, or like be a badass and just like like
funny about
storm.
I would if I was gonna invest putting someone at gunpoint to get money quick. I would just stake out a fucking ATM.
Well, it's one thing to like have a gunpoint. He fired the gun, which was even dumber because it's like, I mean, yeah, I guess that was the way. I guess that was the way to convince me because they're like, this is a robbery. I was like, like no. And then there's like, fires the gun. He's like, yeah, what's that? And I was like, okay, I guess that's believable enough. Sure.
No,
All right.
Rookie, damn it, you missed a great opportunity. You could have pretended you were deaf.
Yeah, that would have been funny too. Yeah, but
it would have been funny for you, but just you're like.
Yeah, in the context, they looked like my coworker's friends. They looked his age, so I assumed they're just like, oh, we're here to
pranking you.
Yeah, or something. So it's like, I'm not taking this seriously. They act so stupid sometimes. I could believe it. They just do that. So I'm like, whatever. And I love, and again, this is why I love your humor, Angus, because Justin, like the night this happened, as he heard about this, he was like, were they Nigerians or something?
Oh yeah, with the Nigerians, were they like
country?
That's
were they like just
in MAGA hats? Yeah,
a Juicy Smouye, and his real name is Justin, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, by the way, like him, and now it's somebody else. Justin Roiland is kicked out of the Council of Justins, like the judiciary of Justins. Like, what the fuck? No. Like, no.
Yeah.
But the like that was my attempted humor to like lighten the situation. I forgot about that whole thing that like I said, like, were they Nigerian? I totally forgot about that, but like I'm glad it gave you some comfort.
Because everyone's like thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, everybody.
Like,
it was cool that everybody was like supportive, but it was like I was kind of like because everybody was just like prayers, God, you're okay, and stuff like that. And I'm just like, that's whatever. And then like I see like a joke, and I'm like, yeah, that's great.
Like that's
I was waiting. I was expecting a lot of ire and like, this is not a time to joking. Fuck you. I was waiting for that, and then kind of went unnoticed. I'm like, damn it! Like that would just make it funnier for me and Rookie to like behind the scenes laughing like, oh man, they're so butthurt.
Yeah, and it's
like
just
you were held at gunpoint, and yet they're mad at a joke for you. Like
that would be fun, and I like the joke. I'm laughing. Like that's what's funny because there's
I imagine that's happened a ton of times where like people who weren't the victims who just want to get attention are just offended on your behalf. It's just like, no, fuck you. Like, here's exactly this is what I was told about like what a real friend is versus a fake friend. A real a fake friend, when you trip and fall, will be like, oh my god, are you okay, man? Dude, anybody who makes fun of you, like deserves a punch in the face or something like that. And then a real friend, when you trip and fall, will laugh at you and make fun of you.
I agree.
And make a joke.
Yeah. I guess that's what I wish there was more. Like, if I ever have anything worse, like, oh, I lost a leg, and it's like, oh gosh, I hope you're okay. Oh, that sucks. Oh no, I'd be like, ugh, and then I'd be scrolling for jokes of like, who's making fun of me? Who's got like a gimp joke? Who's got a, who's got something that's funny? Because I appreciate that anybody's like writing toward me, I guess, but it's like I appreciate even more the joke of it, because that's how I am too. I don't know, and it's like I feel like experiencing more stuff that's out of my element, like that, is good for me in a way too. It gives me better perspective on stuff. So it's like,
you should have tagged Seth Rogen in your experience, because he'd be like,
Oh,
well,
this
happens enough, you might get something cool. I got a knife one time, someone broke into my car.
Well, it's like that's good, but like,
well, he would say like, something broke into my car. So I just I just called the police, and Bill Hader showed up, and it was really weird. It was really weird.
There's a guy called McLovin that stopped by as well.
I know. Isn't that was another?
I was gonna
thing
say the motherfucker, but that's his other name. So
the motherfucker.
Which I loved those movies, by the way. But
you like the Kick-Ass movies, but you hate the
I didn't
Superbad
like
movie.
Superbad.
I'm still mad at you for that. Like, well, I'm not mad. I'm like disappointed, and I was like, dude, like, come on.
This guy didn't like Wolf of Wall Street.
Like, McLovin,
he didn't like Wolf of Wall Street.
Nice. Well, the Wolf of Wall Street, like, you liked that movie?
No, I didn't like it.
No, he didn't.
You didn't like
I'm
that
like, what
either?
the fuck?
Well, it's like I said.
He's like, it's a good movie. I don't like it. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yep, I can't criticize anything about it, but I don't like it.
But I don't like it, and I can't
it's funny.
why.
It's funny because I have that. Like, of course, I hate Ghostbusters. I hate Spaceballs. I hate Christmas Story, and everyone's like, what? But the cast, it's a classic. I'm like, it sucks. But whatever.
How? It's your why. Your why is, like, the justification for why you don't like it will explain to people who do like it why you don't hate it, and why you do hate it, or whatever.
Spaceballs is the weird one though, because individually,
you should like it. And I agree with you. It's not as funny
like individually the jokes are fine. Like a lot of times the comedy, it's just age, where it's like, you let 10 years go by and it's like, fuck, that is not funny anymore because it's so commonplace. But Spaceballs is just like, I don't know, it's just like I fucking hate Rick Moranis, and like the jokes are
were you glad when he got punched in the face?
Yes, I was so glad he got punched. I wish he got punched a second time.
Well, it's like, there's jokes like yogurt. I hate yogurt with strawberry. It's like, that's not funny, really. But there are things that's like, Comb the Desert. He said it comes out for combing it,
Yeah, like that's funny, but not in that movie. Like, it's better, like, the same humor's in Family Guy, and I love Family Guy's humor. That is clearly a lot's pulled from, like, Mel Brooks shit. But I think they do it better than Mel Brooks, if that makes sense. Like, however much of like a legend he is for the genre, cool. I just don't think he's funny in his delivery. Blazing Saddles is pretty funny, especially today, because that's so naughty. It was already naughty back then. It's really bad today. And like, I appreciate that. I don't think it's all amazing funny, but like just the tone of it makes it implicitly funny for my sensibilities. I love offensive shit like that. But no, a movie that I sort of am in the realm of like rookie where I'm like, that's a good movie, I hate it, is Lethal Weapon. I finally watched all of Lethal Weapon 1, and I'm fine with Mel Gibson and Glover's characters. But like as a movie, I just never want to fucking see it again. I don't get how there's 3 more of them. It's not really funny at all. The funniest thing is like just an accidental throwaway line, like, "What are you, a fag?" And that's more of like a lot of jokes of me and Rookie thing. So it was like, it was one where it's like, okay, I finally saw it, and that was a waste of my time because I did not enjoy it.
Yeah,
There's a lot of elements that work for it. It's just
sometimes things are hard to explain. Like I can't really
It's
explain
dull.
why I don't like Wolf of Wall Street. By all intents and purposes, it's a good film, and I can't really criticize anything. But I don't know what to say why I don't like it, and that's the gist I get from you with Lethal Weapons. Like, all the things that are there that would be good, I just don't. Just not hitting. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, no, it's
Have
fun.
you ever had those, Justin?
I think I can summarize it pretty easily. It's just what Roger Ebert once said about a movie, like, I like what they did, I can appreciate it, and I hated it.
I mean, I guess, but I mean, like Wolf of Wall Street is by like all in terms of quality, it is good. Like by my critique standards, by whatever it is, it should be good, and I should enjoy it for that. But I'm like, I don't ever want to fucking see it again. I didn't enjoy myself watching it, but it's like it's good though. But it just wasn't hitting me. Maybe it's my mood I was in. Maybe it's just my experiences. I don't relate or care. It's just it's whatever.
Well, here's something in that realm you and me have talked about. So we recently rewatched Godzilla '98 with Matthew Broderick, and of course it's very infamous for like the size discrepancies of the main Godzilla monster. People hate the design of Godzilla. It's too much copying like Jurassic Park. There's too much product placement. The dialogue is stupid. All these complaints, but like Godzilla 2014, which I really like the direction of. I love Gareth Edwards' style. He did a very Hitchcockian thing with a iconic monster retelling.
He directed the '98 one.
No. Gareth Edwards did 2014. Roland Emmerich did '98.
Oh, okay, because I remember the '98 one with Matthew Broderick, and Matthew Broderick just sucked.
I think Matthew Broderick sucks in general.
That's what made it funny for us.
Yeah, so we recently rewatched it, and what was funny is like even though Godzilla 2014 and the series so far of the MonsterVerse is like so much better quality, even with like Godzilla Kong being just completely stupid with its own universe, like it's much higher quality, better effort, better CGI, like everything about it is better. But there's something about like there's an actual character to the movie of Godzilla '98, and I think there's something like that with our problems with like these arguably good movies. No, I know.
Yeah. I got you, but we've been going for like 5 hours.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't talk to Proper a lot, so I'm just enjoying it. I don't give a fuck about. We haven't even really talked about the topics I was going to.
I know it's we barely talked about The Last of Us. We didn't watch Velma, thankfully. Thank God.
Oh, we'll get that. We'll take care of that.
That's never gonna happen. Never.
It will. No. You know it will.
Never. Never. Do you work tomorrow?
I don't have to. I might.
Well, like that'd be in like a few hours for you, right? Yeah.
No. So like when I'm off, I don't have to go in at like 7.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, like as long as I do 6 hours, as long as I do a minimum of 6 hours, I can go in whenever.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
Yeah, like I can only do max of 16 per day, but as long as I do 6, it's whatever.
Okie dokie, smoky pokey.
Yeah, so some days it's like, oh, I came in at like fucking 12.
Yep, there he is. Now he's back.
It works again.
Oh, you got
the power. Power. You have the power.
Well, thank fucking Christ! I couldn't last another goddamn second.
It's shitty.
Is your cell phone like hot as fuck right now?
Probably, but honestly, I think it's room temperature because it like kept me warm.
Your body absorbs some of the heat from the phone.
No, I always notice StreamYard like burns my phone up.
Yeah, the StreamYard like heats up the phone pretty good usually compared to
the
other
fact that
apps.
StreamYard doesn't have a fucking app is ridiculous.
They keep on upgrading things on the website. It's like, can you fucking make an app that's usable and good? Thank you. That'd be nice. Fuck. People, even if it like costs a little bit more for it, I'd do that. That'd be far more useful.
They're making so much money. They could afford it. They're just gouging now.
They used to be a little company. Remember, they're a little company, and like
everyone was freaking out. And it's like, oh, there's this little company called StreamYard.
You know what? I think StreamYard is owned by Google, but they just won't tell us about it because they why the fuck would they get rid of Google Hangouts otherwise?
That's tricky. I hilariously, I thought you were going to say by the Nazis for some.
I thought you were going to say by the Jews.
That's interesting.
Well, everything is
held by the Nazis.
All of yeah. I can see your point there, but no,
you're good. No, that's a good theory that with the Google though. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It goes away, and then they have this little other streaming company out that's not Google based, and it's like, oh.
Or it's not advertised as such, and they seem like they're very personal and independently owned, but they're not. And it happens to be what almost like aside from Zoom, like every fucking YouTuber uses.
It's like made to stream with YouTube specifically, like perfectly.
And it's made to stream with all
perfectly is not a good wording.
Yeah, and all different platforms. Yeah, exactly. Like it's made to think.
This was orchestrated. They were just tired of people complaining about the open door. Once you got a link to a Google Hangouts chat,
you could join and just like
keep coming in like
say
Cecil.
the worst things ever and just like say all of the N bombs that you want, and then it's all over for your channel. I mean, like seriously, that's
Sparkle Muffin.
Yeah,
you gotta DM me that, Karen. What was the history of the Sparkle Muffin? Where did that come from?
Me. I invented the Sparkle Muffin, baby.
I don't think so.
Yes, I did. God, you guys fucking suck.
Maybe you just have too many yes men in your life that are stroking you off falsely.
How do you know about my grinder?
I do now.
Oh no, I actually do now have scruff, so maybe
that sounds horrible.
I once named an alien.
It sounds like
creature.
a very off-putting. Like, oh, you gotta check out this new hot dating app called Scruff. It's like it sounds like sandpaper.
Actually, you know what's funny? One of my what they will do if they like you, they'll give you a woof.
No.
Yeah, it's
losing me.
very gay. Like I know, but it's funny. One of my straight friends who's like getting married to a woman, like is obviously.
What is that?
Yeah, I know. What is a woman anymore? But he was the one who introduced me to that app. So I don't know. Like he knows more about being gay than I do. I have no fucking idea. But I get a lot of attention on there, and
Karen's arguing with Tim. That's funny.
I'm not your friend. Oh, Tim, I'm not talking about you. Is Tim getting married?
No.
Well, we'll see.
He's got too many Raylo options to be getting married.
I'm sorry, Tim. I haven't been able to really talk or anything no, I've been able to talk, but I haven't been able to read comments because I've been on my fucking phone. So I'm just scrolling through everything. Tim's been here the entire time, and like half of his comments are Justin, whatever.
Yeah, Karen. I would appreciate that deep dive because I remember it was like funny and spontaneous, the sparkle muffin, but I don't remember how that started. But yeah, it's late for me. It's like 2:00 for me and proper. So I'm gonna call it a night. I didn't plan to go this long, and we didn't even talk about the two things in the title really at all. So I'm disappointed in myself. But this is how things go. It's a good organic conversation.
Yeah.
This is like being on a phone call with me and proper me and Rookie, but we got like a 3-way call going.
Indeed.
Oh,
Rookie,
yeah,
are you
just did a
still
Rookie.
there?
Yes.
You sounded
At
like
least
the
it's
Emperor.
still yesterday for you.
It's coffee.
Yeah, you're
going according to
stuck on
plan.
February 8th. You're still stuck in the past, dude. Like, come on, get with us. Get with the present. Get with the times, bro.
Never.
Proper is a fake. Hey Tim, who do you got in the Super Bowl?
A fake what? That's what I want to know. Because, like, let me tell you right now, when my tits jiggle every single time that I brush my teeth, let me tell you, those are not fake.
Your teeth? Yeah, I hope not.
Oh, yes! Yes!
That's good timing right there.
Yeah.
That was on par with Trump when he's like, you'd be in jail. Like, boo, mic drop. Fucking total facial LaFleur.
Total facial.
Well, that explains my teeth now. All the faces.
Dude, you got to rewatch Dodgeball proper. It's so much better today than it already was awesome when it came out.
Dodgeball, like with
Ben Stiller, and Vince Vaughn.
yeah,
Amazing.
I like that one with Vince.
No,
Vaughn.
I've always liked it, but rewatching it recently, I like fuck. It's even funnier today.
Like Idiocracy was like fine back then, but
now it's even more. Yes.
Yeah.
I love my favorite part's Justin Long, where it's like, yeah, I heard you're like fucked in the head and you talk like a fag.
Why is it all the gay jokes that you like?
Because gay is implicitly funny, especially because it's like so faux pas. Because no, it's like the whole South Park, the fag episode, when they're trying to decipher, like, well, this is an insult, like bitch. It's gone beyond its original insult. It's just a curse word that's kind of unpointed, but the offense is from people that still cling to the original meaning, like when people say what a douchebag, like, are you actually thinking about a nozzle that goes in a vagina? Like, it's kind of, we don't really think about the actual meme that we're saying anymore.
You're thinking of a person that looks like a douchebag.
A bag full of shit. Yes, I've seen people like that, and by the way, it's not pretty. But the use of that gay slur like was the funniest in South Park when they're playing Lord of the Rings and they're like, what are you doing? Like, we're playing Harry Potter. Like,
you heard that one, right? Angus?
like Harry Potter.
We're playing Harry Potter.
Look at you guys. You're playing Lord of the Rings. You're doing the same thing, you idiots. And you're calling them. But like, what's funnier about that is like the Harry Potter fans are now SJWs, and
now it's just
and the Lord of the Rings are like the fucking alt-right in fandoms right now.
Yeah, the Lord of the Rings fans are like, these like, we are real men, like, but like it's all fantasy, it's all stupid, it's all bullshit, it's all made up. There's a ring, there's a sorcerer's stone, and like all this bullshit. It's not real. It's imaginary. Who cares?
No. See, that rhetoric is giving into the SJWs because that's what they want you. No, because they will simultaneously say, well, it's just fantasy, it's just for kids. You need to include all 75 genders in this fantasy or you're a bigot. Like,
no, it's just the people who are looking at it and just being like, as objective viewers, like fans who are like of South Park who don't like fantasy films and think that all these nerds are being ridiculous and just being like, you both suck. Like what are you? Why is one fandom attacking the other? Like you guys are idiots. Who cares? Like,
oh
you know,
no, I love the competition. Yeah, like
That-
Star
that's-
Trek
that's-
versus Star
that's-
Wars. Star Trek fucking sucks compared to Star Wars. Star Trek
Dude,
is cool if you don't have Star Wars to go to, but once you have Star Wars, like, why the fuck would I watch Star Trek?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Like, like here's the thing. I would rather talk about bad Star Wars, not even bad Star Wars, but like, oh no, Luke is now alphabet because Star Wars Wiki said he is with his pronouns. I'd rather talk about the predicament of the fandom of Star Wars than I would the merits of good or bad Star Trek.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how bad the disparity is for me. Is like, yeah, I'd rather talk about bad outside the film shit with Star Wars than anything good like Wrath of Khan or
about Star Trek. Yes.
Yeah.
and you know what? I can actually I actually have something to add on to that. I have never met any of the main actors from Star Wars. Like, I've met Jeremy Bullock, who played Boba Fett, which was
he's dead.
Well, yeah, but I was 9 years old, and I got to talk to him, and it was kind of cool. And he's a very nice man. Like, I was very appreciative of it.
I think I made a meme when they announced he died. I was like, he's
no,
not good to me
the
dead.
Sarlacc pit.
No, I said he's no good to me dead, and people were like, no, it's too soon.
Oh, I see what you did. That's like, oh, come on, dude.
Perfect. It's a Boba Fett line.
You are a sick man,
Sneaky boy.
But here's the thing, though. Like, I did get to meet William Shatner. And the only reason I did that was because my uncle is a big nerd and he loves, he loves Star Trek. And it has a whole new meaning because my grandmother passed away and she was a big Star Trek fan. But I didn't give a fuck about meeting Shatner at all. I did not care. And I was actually like really annoyed because all I wanted him to do was write Merry Christmas, Bill, and my uncle's name is Bill. But every time I said Bill, because he's 91 years old, every time I said Bill, he thought I was like saying his name. And it was so annoying. And he's like, what do you want me to do? I'm like, just write Merry Christmas on it. I didn't know he was Jewish, so I guess he didn't quite get it, but I don't know. But,
we're winning. Make the Jews say Merry Christmas.
No. But that's what my uncle said. It's like, like what's funny about that is that he's Jewish. And I was like, wait, I didn't even know that. I
would have no idea Shatner was a Jew.
I think he is.
I've heard this recently. I'm like, really?
Yeah, but that's not important. Like, I guess not. I guess it makes it kind of funny, but
no, that's definitely funny now. Yeah.
That's one aspect that's funny that I never even thought of. But I didn't care so much that I was meeting Captain Kirk, like not Chris Pine, he's cool, but like the Captain Kirk to like, I don't know, people who are like in retirement homes know who he is, like, which is really funny. But what's even funnier is that we live in Ohio, and this is the first time that I actually met a fucking astronaut.
Oh yeah, because he went up with
yeah,
Bezos?
yeah. And here's the thing, John Glenn didn't live too far away from me. Neither did Neil Armstrong. And I didn't even get to fucking meet them. I didn't bother to ask my parents, like, hey, I want to meet these astronauts, like these fucking historical figures, who are from Ohio and live around, where I am. and I could have met astronauts, and then I didn't meet one until I met William fucking Shatner. Like, how sad is that? I was more excited to meet a guy who went to space than the fact that he was on Star Trek. Like, that's how much I care.
I think it's
Star
kind of
Trek.
cool that a guy who played an iconic space captain actually lived long enough to actually go to space. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, and all because of my stupid former fucking employer, Jeff Bezos, who, God, I mean, do you realize how much I wish a pebble went through his fucking window? Like when he was trying to go into the stratosphere. Oh my God, I hate Jeff Bezos, but the fact that he got William Shatner to go to space, all right, I'll give him props for that.
I don't know. I got a very gray view of the world, and when you talk about like elites like that, have you seen the Founder with
Michael Keaton?
Yeah. So it's like shit like that, or like Game of Thrones. It's definitely definitely an angle and a narrative, even with these complex characters, where it's like, well, they're the bad guy, and it's like the easy takeaway. But like, I will fall for that the first time I watch something, but the second time on a rewatch when it's good, I start tearing it apart just intrinsically. I'm like, wait a minute, like, yeah, McDonald's is like the evil corporation. It's the epitome of evil capitalist America, whatever. But actually, like, this guy did everything. It's not ethical, but he did everything legal. And it's kind of the McDonald's brothers' fault. They lost their shit to begin with. And can't blame this guy. Like, he was trying to do the American dream and couldn't get ahead. And he found a couple suckers. And I don't blame him. Like, would I go out to do that? No, but if you want to be a sucker for me, then who's to say I wouldn't do the same thing? And so, like, I don't know. I look at morality a lot different. Like, I understand the templates, and there's things that I have, I guess, an opinion about morality, but I actually don't really believe in morality, like on a grand, final scale.
Yeah, we have one life, and that's it. And
yeah, and so so that's how I look at someone like Bezos.
You know, like it is sort of, I guess, in a way, selfish to a certain degree, but I imagine if you're that person, you know, you think differently because you just want a good life for yourself. You want to like raise your kids and stuff. Like, we all have families and stuff like that. So like, I kind of get it, but I'm curious about that mindset, like where you're coming from.
Oh, it's just, I mean, I'm an atheist, so like, it's rooted in that.
Like, who gives a fuck? Like, we live once, so fuck it.
Like, I don't explain this.
Well, I don't know exactly where you're coming from.
So morality. Oh, because you're talking about Bezos, and like, I definitely understand a negative view of film because of like the company he's built and the success it is.
Okay.
On the backs of people, but at the same time, like.
Well, no. Let me clarify that. When he was going through his divorce, then all of a sudden, all of these policies decided to come into place, like new policies. Like, he was taking out his anger that he was losing, like Jeffy Poo was losing half of his fucking money, so he has to take it out on lower level employees because he's going through a divorce. Boo-hoo.
Yeah, I guess
that's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm coming.
No, I get it. I get the resentment. I'm not like shaming you for resentment or anything. Like, it's totally.
Yeah. Like, just because Jeffy Poo is, you are having a hard time means that, you know, like, you get to take it out on your entire company and your bottom line because you're that petty. Like, that's what I mean.
Yeah, no, I totally get resentment, and yeah, I'm not faulting you. No, I guess my worldview is, I mean, clearly it's gonna be complicated, but
No, go for it, man.
So when I say, like, I don't believe in morality, like, I don't believe in like a grand scheme. There's no end goal. There's no for a cosmic good or evil outcome to be the end of the book, if you will. Like, I don't believe in that. So I see morality as like there are kind of universals in humanity, but they're all ultimately arbitrary. Because like we're just animals. We're just intelligent species of animals that self-reflect. Like we've pierced some kind of rare state of existence with mentality and stuff, but we're just a random like lottery draw in evolution. Who's to say the octopus or the chimp or the whale won't get here tomorrow? You know, like we're just like when we're looking for people in space, other aliens, other intelligence, I think more than likely we're screaming into the void, not because there's not other Earths and other life forms that could get here. It's just I think we're the first. And so
we might not be the first after 14 billion, if that's the case. Like we could be
right. No. Yeah, totally.
Separated
that
by
is,
time.
Yeah, no, that's an option as well. I'm just saying, I think we're getting no answers for one, the distance and time it takes, but also I think
if we get a response, we could all be extinct at this point as far as
but I also but like with that possibility, I ultimately think we're actually just the first ones aware of existence like that, and so we're screaming to no one.
Yeah, like imagine like every individual cell in your body is like a universe within itself, and all the other cells in your body are like all these other planets that orbit each other, and they do their own thing, and you know, like it could be that complex. Like we're part of.
Wait, that's actually a good. That's actually a good example. We've talked about that too, where it's like South Park even did an episode on this, where it's like our body is literally just made up of cells and germs, like individually, but we're somehow able to like have this body that
this one harmonized function
that can comprehend things, but we're not even consciously thinking about some things that we're doing. Like we're not thinking about, I'm going to have my heart beat, I'm going to breathe, I'm going to do these actions. Like so many things are just already happening because that's what the cells are doing.
Yeah, it's just like kind of like the sun explodes like after a while, or there's a supernova. You know, that's like
we're just ancient stardust now.
The person dying. You know, like like it's just. You know, and honestly, when you mention, Angus, that you're religious and whatnot, like the thing is, I feel like religion was made for the intention of giving people comfort when they die.
Yeah, type of closure. You mentioned a lion kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the invention of light. You've actually seen that?
I have seen that. I don't remember enough of it, but I remember him holding pizza boxes, and I remember him having a kid. I remember at the beginning, and I remember toward the beginning, like the lady's about to die, and she's like freaking out about going into nothingness, and he like describes a wonderful place, and everybody's like in awe of that. And it's like, what?
Yeah,
that was the.
But no. With
oh my god! Would you love to be in that world?
Oh,
in a way,
fuck yeah,
that would be interesting.
If I could be Ricky Gervais in that world, oh my god,
I would love to be a mix of Ricky Gervais in that world and
Rob Lowe,
Chandler in Click. Yeah, and Rob Lowe. Like I look like Rob Lowe, and I have the universal remote that controls the universe, and also I also invented lying.
Nobody else has the concept of lying yet. They don't understand yet.
Everyone just tells the truth straight up. It's like the world's gonna end unless we have sex right now. Do we have time?
Do we have to do it here, or can we get a hotel room?
Angus pointed out too that like his son's the only other one who knows it, because even the wife still doesn't really understand the concept yet. So it's like it's not going to be taught. It's just going to be
like, how do you explain something that isn't? And I'm like, how do you not get it once it's presented to you?
It's like with gravity. It's like, but here it is, and it's like, but I don't know what you mean. That's just there, but that's what this is. But
we're just on the ground.
Or what about the concept of time? We're moving forward right now, and right now, and right now. It's
right.
like, let's go
Well,
backwards.
okay.
We
It's
can't.
funny.
Why
It's
not?
funny.
Sometimes works.
It's funny you mentioned the genetic part with like the only one we know so far is his son. So they're implying that this is like a slow burn into permeating into humanity. So when you look at
actually, you know what's funny? I remember like teaching my little brother what the concept of time was, and his mind was like blown away. I'm just like, you remember how I said something just a second ago? How you were stupid? He's like, yeah. I'm like, well, that's still true. That's the present.
Wow.
And you remember when I just said that it was the present? Well, that's all in the past, all right? And in the future, like 2 minutes from now, you're still gonna be stupid.
It's like when my sister told me when I was young, the world will never end, and that like stuck with me for a long time. And then I got older and learned about science and stuff, and I'm like, man, there's like a gajillion ways we're gonna fucking die. Like the Earth is like, oh, it doesn't have a chance. Like, so, and the concept flipped entirely. I was like, the thought of immortality was in my head for so long, and then I was like, and then it flipped entirely to certain death. Like, oh, that's different.
but yeah, no, I see religion as not really comfort. Like that's an extension of the intellect put into it, of the concepts and things outside of our existence, without limit, you know. But I think the purpose of religion is law. It's the way we've historically codified law. Like when you think about a secular government like America, where it's like, all right, we're going to make this fair system where the whole template is, regardless of how rich or poor you are, if you're a criminal, you have these guarantees because we need to adhere to them. And it's like, but why? You're not worshiping God. You're not, this isn't like, if we don't do it, God will kill us. There is no God in this template of justice. It's like, no, it's the right thing to do, you know? And so like the law is itself, regardless of what country you're serving, like as a lawyer, or whatever, or politician, the law is implicitly a religious order of, like with, you could say ultimately the law is this like God idea, but really it's like,
well, it's not religious. It's not a religious order. It's just an order.
Right. Well, I interpret that like there's something metaphysical and illogical and essentially faith-based about serving the law and administering the law. This idea of fairness.
Well, there are some basic, human decency, like that's applied to it. But go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt you,
but like so with apes and chimps, or not chimps, but like monkeys. There's this.
I'm sorry, you were trying to use the politically correct term.
Well, no. It's because like.
I'm going to be offensive by calling them chimps. The monkeys.
No, it's fun. That's funny that you're interpreting that. No, I was correcting myself because I'm thinking of macaques, not apes. That's why I was like, fuck, no, it's not chimps. They're monkeys. But no, this guy, they were testing macaques, these monkeys, and they did this like they had two macaques and they're both like blinded from each other in their own like cells. And so it's like, all right, monkey, do a task, and it does a task, and it's like, here's a cucumber or here's a grape. Now what they did was like, all right, they're both doing the same task and they're getting a reward, but one monkey's getting a cucumber, which is like, that's cool, and the one's getting a grape. Grape is a way better caloric intake than a fucking cucumber. Cucumber is like kind of a zero-sum game. It's like tasty, it's refreshing, it's just water, versus a grape has like sugar. And so any animal's going to want a fucking grape over a cucumber. Now, when they pull the blinds and they see each other testing, and one gets a cucumber and one gets a grape, the cucumber monkey is like, wait, maybe I did it wrong. So then he does it again. And it's like, all right, here's a cucumber. He's like, fuck that. He does it again. And he wants a grape and he doesn't get it. And he like throws the cucumber, like, give me a fucking grape. Like there is an implicit in the animal kingdom, you see there is this idea of fairness. Like fairness is justice. Like there is a metaphysical, transcendental across species idea of fairness and merit, which I think is very interesting. You see it in like mating.
Yeah, it's like if you are working very hard at a job and you're there for years, and everyone just says like, you do a terrible job, as opposed to, like every now and then, just like when someone says, dude, you know what, you're doing awesome, like seriously, like we're gonna give you a fucking raise because we value you, and we appreciate everything that you do. Like instead of just being berated all the time and doing a bunch of hard work, you actually get rewarded for hard work. Like, is that where you're going with that?
Kinda, I guess.
Yeah, because we all been in that position before.
But, well, I'm just saying, like that's an animal example of like this crazy concept that like
it's greater concept, yeah.
Right, yeah. And so like it's not, when I say I'm an atheist, it's not that I shut off any idea of God or gods or power, what have you, something to be subservient to. Like that's why I got Athena and the owl behind me in my setup. Yeah, right there is because like I'm interested in Hellenism, which is
I thought you were just really loved Hedwig or something like that in Harry Potter.
No, I don't give a fuck about Harry Potter. Like Harry Potter's fine, but no, don't give a fuck. No, the owl is a symbol of Athena.
Twilight fan.
No. No, the owl is the main like totem or image of Athena, aside from herself directly. So but yeah, no, I don't think there's like any actual like set morality. Like I believe, I guess, in optimistic nihilism. Like Christians, when they hear you don't believe in a magic man that dictates everything and you have to accept him or you burn in hell. And it's like, no, I think I can't explain what the start of life is or what happened before the Big Bang, what caused the Big Bang. I don't know. I don't need to know for existence to have a fucking meaning. That's the difference. Is like, I'm fine not knowing things. The religious, like they have to have like an end and beginning. They have to know like what it is, even though there's no way to prove it. Me, the atheist, I'm like, I don't know. It's so far outside. Like I would like to know. That'd be cool to understand, but it doesn't dictate like direction on life because there is no creator. It's just things just are going, and life having no purpose and thus no afterlife, and essentially extending my life indefinitely forever and thus devaluing the current time I'm living on Earth. That means every second's precious because there's only so much of it I'm going to get as a human that will maybe live to 100. It's not a lot of time in the grand scheme of existence.
Got 100.
Yeah, and so it's funny because the theist, they think, well, if you don't believe in a grand cause and nothing ultimately matters, why don't you just kill yourself? Because nothing matters. It's like, well, I'm an animal. I have an implicit programming that keeps me striving to live. You put a blanket over my face to suffocate me, my body flails
try to react
live.
to live.
Yeah, like it's a programming. Like you don't have to even be thinking for your body. Like my body's breathing. I'm not thinking of breathing. It just does it. It pumps my blood.
Until it stops, and then
right, because it broke down. Yeah.
And sometimes it happens in your sleep. Sometimes it happens, and we can explain things, about that. So
yeah.
We have an understanding of how that happens, But what we don't know is that, like, some
Why
people-
it even started. We
Well,
don't
and it's
get
like
that.
would know. This is the thing too. If you were to explain, if we had an answer, if we had answers to these questions, what exactly would that help? Because I feel like that could be a worse outcome for a lot of people trying to exist. Like, having some of these answers be certain. Oh, the purpose of life is to, just praise God and stuff. It's like, oh, well, that's
oh boy,
wow, thank you. Wow, what I fucking needed. Like, I don't know. It's that seems
right. Yeah, like
that seems almost more pointless than having the mystery of wondering what the meaning is. Like,
yeah, it's like by not having God dictate like a beginning and end of life, there's complete possibility, there's complete agency that I have. It's not like
like why the fuck after a stroke was Kurt Russell, not Kurt Russell, Kirk Douglas. Like he lived a long fucking time, over 100 years old, an old school actor, and there was an old fuck, by the way, that I saw at a bar who pretended that he was Kirk Douglas because he was like 60 or 70 and and got a woman back to his place because like why would you
That's funny.
that told me everything I needed to know. Like,
that's funny. But like, I guess Angus and I have these conversations often. Funnily enough, based on random things, we could be again talking about a grocery store or some other shit. And we'll go on to
I'll be like, oh, the fucking Jew bread, and then
and-
I'll be explaining, well, this is why Jews have this to begin with, because
we
the
go-
Bible.
wait,
Well,
there's
hold on,
Jewish
hold-
bread?
no, hold that thought, Justin. Because like I was explaining this kind of thing to my mom even, and then she's like, "Oh, they made a Twilight Zone episode about this," and I was like, "What?" Like I was thinking about like I was thinking about the concept of heaven and hell, and it's like the way it's always described is like it's this perfect little world for you, and I'm like, the perfect world. I mean, I think, and then I'm thinking about what is something that motivates people. It's like, well, you need to gather food to survive. You need to, the fear of losing something is what keeps you going forward in a way, like losing your own life, losing your kids' lives or something. You want to achieve an accomplishment or a difficult challenge. And if everything's just handed to you, I'm like, that sounds awful. Like, it's just, like, and if it's forever, like there's zero ending, in a way, I'm like, that's just as freaky as there being a permanent ending forever. It's like this concept. And she was like, oh yeah, they did this in a Twilight Zone episode where this dude like dies and he's like he wins every gambling game and all these like things that he loves to do. He's winning all of it. And he loved it at first, but after like 3 days, he started to feel a dread. And then like after a week, he's like, this is awful. It turns out he's in hell. But it's like, like the idea of heaven was like hell for this person, and the concept of like, oh, you get to have all these wonderful things happen for you is like, that sounds awful to me in a weird way. Like that just is like, you just have, like, if right now, oh, you just get to have everything you want whenever you want it, I would be like,
it sounds kind of like Blast from the Past.
So
when
what do I
they're
fucking
when
do
they're in the
now?
fucking...
Like, what do I do if I can just get everything I want? Like, what is that?
Well, here's what you do. You don't be like Jeff Bezos and be a douchebag, bald-headed fuck. Like, instead, you decide to give that reality to somebody else and make someone else happy.
Make
and
them
making
get tortured.
someone, yeah, you actually make something of yourself instead of being Jeff Bezos, who's a
But if
fucking
Jeff Bezos didn't do that, would you have been vigilant to get a better job and not be with Jeff Bezos? You might have just been coasting if Jeff Bezos didn't lash out at you.
Well,
His
he didn't
attitude
lash
slowed
it.
you to do something better.
Here's the thing. Like, that is a very loaded question, and that is going to be like very personal if we get into the details about that. So let's not explore that.
That's all good.
The too long didn't read version is that I'm well, there's another Jeff Bezos in my life, and Well, to not get into too many details about my personal life, it has been handled and very successfully, and it takes a lot of personal growth to get to a point where you have to stand up for yourself. So.
Yeah, but going with that, I mean, I feel like if you like some of the annoying things you've had to deal with in life, prepared you to deal with that. That's to where,
yes,
if you had it all soft or something, or comfortable enough, then maybe you wouldn't have strove to do something else or make a choice that. I guess that's sort of what we get to with these concepts a little bit. It's like, what are you supposed to be doing? Well, I don't know, but having a challenge or having something that you dread can help motivate you, and you find meaning in life some other way. So
I really hate communism.
Yes,
but
exactly.
But Karl Marx had a great point, regardless of his intent.
Is he one of the Marx brothers?
He had a great point about religion.
Sorry, that was such a low ball joke.
Well, at first it's like, well, maybe he doesn't know Karl Marx. It's like, okay, I see what he did here.
Take me a second.
But he said religion is the opiate of the masses, and I 100% agree with that, because however deep and smart a practitioner of faith that has like a PhD level education, like a priest, an imam, a rabbi, what have you, a shaman, most people go in these faiths as fucking followers. They need a binky for life. They need a security blanket. And that's what religion gives them. It's a fucking pacifier. It like pats them on the head and says, well, God will give you lollipops forever when you go to heaven. Yeah. And you never get a tummy ache. And so what's funny? Well, I'm not done. So
okay. No,
go
ahead, but yeah.
The thing with that is, what is the purpose with religion? You know what I mean? Like you can go your whole life in a religion. Let's say the biggest factor that stuck with you in religion is like, I can't be gay. I can't do it. It's evil. And so you abstain. And thus you are being good for God by not indulging in sin that you felt attracted to, but you've abstained. So you've been good. And then you die. And even if the gods really find out, actually, that didn't fucking matter at all. You just wasted your life and the potential happiness for an arbitrary rule that actually was null and void. And like, there's so many factors like that that are arguable. And you see it through time where it's like, all right, 100 years ago, this shit would have been sinful. And then 200 years before that, even more shit would have been sinful and make you a witch, and so on and so forth. Where it's like, these religions have like 2,000 plus years of history, and yet they are currently saying the shit that before would like send you to hell. Like, oh, it's fine now. And it's all arbitrary. Why not make your own arbitrary way versus like an amigos dogma that is determined by the top guy,
And what Angus
but I see the value of it though. Like as much as I'm like cautious of religion and doubt it, I see the world without any religion as a fucking problem just as bad.
Yeah, they did that in South Park as well with Carmen being frozen and going to the future. They're like, it's only atheists are at war with each other, and they're like, what are they at war with? With what they should call themselves. They think it should be the United Atheist Alliance, and the otters think it should be the Allied Atheist Alliance because there's 3 A's. And it's like, and then they go to another alternate one.
Opposed to 2 like AA meetings, like.
Yeah, they're like, the stupid French Chinese think they have a right to Hawaii. We should be at war with them for that.
It makes no sense that it goes off the rails, and that's where they come into that. And oh my god, when they like that one season 9 of South Park, my god, is a fucking treasure trove of amazingness. Like, it starts off with Mr. Garrison's fancy new vagina, which is hilarious. and then we get into Erection Day, which is my favorite episode, where it's just about like talking about boners. Like it really is.
Like, yeah, Jimmy Fallon, or not Jimmy Fallon.
About
yeah,
what did terrific audience? I'm not kidding. I finally showed my 12-year-old, soon to be 13-year-old cousin, like that episode, and he was laughing so hard. And my uncle, my nerdy uncle that I gave the William Shatner autograph to, he said, like he wished he was there to like witness me.
I'm just thinking of William Shatner and your Merry Christmas thing. He probably kept saying Merry Christmas, Bill. He's like, God, this guy's a fucking autist.
He probably thought that. He's like, what do you want me to do? I'm like, just say Merry Christmas, Bill.
You're like, okay, Merry Christmas.
But
what do you want?
Also like 91 years old, and he mistook like saying like a personalized thing to Bill was like me saying, Bill, please do this. Like,
This sounds like a fucking like a never-ending like gag for like someone in hell, like 10-second Tom or something. Where it's like William Shatner's in hell, and every fan like, oh, I'm at a Comic-Con, all these fans are here, but they just keep saying Merry Christmas, Bill, and
he's
so he's like, okay, Merry Christmas.
Like,
what do you want? Say Merry Christmas, Bill.
It's like this. They keep on complimenting the hat on my head that I'm not wearing, and it's like, God, what are they doing to me? What is this hat?
He's not wearing a hat though. He's not wearing.
That would be a great experiment to like get like a warehouse full of people and like, hey, when a new person comes in here, you all have to be like, wow, what a nice hat you have.
See, this is an example of SNL being funny because I got that from SNL, where they're like there was like Cecily Strong and Channing Tatum, or not Channing Tatum, fucking Taron Killam or whatever was on there. They're like doing a talk for school, and they're like, all right, we're gonna tell you guys about this, like I forget what they called it. They called it a word, and they're like, it's basically where you mess with somebody's mind. And they're like, what are you talking about? They're like, yeah, like we paid everybody $1 to tell this one kid that his hat looks great and he doesn't have a hat. And then they're like, they're like, honey, I Shrunk the Kids, this one guy. They're like, whoa, what's that? They're like, yeah, we got a whole bunch of Jurassic Park things, and like we knocked him out and had him in this giant warehouse, and he's in this huge bed, and like he hid in a giant Lego, and there's these like animatronics going around, and he's all scared. It's funny. They're like the whole point is to mess with somebody's mind. It's great. A funny SNL joke. It's like,
that would actually be fucking crazy to like someone actually carry that, knock someone out, and fucking put them in a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids setup. Like, let's see how long they buy this. Like
wakes up in a swimming pool sized bed, and there's these huge T-Rexes walking around, or giant ants or something. They're like, I don't know.
Fucking scorpions.
Yep. Good shit.
I haven't seen that since I was a kid. I was a late bloomer to that movie. I don't know if I'd like it today because Rick Moranis.
No, there's some funny things, but ultimately it's not that funny.
Yeah.
Looking back, he needs potassium. Oh, why? Because he fucking needs it. I don't fucking know. There's like just moments that are like, I guess, are we laughing? Like pretends to be God by voicing into the. No, it's not funny. No. Anyway.
Ha.
As he,
right,
this
well,
is.
I'm just gonna end the broadcast because I need to.
How are there people watching us at this point? Thank you.
I have no idea. Thank you. I need to watch it. I was trying to get remonetized.
Been rambling for 3 hours, coming from different things.